The man had only summoned his basic class weapon, yet it left everyone around him in utter shock. For the owner of this weapon is the one standing at the pinnacle of players, Black Scythe. As it turns out, to obtain this weapon, the first thing the man did after his regression was slaughter 999 goblins in a frenzy, to trigger a quest and summon an angel. But just as the angel was about to bestow the quest reward, the man punched the angel without a moment's hesitation. While the angel was still reeling from the shock, the man stepped forward and tore the angel's wings right off. For the man knew all too well that despite their charming and modest facade, these angels were devils who viewed human lives as nothing but weeds, and the real reason he killed the angel was to obtain its angel's heart. By using the angel's heart, he could change his class to the hidden one, Reaper. In his previous life, he had relied on this Reaper class to successfully reach the final stage, but he never expected that the boss room would require 5 players to open. Unable to meet that condition, he was wiped out, only to wake up once again before it all began. He had returned to the first day the angels descended. This would be his very last chance. The moment the clock struck 12, a golden radiance flooded the sky. The angels' descent turned the night into day. No one understood what was happening. No matter how many times I see that face, it's still just as loathsome. The angel looked down with a gaze meant for lowly ants. This must be some kind of New Year's stunt. The next moment, that man was instantly blown to bits. The angel was giving a speech. Ants have no right to interrupt. I shall explain the current situation to you, insects. You are all going to a new world to play a game. Your souls will be transported to this new realm. But do not worry. There is an age limit for this game's participants. Only those between 15 and 25 years old will be taken. As long as you complete the designated tasks, you will be returned to this world, and you will receive bountiful rewards. And now, your game begins. A white light flashed, and everyone arrived in a virtual space. In this space, everyone could customize their own appearance. At the same time, they had to choose a new name. The man didn't hesitate for a single second. He had used this name 99 times before. He would use it now to fulfill his final mission. Before long, a massive wave of players poured in. Every one of them made their appearance. Look as attractive as possible. But he knew very well that being too conspicuous only leads to misfortune. In the next moment, the angel descended, announcing that the player count for this game had reached 1.8 billion. The people nearby couldn't believe it. No matter where they looked, there didn't seem to be that many people. The angel angrily mocked the humans for their stupidity. How could there possibly be only one venue like this? The angel explained that by chanting in their minds, a window would appear. Status window. The window records all of your attributes and items. What you need to do is survive for 20 seconds in the game. And now, your game time starts. With a sharp snap of fingers, goblins began to manifest across the land. Everyone looked at the monsters before them with sheer terror. The angel then declared, "This is a battle between 50,000 goblins and 10,000 humans." Watching the goblins charge toward them, the crowd was paralyzed with fear. But right then, the man stepped forward. He understood all too well. When you're part of a team, the first impression you make is vital. I acted that way, simply to distance myself from the weak. More importantly, I had to catch the angel's eye and make a lasting impression on him. Watching Black Scythe slaughter goblins with such ease, the others began to think they could do it too. But just as they were itching to try, a goblin instantly killed one of the men. It was then that they finally realized they were absolutely no match for the goblins. However, the entire area was sealed by a barrier, making escape impossible. The angel was quite satisfied with their reaction, but his attention was soon drawn back to Black Scythe. This man was actually killing them all single-handedly. His face was a mask of pure shock. Before long, the man had leveled up and completed the assigned task. I spent 10 minutes on a frantic goblin slaughter spree. I wonder if the angel noticed me. Besides, I did this to secure the special reward for the top rank. The number 1 player in this region earns a weapon exchange voucher. Looking at the weapons before me, I made my choice without hesitation. Since this was my first time completing a task, I earned a chance to use a rune. The moment I crushed it, I obtained the reincarnation rune, but the system detected it had already been used 100 times. Just as I thought, I can't obtain it again. Prior to this, the man had taken first place in the challenge, But this reward was far too small for him. He made a request to the angel, demanding that the angel provide an additional reward. The people nearby heard this and couldn't believe their ears. He actually dared to make demands of an angel. He was insisting on being satisfied. The angel wanted nothing more than to crush him on the spot, but his authority could only be used once a day. A moment later, the angel flashed a twisted smile. Your performance does indeed merit a better reward. I think the two of us should have a private talk. Just as the angel thought he could teach this man a lesson, he had no idea this was exactly what Black Scythe wanted. As the angel prepared to strike Black Scythe down, Black Scythe preempted him with a sudden punch. This wasn't part of the angel's script. He couldn't fathom what this man was trying to do. What was even more unbelievable was that he, a divine being, had been hit by a human. Just as the angel prepared to kill Black Scythe, he turned around, only to find that Black Scythe had already vanished. A deep chill ran down the angel's spine. Black Scythe was already behind him. He then grabbed the angel by the wings. The intense pain filled the angel with terror. Who on earth was this man? Black Scythe told him not to panic. He was only doing this so the angel would behave. The angel glared at him with pure hatred. I know you have many questions for me. I also know you want to kill me, using that dagger hidden under your wing. As for you, don't even bother trying to deny it. I can read your mind perfectly. Am I right, Braille? Black Scythe then pulled out the dagger and drove it straight through the angel's heart. Everything Black Scythe did was to trigger a hidden achievement quest. This was information he only learned after 99 regressions. With the slaughter rune, his stats are doubled when fighting holy-type enemies. There was one more crucial reason to kill the angel. Only the person who slays an angel is eligible for the Reaper class change. For now, the most important thing for Black Scythe is to level up. Meanwhile, the others managed to clear the task through sheer struggle. Only about 5,000 survivors remained. Shortly after, those who passed the first round woke up. They all felt as if they had been in a dream. But looking at the corpses around them, they realized this was reality. It wasn't a dream at all. Recalling the angel's words, the man tried to call up his status window. It actually appeared in the real world. He then picked up a stone from the ground. It proved that his in-game stats had carried over into reality. Looking at the stone he had crushed into powder, he thought the feeling of power was truly magnificent. Every major news outlet was reporting on this new world of superhumans. Everything was unfolding, exactly as Black Scythe had predicted. People who gained power would become incredibly arrogant. Once player levels reached a certain point, nothing in the real world would be able to restrain them. That's why I must obtain the ultimate power. Power enough to suppress everything. Power enough to make them submit. However, now was not the time to act. The first thing Black Scythe needed to do was go home. He looked at his sleeping younger brother. He was Black Scythe's only weakness. Their parents had died in a car accident years ago, leaving only his brother for him to lean on. Seeing the bruises on his brother's arm, he vowed he wouldn't let anyone hurt him again. The next morning, Black Scythe took his brother to the dojo and told him everything. His brother was confused. Why were they going to the dojo so early? Looking at his brother's injured hand, he replied, "Because I know. The person who hurt you is inside." The scene shifted. Black Scythe entered the dojo. "You're the one bullying my brother, right? Hwang Yungmin didn't care. You actually dared to tell your brother." He sneered. In the next moment, Hwang Yungmin threw a punch at Black Scythe. Black Scythe dodged it with a simple tilt of his head. "I'll start with a simple lesson for you." Black Scythe then struck Hwang Yungmin with a single punch. Hwang Yungmin was sent flying. Enraged, he screamed that he would kill Black Scythe. However, he was met with an even more violent strike. "If you ever touch my brother again, you'll find yourself suffering 100 times worse than today. Do you understand?" "I want to hear your answer." Shortly after, Black Scythe left with his brother. After today's lesson, he should behave himself quite a bit more. Now I have more important things to do. To his brother's shock, he spent their last 100,000 won on lottery tickets. Previously, 1.8 billion players had participated in the game. Half of them had already died in the first round. The remaining players were slowly starting to realize the importance of game gear. In the future, massive amounts of cash would be poured into equipment. These lottery tickets would be the guarantee for our future life. Black Scythe had long ago memorized the winning numbers. The scene shifted again. The second round of combat had begun. Just as expected, all players were summoned back to that world. It was just as Black Scythe thought. His display of power in the first round had left the others in awe and fear of him. Right at that moment, a divine agent descended. Once again, this was a new angel. Nobody knew that the original angel had already been killed by Black Scythe. The man knew perfectly well that the second round didn't require fighting goblins. This round only required them to select a regional representative within 3 hours. Everyone was confused. Was the task really as simple as picking a representative? The angel gave them a confirming answer. However, there is one thing to add. The regional representative possesses immense authority. They can order anyone to do anything, and those orders must be obeyed absolutely. A 3-hour countdown began. While everyone was relieved that they wouldn't have to fight this time, a meaningful smile crept across the angel's face. At that moment, everyone was debating who to nominate as the representative. Black Scythe understood clearly that this wasn't the most important issue. For the game to start, there must be main and sub-quests. To gain more resources, what he needed to do now was level up during the double XP period. I need to kill these goblins as quickly as possible. I need to reach level 10 fast. Come on, become my XP, so I can complete my class change even sooner. Provoked, the goblins immediately charged. In that split second, the goblins had already fallen at Black Scythe's hands. Black Scythe had to head deeper into the forest to continue the hunt. To ensure human safety, the angels didn't summon any goblins on the outskirts this round. When Black Scythe reached the heart of the forest, just as he expected, the number of goblins had increased significantly. Now, the real hunt begins. Before long, the ground was littered with goblin corpses. Lost in the immersive slaughter, Black Scythe forgot the passage of time. He didn't realize he had already spent half an hour killing goblins. Looking at his status window, he was just a bit away from reaching level 10. Without hesitation, he poured his points into agility. As his agility increased, his movement speed, attack speed, and even his evasion rate significantly improved. Just as Black Scythe was about to continue, he sensed movement behind him. He glanced back. I don't know what you're after, but come out. A blonde woman then appeared before Black Scythe. She claimed she had no ill intent. Another man behind her followed up with an apology. Black Scythe looked at the man. He suddenly remembered something. The man's game name was Sky Demon. He was one of the 5 candidate players Black Scythe had shortlisted, and I need that powerful priest behind him. To join my team? Could this woman be that legendary priest? Black Scythe spoke up. Why are you following me? The woman explained she had seen how powerful he was. Maybe by following someone strong, our chances of survival will be higher. I want to team up with you. You can demand anything of me in return. I'd be happy to, Black Scythe replied, but only if you can actually be of use to me. Clearly, you don't meet my requirements yet. Watching Black Scythe's departing back, she thought, Hayes so arrogant. Once Black Scythe was gone, the woman finally let out her breath and collapsed to the ground. His strength isn't for nothing. His aura, it absolutely terrifies me. The scene shifts. Black Scythe was still relentlessly slaughtering goblins. As they fell one by one, higher-level werewolves were lured in. Black Scythe didn't show a hint of fear. If anything, he looked excited. The werewolves fell one after another. When the last one went down, Black Scythe finally hit level 10. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Since he had completed the prerequisite quest, he could now change his class, while the others were still completely lost. Having no idea how to even initiate a class change, he had already finished the prerequisites for the Reaper class. The moment he crushed the angel's heart, a prompt asked if he wanted to become a Reaper. It was a unique, Oneo-vacant class. As soon as Black Scythe made his choice, the power of ancient runes swirled around him. You have received the Reaper rune. Stats have been significantly increased. Obtained unique weapon, Reaper's Scythe. Obtained exclusive skill, Eye of the Reaper. Since he was the first to complete a class change, he was rewarded with a tracking skill. By entering a player's name, he could determine their appearance and exact location. When Black Scythe entered, Huang Yongmin, the system indicated the target was only 190 meters away. He didn't expect that, even though he was deep in the forest. That guy would be here too. He could find him by following the markers on the ground. Looks like it's time to pay him a visit. Hwang Yongmin was just about to make his move onto people. The man didn't understand. We've never had a conflict. Why are you targeting me? I'm not targeting you, Hwang replied. My target has been the woman behind you all along. She looks just like that superstar, Aling Su. The man began to hesitate. If he had known this sooner, he would have abandoned her and left long ago. After all, as the eldest son of a top conglomerate, it wasn't worth dying for a woman. Just then, a lackey finally spotted Black Scythe. They had no idea how long he had been standing there. I don't like getting involved in trouble, Black Scythe said, but these two still have some value to me, so back off. Looking at Black Scythe, memories of his performance in the first round still filled them with dread. But then, Hwang Yongmin had a second thought. In his current state, he could punch through a 10-meter-thick wall. Maybe Black Scythe was no longer a match for him. With newfound confidence, he said, Black Scythe, you're being way too arrogant. He prepared to strike. However, Black Scythe actually put his weapon away. While Hwang Yongmin was still confused, Black Scythe said, In going to crush you with the very power you're so proud of, it'll show you that your strength is absolutely pathetic. Hearing this, Hwang Yongmin thought, this guy has to be joking. He lunged at Black Scythe with a raised fist. But in the blink of an eye, Black Scythe was beside him. He landed a hit instantly. Hwang Yongmin couldn't believe. He couldn't even last a single move. Black Scythe grabbed him, followed by a barrage of brutal attacks. Seeing this, a lackey tried to launch a sneak attack. But Black Scythe was prepared. There was no escaping him. Moving at high speed, Black Scythe appeared before the lackey. He summoned the Reaper's scythe. In an instant, the man's arm was severed. He couldn't believe. The gap between him and Black Scythe was this massive. Don't worry, you won't be lonely. I'll make sure your teammates join you in death. Black Scythe mused. Are you trying to play hide and seek with me? He then turned to the side. No matter how you hide, it's useless. He swung his blade. A piercing scream echoed through the air. This is what you owe me. Black Scythe recalled the past. His former best friend had gained power and led a group to brutalize him. In returning the pain you caused me? After the fight, Black Scythe looked at the two he saved. You can relax now. In their current state, they can't do anything but vote. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Black Scythe really had no obligation to help them. They even promised that once they returned to reality, they would reward him with money. But Black Scythe said he had more important things to do. He left as they watched him go. Meanwhile, the others were arguing incessantly over the regional representative title. Everyone was touting the benefits of them becoming the representative, promising preferential treatment for all players. Just then, a green-haired player stepped forward. His voice commanded everyone to be silent. The green-haired guy was secretly delighted. It seemed his rune's effect was working perfectly. At that moment, a man said, Your voice is too annoying. The green-haired player tried to use his persuasion rune to make the man acknowledge him, but the man in front of him only grew more violent. My rune, it isn't working on him. The man declared, All of you must vote for me. Otherwise, you'll end up just like him. Without warning, the man killed the green-haired player. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. That man just killed someone. That's a crime. The man's expression hardened. Does anyone have a problem with that? There are no prisons here, and no police. You will all obey me. Once I become the regional representative, I will be the king of this world. At the same time, Black Scythe looked at his status window. While everyone else was around level 5 or 6, he had already reached a terrifying level 16. Having successfully changed classes, Black Scythe was summoned by the teleportation. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of corpses everywhere. It turned out this man was Zhao Zhongji, a notorious madman. As Zhao turned his head, he spotted Black Scythe, approaching with an arrogant, swaggering gait. Black Scythe, I've been waiting for you to show up. Black Scythe remarked, I'm curious to hear why you were waiting for me. Join my faction and submit to me. You don't have the right to refuse? Black Scythe looked at the man with amusement. Have you ever heard the saying, trash belongs in the trash can? Seeing Black Scythe's aloof and arrogant expression, the man's rage was instantly ignited. He'll kill you? But Black Scythe ignored him. The man's palm opened slightly, and the death scythe suddenly materialized in his hand. A terrifying blood-colored aura cloaked the scythe. The man in front of him was instantly dumbfounded. A weapon appearing out of thin air? Black Scythe spoke slowly. You should watch your words. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the price. Beads of sweat now covered Zhao Zhongyi's face. His pride wouldn't allow him to show cowardice. He shouted, "Come at me if you've got the guts." Black Scythe looked at the man and gave a helpless smile. Your legs are shaking uncontrollably. Yet you're still acting tough. If I didn't still need him for the third round, I would kill him right now without hesitation. Just then, the angel descended before everyone. The 3 hours are up. Please begin your voting. The man glowered at Black Scythe, then shouted to the people around him, if anyone dares not to vote for me, I'll kill them. I must obtain the position of regional representative. I'm going to kill Black Scythe. The next moment, a voting window appeared in front of everyone. Most players looked at the man in fear. Meanwhile, the man kept screaming, everyone must vote for me. Time's up. Let's see the final results. The angel lightly clapped their hands, and the results for the regional representative appeared clearly on the giant screen. Sure enough, the man had the most votes. Yet he was still furious deep down. He didn't expect that, despite his threats. Half the people still voted for Black Scythe. At that moment, the angel announced, the future regional representative shall be this man. The man broke into a smug grin. The first thing he planned to do with his authority was to kill Black Scythe. Next, I shall bestow the command ability upon the regional representative. However, the man's expression turned to horror in the next second. The regional representative's power can only be used 10 times in total. Furthermore, it can only control one person at a time. And most importantly, this skill cannot command players who have already changed classes. The angel said with a smile, now it is time to hand out the rewards. This mission contained a hidden quest. A window then appeared before everyone. Players who accepted the class change quest before voting and successfully changed classes will receive a reward. This window appears when you reach level 10. You fools. Wasted 3 precious hours. Everyone was filled with deep regret. You needn't be too regretful or blame yourselves. Out of 1.8 billion players, only 80,000 successfully changed classes. And in our region, there is also one such player. Everyone was puzzled. Let's see who it is. Out of nearly 2 billion people, Black Scythe was actually the first to complete his class change. His class was none other than Reaper. Everyone turned their gaze toward Black Scythe. I knew it from the first round. This man is terrifying. Zhao Zhongyi felt the most humiliated of all. He had intended to use his authority to kill Black Scythe. The quest rankings are determined by completion time. Black Scythe has not only changed classes, but he is the first player across all regions to have done so. I am quite curious about one thing. Your name and your class are a perfect match. Did you know beforehand that you would become a Reaper? Black Scythe claimed it was all just a massive coincidence. He hadn't expected to find a class that matched his name so well. Black Scythe felt very lucky. The angel only knew it was a hidden class. They didn't know that it required the heart of a dead angel to trigger the change. I also congratulate you. You will be the only person in this region immune to the regional representative's command. Everyone in the area looked confused upon hearing this. What does that mean? The angel made the regional representative's skill public. If you don't want to be controlled, then reach level 10 and change your class as soon as possible. By the way, here is your reward. A rare equipment exchange scroll. Black Scythe chose a set of leather armor suited for him without hesitation. As for the special reward for being first in the region, Black Scythe chose an experience boost. It would take effect in the 3rd round of the game. Light flared in the next moment. It was time to return. The first thing Black Scythe did wasn't to rest. Instead, he activated a tracking skill to find Shangge. Just as expected, he should be in this building right now. He then left his home immediately. It looked like he was going to report back. Before that could happen, Black Scythe followed Shangguj to the skyscraper. An Shangge was currently meeting with Ma Tianlu. An Shangge remarked, Mr. Ma, you really are a powerful player. I saw on the rankings released by the angel that you were the 2nd person to change classes as a Dark Knight. Ma Tianlu knew very well that this guy was only flattering him because he wanted something. Sure enough, An Shangge asked for advice, inquiring how one could successfully change classes. Ma Tianlu brushed him off vaguely, claiming it just dropped after he killed a few goblins. Only he knew the truth about the class change token. Every single person who enters the game gets one chance to roll for a random rune, and he had relied on the rune he obtained to successfully change his class. But even with his close business partners, he would never reveal the secret. Downstairs, Black Scythe sighed. What a foolish man. Choosing to become a Dark Knight was a stupid decision. While the Dark Knight is an incredibly powerful class, it also has a severe drawback, namely, the inability to use normal mana, and Darklement mana is extremely difficult to obtain in this game. This results in the Dark Knight being a class that is powerful yet utterly useless. The next morning, Black Scythe went to the lottery shop, but this time, it was to apologize to the owner. Using his memories from his past life, Black Scythe had won tens of billions in prize money. It was his actions that caused the government to order the shop to close its doors. Black Scythe hoped to offer money as compensation. Having said his piece, he turned to leave. The owner's daughter then caught up with him. As it turned out, his goal wasn't just the lottery shop. He wanted to cross paths with this girl. She was a rare blessing-type mage. In his previous life, during a battle with monsters, he had saved her. Her sincerity had touched his heart. Looking at the girl before him, she might just be the other weakness in his heart. He then teased her. Let's find a place for a date. Julie was stunned, clearly not expecting Black Scythe to be so direct. But to Black Scythe's surprise, Julie actually agreed immediately. She even said, be there or be square. Just as Black Scythe was about to leave, the girl hurriedly stood up. Do you really not remember me? We used to be deskmates. She vaguely remembered that when Black Scythe was being bullied by classmates, she had plucked up the courage to secretly call the police, and even followed him in secret to make sure he got home safe. No matter what difficulties he faced, he was always smiling. His smile was healing to her. She didn't even know when. She had started paying attention to him, but she was very timid. Right up until graduation day, she never found the courage to say a single hello. This time, she definitely wouldn't be a coward anymore. Early the next morning, both of them arrived early at the place they had agreed upon. Looking at the boy before her, Julie couldn't believe her eyes. Felt like a dream. Oh, right. I have something I want to give you. He then pulled an object emitting a purple glow from his pocket. I got this from hunting monsters in the other world. You can't refuse. Soon after, the two ended their meeting. Walking down the street, Black Scythe looked pleasantly surprised. Looking at the status window before him, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I really didn't expect to get this item so early this time. In the eyes of others, it might just be an ordinary low-level purple crystal. But only Black Scythe knew its true worth. Once a character reaches level 20, they unlock combo skills. This feature allows for the fusion of magic and weapons, adding extra abilities. Crystals come in 7 colors. Red increases damage, while orange enhances defense, blue represents mana attributes, and green signifies an increase in agility. Cyan and yellow represent luck and damage reduction, respectively. Purple is regarded by everyone as the most useless. Furthermore, the drop rate for purple is ridiculously low. But only Black Scythe knew the truth. They had no idea that the socketing method for purple crystals is different from all the others. A purple crystal possesses the traits of every other crystal. It is a mythocrate item in every sense of the word. Scene shift. In bed, Black Scythe kept his eyes glued to the shop window. The shop stocks mostly common grade items. For beginners, it's an easy way to get through the difficulties of the early game. Currently, Black Scythe was repeatedly clicking the refresh button. High-grade items refresh randomly, though the probability is extremely low, but Black Scythe knew that today, the only epoch-grade item would refresh. Looking at the 4,600 gold price tag, Black Scythe felt very lucky. He had earned over 10,000 gold over the 2 rounds. Naturally, he could also use the rewards from completing his class change quest. In the end, he spent only 2,300 gold to obtain his first epic item. Looking at his remaining 10,000 gold, he considered whether to buy some gear. After thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. If he saved up 6,000 more gold, he could purchase a new skill. Before long, a bell tolled. Everyone was pulled into the angel game once again. All those summoned found their surroundings completely unfamiliar. The towering city walls around them made everyone feel safe. Thinking this mission would be just as easy, only Black Scythe knew that for them, this mission was a disaster. The vast majority of people would die here. At that moment, Zhao Zhongji heard a voice. He turned to look. He saw Huang Yongmin shouting, claiming he wanted to become his lackey. Facing Zhao Zhongji's confused look, Huang Yongmin said he wanted to join his faction and would follow Zhao Zhongji's lead. Even Zhao Zhongji was surprised, but gaining a subordinate didn't seem to have any downsides for him. Seeing this, everyone agreed that this guy was a master sycophant. Meanwhile, Black Scythe's smile carried a hint of mockery. While the crowd was noisy, an angel descended before everyone's eyes. This mission was also supposed to be very simple. A window then appeared in front of everyone. It showed 4,900 participants in the mission. They just needed to protect the central holy stone for 3 hours. Right then, a player screamed in terror that the mission was bugged. The system must have made a mistake. The angel thoroughly enjoyed the look of human terror. There was no mistake in this mission. This time, 75 of the players would be wiped out, because the rule was that half the players would be eliminated each round. Since everyone survived the last round safely, according to the rules, only a quarter of the people could survive this round. The previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Goblins would swarm from the 4 main gates of the town. Their goal was to destroy the holy stone in the center. Everyone needed to unite to protect the holy stone for 3 hours. If the holy stone shattered, you would all face a severe penalty. Additionally, regardless of whether the defense succeeded, rewards would be distributed based on the number of monsters killed. In each wave, the monsters would outnumber humans 2 to 1. At this, Zhao Zhongji wore a smug expression. With his authority as representative, he could kill even more monsters. Suddenly, Zhao Zhongji heard the angel call his name. The angel said there was one more thing to mention. If a representative is killed by monsters or dies naturally, the position will become vacant. But if he is killed by a player, then the person who kills him will become the new regional representative. The next moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhao Zhongji. Zhao Zhongji felt his skin crawl. He immediately began cursing the angel. Clearly, he had now become a target for the vast majority of people. Zhao Zhongji tried to scare the crowd away, but everyone already knew the effects of his skills. They didn't fear him in the slightest. Just as the crowd was about to move, Black Scythe stepped forward. Zhao Zhongji understood perfectly well. If Black Scythe decided to act, he would have no power to resist. But Black Scythe simply said, "We can make a deal." While Zhao Zhongji wondered what kind of deal it was, Black Scythe spoke, "As long as you agree, I will protect you during this round." Hearing this, Zhao Zhongji was a bit stunned. Even the surrounding players seemed incredulous. They had zero confidence if they had to face Black Scythe. "What are your conditions?" "My conditions are actually very simple. Obedience. Absolute obedience to my orders." Zhao Zhongji didn't understand why he was willing to protect him, or what orders he would be forced to follow. He didn't want to submit to Black Scythe. However, the people around him were watching like hungry wolves. Yet his pride wouldn't allow him to bow his head. "Fine, tell me, what is your decision?" Black Scythe already knew what his answer would be. His pride would never allow him to submit. "I refuse." Unexpectedly, he chose his pride over safety. "In that case, your life or death no longer concerns me." Black Scythe then turned and walked away. Seeing this, the crowd began to get restless. At that moment, the prompt sounded. The first wave of monsters was coming. The crowd scattered, beginning the battle around the Holy Stone. In this fight, Zhao Zhongji realized he didn't have a single friend. Just as he was about to act alone, he spotted Black Scythe by himself. He then followed behind Black Scythe. That's the direction of the monster entrance to the east. Does he plan on taking on a whole swarm by himself? The next moment, Zhao Zhongji's expression turned to horror. The number of goblins behind the gate was far more than he had imagined. He immediately ran backward. When he reached the highest rooftop, he happened to see Black Scythe standing before the east gate. Countless goblins charged forward one after another. It was a terrifying sight. Black Scythe simply gave a light swing of his scythe, and hundreds of goblins were sent flying. Zhao Zhongji couldn't believe his eyes. This wasn't a defense at all. It was a one-sided slaughter by Black Scythe. "I can't just keep hiding here. I need to kill goblins to get stronger too. I'll level up in secret." He then easily dispatched a goblin with a single strike. A goblin trying to sneak up from behind was also killed with one punch. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, my rune is detection-based. But right then, the sound of rushing wind passed by his ear. He narrowly dodged the attack. He looked back and saw an arrow. Those bastards are still watching from the shadows. Suddenly, someone from behind lunged at Xiao Zhongji with a spear. Xiao Zhongji was furious. He tightly gripped the spear, then finished off the attacker with a single blow. Just then, another hidden arrow struck. He turned and spotted the sniper. He threw the spear. Taking out the hidden archer, Xiao Zhongji was starting to regret becoming the regional representative. He looked around. He needed to find someone strong to dominate. He frantically scanned his surroundings. There he was, the player currently ranked 3rd in the region. In the next instant, the icon above Xiao Zhongji's head flashed with a sign of authority. Serve me. Meanwhile, Black Scythe's attack speed became increasingly terrifying. Within just half an hour of opening the window, he had already earned 2,000 gold coins from the monsters. At this rate, he could buy new skills by the second wave. Seeing his level was nearing 20, a goblin slowly crept up from behind, attempting a sneak attack. But there was no way Black Scythe would let his guard down on the battlefield. With a single sweeping strike, he cut down every monster within meters of him. The surrounding goblins were struck with terror at the sight. Black Scythe had no intention of letting this walking EXP and gold escape. Soon, a notification announced the first wave of defense was successful. Only 3,933 players remained. Black Scythe looked at the field of corpses. He's actually still alive, quite resilient. By now, Xiao Zhongji's mind was on the brink of a total breakdown. He had to fend off monster attacks at every turn, while staying alert for ambushes from other players. Fortunately, he had used his authority to control players. To keep protecting him, it was thanks to this that he managed to survive the first wave. Xiao Zhongji hadn't used authority on Huang Yongmin, yet Huang Yongmin was still desperately protecting him. Right then, the notification rang out again. The second wave was coming. Monster count 7,866. Black Scythe remained alone, guarding the east gate, numbly slaughtering the goblins. Before long, he reached level 20. At the same time, he unlocked the Reaper's exclusive skill, Night of Death. Night of Death paired with the Reaper rune was even more devastating. Looking at the approaching goblins, I'll use you lot to test out my new skill. When Night of Death was activated, all the goblins were plunged into a state of blindness. Black Scythe became death personified. Ruthlessly and wantonly butchering the goblins, he was clearly satisfied with the result. Afterward, Black Scythe opened the shop and purchased the general skill, Detect. Once the skill was active, Black Scythe could clearly sense that there was no one within 300 meters. Time ticked away steadily. Soon, they reached the final wave. Xiao Zhongji had used all 10 charges of his authority. At that moment, everyone was filled with dread. Because the final wave had 4 times as many monsters as survivors, to make matters worse, the mission would only end if exactly 1,225 people survived. This caused the crowd to grow even more desperate to kill Xiao Zhongji. If they could seize his authority in this wave, they would be 100 guaranteed to survive this round. As Xiao Zhongji's guards grew fewer and fewer, he had no choice but to seize a chance to run for his life. Without hesitation, he fled toward the east gate. He regretted not accepting Black Scythe's conditions earlier. Soon, he arrived before Black Scythe. He shouted, "Ill, take your deal. Whatever you ask." "I agree to everything." But Black Scythe replied coldly, "I told you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me anymore." Hearing this, Xiao Zhongji fell into despair. "I'm willing to be your subordinate. Why are you turning me away now?" Black Scythe's words plunged him into utter hopelessness. "Without authority, you're useless to me. Xiao Zhongji, you really brought this on yourself?" "I was actually worried about what I'd do. If Black Scythe saved you, push to the brink." Xiao Zhongji yelled, "Anyone who comes near is going down with me." Just then, Huang Yongmin stepped out from the crowd. Seeing him, Xiao Zhongji was overjoyed. "Quick, help me." But Huang Yongmin caught him off guard and struck Xiao Zhongji directly. Looking down at the man, Huang Yongmin tore off his mask of pretense. He pulled Xiao Zhongji up and hammered his fists into Xiao Zhangji's face over and over. Huang Yongmin beat Xiao Zhangji to death with his bare hands. Just then, the window announced that Huang Yongmin was the new regional representative. Now a representative, Huang Yongmin began to fantasize. He wanted to use his power to make Aling Su serve him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Huang Yongmin, looking ready to kill him at any moment. But Huang Yongmin showed no fear. Under their watchful eyes, he ran to the side. Huang Yongmin declared to Black Scythe that he was now the regional representative. Invaluable to you now. I want to be your subordinate. But Black Scythe replied, whether you're my subordinate or not, doesn't really matter to me. You're the one begging me now. So, get on your knees. Then maybe I'll consider your request. Huang Yongmin knew that if he refused, the people behind him would kill him without hesitation. Steeling himself, he knelt. I beg you. Please let me be your subordinate. Looking at the man before him, remembering his past humiliations, I'll make you pay it all back. Black Scythe felt disgusted by the scene. I'll protect you, as long as you obey me. Black Scythe walked forward slowly. Leave now, if you don't want to die by my hand. With Black Scythe's protection, there was no way they could kill Huang Yongmin. Seeing this, the crowd wisely backed away. Huang Yongmin was truly amazed. Black Scythe had made everyone cower with just one sentence. However, Black Scythe was scanning the area. Calculating their current progress, they would pass this round easily. But ending the round like this would be a waste in Black Scythe's eyes. Black Scythe turned to Huang Yongmin. Use your authority. Command 10 people to destroy the Holy Stone. He had wanted to save one charge of authority for Aling Su, so he tried to negotiate with Black Scythe. To see if he could keep one use for himself, Black Scythe replied, You're in no position to negotiate. Then, Black Scythe called out 10 names. Huang Yongmin was stunned, because all his friends were on that list. I'm sorry, Huang Yongmin whispered. In the next moment, everyone on the list was under his control. They rushed forward to attack the Holy Stone. The surrounding players screamed, Are you crazy? The moment the Holy Stone shattered, a notification announced that the main quest had failed. The announcement filled the crowd with even more terror. A divine agent was about to descend, but Black Scythe only had excitement on his face. He knew this was the hidden quest for the third round, but the crowd never expected that breaking the Holy Stone would reduce all their stats by 50. Was this why Black Scythe didn't want to do it himself? When everyone saw the quest rewards, they decided it was all worth it. They fantasized about just needing to survive for 30 minutes. However, the divine agent's difficulty was extreme. In his previous life, only 300 survivors made it past this round. Even Black Scythe wasn't 100% sure of success. Now, Black Scythe needed to buy equipment and enhance all of it with extra crystal attributes. Suddenly, fierce winds swept through the town, looking like a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Everyone began to doubt themselves. Is this something we can actually win at this stage? Beside them, Black Scythe muttered to himself. It's finally here. A moment later, a rift tore open across the entire sky. Black Scythe remembered he was the first person to kill an angel. His skills? Deal 100 increased damage to angels. Now the sky had completely shattered, and an incredibly holy figure appeared before everyone. Everyone had expected an army of monsters. If there was only one god, then they might have an easier time surviving. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief once more. The divine agent moved forward slowly, then raised its staff and tapped it against the ground. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a pale purple screen of light spread out in all directions. The blinding brilliance made it impossible for them to see. In the next instant, the entire town was enclosed. The divine agent released the divine domain. Under its influence, all player stats were reduced by 50. No matter what they tried, the survivors couldn't escape the town center. Black Scythe looked on with pity. There were 300 people caught within the divine domain's reach. Black Scythe had no way to go in and save those people. The divine agent raised its staff. Countless radiant sword arrows flew toward everyone within the domain. The skills range covered 300 meters. It was a total massacre with no blind spots, while the people inside were struggling to hold their ground. Outside the domain, Black Scythe was also making his move. When a hunter is focused on the kill, they completely ignore their own back. As the last person in the domain fell, the domain dissolved. This was the exact moment Black Scythe had been waiting for. He leaped high into the air. At this moment, the divine agent still hadn't sensed the impending danger. In the next instant, the Reaper's mark suddenly appeared over the agent's head. Damage bonus, 120. This strike hit perfectly, but Black Scythe was also blown back several meters by the divine pressure. The moment he touched the ground, Black Scythe didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately dashed off to the side. That single attack had stripped away 40% of the agent's health, and that strike just now had already blinded one of its eyes. Right now, it must be planning to use its domain to control my mind. But the moment the divine domain descended, it couldn't catch a glimpse of Black Scythe's figure at all. Instead, Black Scythe exploited the opening when the domain collapsed. Bursting forward with incredible speed, he was in front of the agent in the blink of an eye. But Black Scythe's goal wasn't just a heavy attack. It was to take out the divine agent's other eye. As Black Scythe was about to land, a notification rang. Divine domain active. Stats decreased. But there wasn't a hint of panic on Black Scythe's face, because he knew the divine agent was now essentially blind. It could only blindly fire its radiant swords to perform an all-encompassing strike. All I have to do is stand in the initial blind spot of the attack, and I don't have to worry about it sensing me, because the divine agent doesn't have ears. Now, it's hunting time. This strike must cut it down once and for all. Black Scythe launched a sneak attack from the rear. The Death Scythe slashed out at lightning speed. He could only slowly chip away at the divine power. Feeling the pain in its back, the divine agent swung its staff back with holy force. Every action was entirely within Black Scythe's calculations. Black Scythe struck again in midair. The wings, the only way an angel can sense an enemy, had all been severed by him. Without a moment's delay, Black Scythe retreated rapidly. While pulling away, he checked the divine agent's HP. It had dropped to 10. The divine agent was trembling uncontrollably. A mere human dared to lay hands on it. In the next moment, the divine agent gripped its staff tightly. It began to mutter an incantation. Then, the staff erupted in an endless glow. Black Scythe was incredibly lucky that he had destroyed its eyes and wings beforehand. Without its sensory abilities, the divine agent could only wave its staff blindly. All space within 300 meters was sealed off, and it began a full-coverage dimensional attack. Black Scythe watched the divine lightning strike the ground. If he were hit even once, it would be certain death. The staff continued to summon lightning. He noticed the swirling air around the agent's feet. This was the activation of radiant power. Invincibility would last for 30 seconds. Watching the divine agent before him, Black Scythe counted down the remaining time. When the timer hit 0, a notification appeared, and Black Scythe flashed a smirk. The invincibility skill had ended. Black Scythe seized the opening. He charged at the divine agent with extreme speed, because only Black Scythe knew that once the skill ended, there would be a 3-second window of weakness. Blood-red Reaper energy coated his scythe. With a gale force whistle, he severed the divine agent's head. Countless level-up notifications rang in his ears. A major announcement echoed across the world. The agent of God has been slain. Notification: you have obtained the title God's Adversary. This title reduces damage from holy attacks by 80. The biggest reason Black Scythe killed the agent was for its angel's heart. The angel's heart can drastically strengthen the power of the Reaper. Additionally, this one item was another reason he had to kill it. This was something only a god could possess: a divine spark. It is a material for crafting god-tier items. The angel's heart acts as a radiant rune. It can significantly boost his Reaper power. This series of rewards was a more pleasant surprise than Black Scythe had anticipated. The survivors burst into waves of cheers. They couldn't believe Black Scythe had killed a god on his own, and Black Scythe's power made everyone fear him even more. Just then, the angel's voice echoed across the heavens. "Are you really human?" This is the first time a human has ever killed God's executor. But Black Scythe didn't pay much attention to the angel. Seeing this, the angel had no choice but to fly down awkwardly. It asked softly, "How did you manage to kill the divine agent?" Black Scythe sighed. What a foolish question. Then he spoke. "I just didn't want to be killed by him." The angel slowly said, "If it was you, you could have easily hidden for half an hour. Why go through all the trouble to kill him? Even though I'm cold-blooded, I still couldn't stand watching him massacre humans right in front of me. Upon hearing this, the angel seemed to finally understand. The people nearby were shocked by his words. They didn't expect the cold-looking black Scythe to be so kind-hearted. The angel then announced the mission's completion. But its next word struck terror into the crowd. Since the divine agent was killed, the survivor count hasn't reached the target number yet. We will perform a purge based on the overall rankings. The leaderboard immediately appeared before them. Without surprise, Black Scythe still held first place. He then received the exclusive reward for the top rank. He was given a choice of a ring. Black Scythe chose the Ring of Resistance without hesitation. Because no matter how high his stats were, if he were continuously CC'd by status effects, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Looking at the reward window, just as expected, there was number 3, XXP bonus. Black Scythe needs more gold to buy skills. Right then, the angel's deep voice rang out. You all know your rankings now, right? Every human ranked below 1,225 will be erased. Everyone fell into a state of panic. They wanted to escape this hell. The angel, however, thoroughly enjoyed the slaughter. The smile on its face grew more and more twisted. In the next moment, those who didn't meet the requirement began to slowly dissipate into thin air. Then, a crisp notification rang. Target population of 1,225 met. Everyone's vision went dark. Their consciousness slowly returned to the real world. Everyone's consciousness had returned to reality. At this moment, Ailing Su woke up with a start. She was incredibly relieved to be alive. In the third round, she had obtained the hidden class Summoner. Looking at the summon that appeared before her, Ailing was overjoyed. If it wasn't for this little guy, I would have died in the third round. Checking the rewards in her bag, I can't believe I managed to rank third. This is my reward. If I give it to Black Scythe, would he like it? Meanwhile, Huang Yongmin was absolutely furious. Black Scythe had used him and even reduced his stats by 50. Huang Yongmin swore to himself that he would definitely kill Black Scythe. The next morning, An Shenggu arrived early at the skyscraper. He was there to report his status. Ma Tianlu noted that in this round, Black Scythe was still the number 1 player. I'm here to report intel on Black Scythe, and also to report that Ailing Su has changed classes. Her class is quite unusual. She's a summoner. I didn't even expect her to become a summoner. Hearing this, Ma Tianlu was very pleased. It seems she will be of great use in the future. Then he said, you need to maintain a close relationship with Ailing Su. Even dating her is fine. I need you to help me keep her firmly under my control. And Shengge didn't know Ma Tianlu's true intentions, but he still stated, we will always be loyal to you. In addition, I have an urgent situation to report. It's about Black Scythe. He killed a divine agent all by himself. It's as if he knew exactly how to kill one. Hearing this, Ma Tianlu fell into deep thought. Keep observing this mysterious man. Try your best to win him over. I've tried approaching him before, but Black Scythe is just too powerful. He doesn't need anyone's help at all. Ma Tianlu fell silent for a moment. Then he said, for now, just make sure not to offend him. The scene shifts. You said there was one more thing. What is it? A few days ago, a mysterious figure purchased a massive amount of the group's stock. The quantity was so high that they can now participate in corporate decision-making. Ma Tianlu couldn't understand it. It was just a newly formed virtual world company. All the young people in the world had entered the angel game. He had originally planned to profit from the situation, but he never imagined that someone would invest over 200 billion. Ma Tianlu then spoke up. Arrange a call for me with this investor. Ma Tianlu was extremely curious. What kind of person would be willing to invest that much money? Meanwhile, the returned Black Scythe looked at his phone. He muttered, I should be getting a call soon. Right at that moment, his younger brother suddenly ran into the room. His brother shouted, asking what level Black Scythe was in the angel game. It turned out that a classmate's older brother had reached level 11 and even completed his class change. He had been mocking the younger brother. Black Scythe thought to himself, if I tell him the truth, it will definitely cause a stir. So he said, don't worry, I'm level 12 and have already changed classes. Hearing this, the brother thought, I knew my brother was the strongest. But no matter how much his brother pried, Black Scythe refused to reveal his class. His brother could only leave tactfully. Right then, the phone rang. Just as I expected. They finally called. Since you've become a shareholder in our group, I felt it was proper to reach out and introduce myself. If there's an opportunity, I would very much like to meet you. Black Scythe checked his phone. Let's meet next Saturday. The reason Black Scythe set it for Saturday was because Friday was the day he would obtain the mind-reading rune. That way he would know exactly what Ma Tianlu was thinking. What I need to do now is finish the prerequisites for the rune. The first thing the man did after his regression was go to a rundown warehouse, because he knew that this would be a crucial opportunity to get the rune. Runes are of vital importance in the angel game. Everyone knows that runes can be obtained during certain game rounds, dropped by bosses, or even have a slim chance to drop from ordinary monsters. But what no one knew was that runes can also be obtained in the real world, because in his past life, his brother had been kidnapped. The kidnapper wanted to extract every piece of information he had, but Black Scythe didn't understand what he meant back then. It turned out that man had the mind-reading rune. He knew Black Scythe was a regressor he wanted to get his hands on. All the information Black Scythe possessed about the angel game. When Black Scythe found out, he was stunned. In the end, Black Scythe regressed dozens of times before he managed to save his brother, and during that time, he discovered how to obtain the rune. This time, he would get it before that man could. Right at that moment, Black Scythe's gaze sharpened. He saw a man walking slowly toward the warehouse. He then threw a captured woman to the ground. The woman was paralyzed with fear. She didn't understand how she had offended him, and her only option now was to beg for mercy. But the man had no intention of letting her go. He told her, "This is what happens when you look down on me. You will pay the price you deserve." It turned out that the man had obtained a luminescent rune in the angel game. Having obtained the rune, he used its power to target young women. By utilizing the luminescent rune's ability, he could cause temporary blindness in his victims. He would then subject them to a series of vile acts. One day the man went to a coffee shop. Looking at the clerk, a strange smile crept onto his face. He mentioned he was a regular at the shop, yet it was his first time seeing her. The woman explained she had just started the job. The young people who were here before all quit because of the angel game. No one wants to keep working a low-paying job when they could die at any moment. The more the man looked at her, the more he liked her. He offered to take her to a bar to party. The woman was taken aback by the offer and looked visibly uncomfortable. It was that very look that completely enraged him. He believed she was looking down on him. He was determined to make anyone who slighted him pay. He kidnapped her on her way home from work. "I really hate you. That look in your eyes is full of contempt." He then pinned her to the ground. Just as he was about to make his move, Black Scythe appeared nearby. Black Scythe spoke calmly. "Take one more step, and you'll die right here." The man was startled by the sudden voice. He was about to snap back with an insult, but when he saw Black Scythe, he froze on the spot. A Black Scythe. This must be some delusional Black Scythe fanboy. Are you trying to mimic Black Scythe with a prop? You're calling this a prop? With just a casual swing, he emitted an overwhelming aura. You're a player. Wait, are you actually Black Scythe? Black Scythe didn't respond. He simply said, "You can leave now." Naturally, the man wasn't about to let the woman go so easily. Seeing this, Black Scythe vanished instantly. He lunged toward the man at high speed. But he didn't use the blade. He struck with the other end of the scythe. The man was completely caught off guard. "Aren't you leaving yet?" The woman came to her senses and didn't want to stay for another second. "Now, it's just the two of us. I have a score to settle with you." The man's reflexes were actually quite fast. He pulled out a dagger and attacked Black Scythe. But in Black Scythe's eyes, he was moving in slow motion. Looking at the dagger in the man's hand, he said, "You actually brought out a goblin dagger, but you're still too slow." He gave the scythe a simple upward flick. The man was in disbelief. He was as weak as a baby compared to Black Scythe. Panic-stricken. This is just the beginning. He glared at Black Scythe with pure malice, but the man could hardly believe what he was seeing. Black Scythe had turned into a mere afterimage. While the man scrambled to find him, a lightning-fast palm strike landed. Now, there was nothing but pure terror on his face. "I'm going to die at his hands at this rate. I have to use the luminescent rune. If I can just catch him with my skill, I might have a chance to get away." A brilliant light began to glow. But in the next heartbeat, the luminescent rune failed to activate. At that moment, the man truly spiraled into panic. His only trump card had been rendered useless. How is this possible? Surprised? Wondering why your rune didn't work? Before I even stepped into this warehouse, I activated my Knight of Death skill. Within its domain, no light is allowed to exist. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Black Scythe moved in for the kill. He struck the man down. Looking at the approaching Black Scythe, the man's body couldn't react in time at all. Do you want to know why I'm killing you? To the man, Black Scythe was now a literal demon. He desperately wanted to know why. But Black Scythe clearly had no intention of making it easy for him. He raised the Reaper's scythe and began to torture the man. In truth, all of this was a prerequisite for obtaining a specific rune. Little did Black Scythe know that in the man's eyes, he was simply enjoying the process of a cruel execution, a demon through and through. Before long, the man was collapsed on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching, agonizing cries. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Just let me die. I can't take it anymore. Just let me end it. Black Scythe replied, I can't let you off that easily. He showed no sign of stopping. At this very moment, the man had completely given up. He truly wanted to die right then and there. Black Scythe, I beg you, just kill me. You still don't know why I'm doing this to you. Do you? Right now, we are complete strangers. But the truth is, we met a long time ago. Zhang Shihong, you know me. Are you here because of that woman from earlier? This has nothing to do with her. It's because in the past, you kidnapped my younger brother. You even threatened me to hand over all the information on the angel game. Of course, that was the future you. And the reason I came to kill you now is mostly because, if I didn't, you would have obtained the mind-reading rune. This warehouse hides a rare rune, and the condition for it to appear is to hear someone's most authentic inner thoughts. It must be an absolutely genuine and sincere thought, and your current desperate desire to die is the most sincere thought you've ever had. Though, to be honest, even without the mind-reading rune, I still would have killed you, because you already have over 20 crimes on your head, since I'm so deserving of death. Then kill me already. I don't want to be tortured anymore. But Black Scythe still wasn't ready to end him. The man couldn't understand, because I need to conduct an experiment. If he wants the rune, and it needs to hear my truest inner words, then why won't he let me speak? Black Scythe then revealed he had already obtained the rune. The moment you sincerely begged me to kill you, the rune responded to your honest heart. Therefore, I have already acquired it, and it has automatically taken effect. It can read the minds of anyone within 30 meters. Their inner thoughts were exactly as Black Scythe expected. The man's mind was now focused solely on death. Shortly after, the man died from excessive blood loss. Black Scythe immediately used his erase skill to wipe away all the blood and traces from the area, now that he had the rune he wanted. He needed to go see Matia Lu tomorrow. Black Scythe prepared for the meeting. His younger brother was quite surprised by his appearance. Are you going on a date? Black Scythe checked the time. I just have a very important meeting today. It will determine the course of the future. Seeing his brother's worried look, Black Scythe comforted him. Remember, I'm a player. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt me right now. His brother's worry wasn't without merit. Ever since players returned from the angel game, an increasing number of ability users had started turning to crime. His brother was deeply afraid Black Scythe would get hurt. Black Scythe's expression remained calm. He had known this would happen. As the rounds of the game conclude, the remaining players will only grow more powerful. Naturally, superhumans will emerge and begin to enslave ordinary people. What Black Scythe needed to do was to gain extraordinary prestige and immense power. Before the world fell into total panic, he needed power so overwhelming that it would force other superhumans to submit. Soon, Black Scythe arrived at the Will Building. He knew this building was Matianla's secret base. Aside from me, only Matianla's inner circle should know this secret. Black Scythe intended to act completely naive, to fully deceive Matian Lu. He walked toward the reception desk. The CEO left specific instructions. You can wait here for a moment. He will be with you shortly. He acted shy while thanking the receptionist, even looking around restlessly, like someone who had never seen the big city. This performance, it was all for Matian Lu, who was watching from nearby. And Shangye then approached Black Scythe, looking quite incredulous. You look like you're only in your early 20s. I can't believe you're the one who invested 280 billion. I truly admire your boldness. Black Scythe knew Ma Tianlu had sent him as a test, so he continued acting like a total amateur. This act successfully dispelled Shangji's suspicions, and Shangye reported back to Ma Tianlu, stating that he was just a very naive man and nothing to worry about. This was exactly the outcome Black Scythe wanted. With the mind-reading rune, he knew exactly what they were thinking. Right then, Ma Tianlu appeared before Black Scythe, expressing how delighted he was to meet him. Black Scythe acted flustered and overwhelmed. Ma Tianlu apologized for the wait and explained he had hired a 6-star chef to prepare a feast as an apology. We can talk over dinner. Black Scythe didn't stand on ceremony at all and began wolfing down the food. Like a starving man, Ma Tianlu thought, He's too young. He can't be the real investor. Who on earth is supporting him from behind? Whoever it is, he'll find a way to drag them out. Then, Ma Tianlu spoke up. You look very young, perhaps only 20 years old. What made you decide to invest so much money in our company? You must be a very successful young heir. Black Scythe hurriedly denied it. I was just a student before this. If you've seen the news, you'd know. I just got lucky and won the lottery. Black Scythe referred to the viral news about a student who won 15 major jackpots overnight and became a billionaire. So since then, I've really trusted my luck. But Ma Tianlu was still skeptical. The news said the prize was 60 billion. So, how did you manage to invest a total of 280 billion? Black Scythe had anticipated this question. He claimed he had also gotten into gambling, which is how he amassed such a large amount of capital. That is truly hard to believe. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the courage to gamble 60 billion, An Xianggui added from the side. You must be an incredibly lucky person. Suddenly, Black Scythe's expression became very grave. It wasn't just luck. It's because I am a prophet. I can see things that will happen 3 days into the future. Ma Tianlu was unwilling to believe this. The idea of a prophet was far too staggering. Seeing Ma Tianlu's doubt, Black Scythe said, I have no reason to lie to you. I possess the power to see the future, which is how I obtain so much money. While I'd like to believe you, could I ask for a demonstration? Predict something I am going to do in the future. Black Scythe refused the request, stating that he couldn't control the rune at will. It activates passively. Ma Tianlu had expected this refusal. Such a powerful rune would naturally have usage restrictions. There will definitely be restrictions on his usage conditions. Suddenly, the composed Ma Tianlu started to look anxious. Did you invest in our company because of something you saw? Black Scythe gave a firm yes. He stated that the demon company would grow at an extreme pace, becoming the largest corporation in the country within 6 months, as well as the guild with the most players. Hearing this, Ma Tianlu was secretly overjoyed. Everything he did was to earn his father's approval. But Black Scythe's next words, it made Ma Tianlu's expression stiffen. If you want to be even more successful, you must change the company's current direction. Hearing this, An Xianggui immediately stood up. Are you serious? You want to change the company's business model? I'm not just talking about the business direction. Even the company's name needs to be changed. Both of you are players. You know that leaking information about your own runes carries a heavy penalty. Since I've risked everything to tell you about my future rune, it wasn't just to have a simple meal with you. As your business partner, I must now participate in the management of this company. Ma Tianlu fell into deep thought. Beside him, An Xianggui completely disagreed with Black Scythe's decision. Seeing this, Black Scythe said in a low voice, If I weren't certain, why would I invest in your company? Besides, you still have doubts about whether I truly possess a future rune, don't you? Then tell me, do you know why I moved into the unit right below yours? An Xianggui looked startled. Did you start making preparations back then? While Ma Tianlu was still confused, An Xianggui explained the situation. It turned out that several months ago, Black Scythe had moved into the apartment directly beneath his. When Ma Tianlu learned of this, he became convinced that Black Scythe had been planning this for months. This man definitely knew how the future would unfold. Looking at Ma Tianlu's expression, Black Scythe knew he had won his trust. But I need him to believe in me unconditionally. This alone isn't enough. Black Scythe spoke slowly. This hotel is your secret base. And you are the eldest son of a 5-star family. You only started this company to gain your father's approval? Before Ma Tianlu could even react, and Shange cried out, "Who on earth are you?" "That information is top secret." Ma Tianlu looked at Black Scythe and remained silent. "To be honest, I'm starting to suspect you now. Because within my family, this isn't exactly a secret. I suspect you were sent by my brothers. I have no way of proving you weren't sent by them, so I cannot agree to your proposal. I'm very sorry, but I cannot do something I'm not certain about." Black Scythe knew he had to get Ma Tianlu's support, so he had to resort to his final trump card. "If you doubt my identity, then I can tell you the details of the 4th round of the angel game." Ma Tianlu instantly bolted upright. "You actually know the information for the angel game? Of course, this should be enough to prove who I am." A short while later, Black Scythe left the building. "This time, they should believe in my identity completely. Here it comes." The 4th round of the angel game finally began, but to everyone's absolute shock, the 4th round was actually a free-for-all battle between players. Furthermore, only the players who reached the top 521 in the rankings would survive. The logic behind the ranking rules became an unsolvable mystery just a moment ago. Ailing Su had found Black Scythe. This purple crystal was her mission reward from the 3rd round? To thank you for your help. Black Scythe accepted it without hesitation. Black Scythe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If she knew the true value of this stone, she probably wouldn't have given it to him. At that moment, Ailing Su asked him again if he needed a protection squad. Since she had changed her class to summoner, Black Scythe declined her kindness. Right now, anyone capable of challenging him simply didn't exist. Afterward, Ailing Su bid him farewell. Meanwhile, Black Scythe set his sights on Huang Yongmin, because only Black Scythe understood the hidden mission of this round, which revolved around the regional representative. At that moment, Huang Yongmin was also looking around. He approached Black Scythe without hesitation. He asked if Black Scythe remembered their deal from the previous round. Claiming Black Scythe had promised to protect him, Black Scythe replied, "As you are now. Is there anything about you worth protecting? I can ensure you aren't targeted by other players. But in exchange, you need to offer something of value." Black Scythe mentioned, "Ailing Su just gave me a purple gemstone as a thank you gift. If you have a similar stone, then I can provide you with protection for this round." Hearing this, Huang Yongmin hurried to open his inventory. He said he didn't have a purple stone, but he did have a black stone. "With this item, can I get protection for the new round?" Black Scythe gave a firm answer, and stated that anyone who attacked him would become his enemy. Right at that moment, the angel descended once again. With an excited look on its face, it announced the rules for this game. The rules this time are very simple. Players will kill each other. Only those ranked in the top 521 will survive. In other words, there are no restrictions in this round. Just kill one another. Everyone fell into a state of terror. It seemed like everyone around them was now an enemy. The angel maliciously specified the top 521. Only Black Scythe knew the difference between 521 people and rank 521. And only he understood that the angel was nothing more than a controlled puppet. The next moment, the angel announced the start of the game. Most players were still in a daze. We're supposed to start killing each other just like that? Nearby, Huang Yongmin wore a smug grin. He was glad he had sought Black Scythe's protection. Based on his current abilities, there was no way he could survive this fight. Suddenly, Black Scythe appeared right next to Huang Yongmin. Huang Yongmin jumped in fright. He didn't understand why Black Scythe was approaching him now. Black Scythe spoke. "I said, I would prevent you from becoming someone else's target, right? I'm here to fulfill my end of the bargain." He then summoned the Reaper's Lotus. In the next instant, Huang Yongmin was killed instantly. At the same time, a notification rang out. Hidden mission triggered. Kill the regional representative. You have earned the right to draw a magic stone. You have completed this mission. Obtained item, magic card. Randomly draw 15 magic stones. Looking at the series of notifications, he realized these were exactly the items he needed most. But Black Scythe's act of killing Huang Yongmin caused the people around him to denounce him as a murderer. However, another notification made everyone shut their mouths. Black Scythe has become the new regional representative. The people who were just condemning him now couldn't wait to get as far away as possible. They were terrified that Black Scythe would use his authority to dominate them. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Black Scythe's name had turned red. Black Scythe didn't panic at all. In a free-for-all like this, the more people you kill, the darker the color of your name becomes. Everyone stared at Black Scythe. They finally resolved to team up and kill him, because in their eyes, Black Scythe was nothing but a murderer. Suddenly, the dead Huang Yongmin suddenly came back to life. No one could understand what was happening. After a moment, it clicked for everyone. It seemed that players who died in this round could respawn. And what determined the rankings? Was the score based on the number of kills? In the next instant, the previously peaceful crowd began a slaughter. A powerful Black Scythe no longer hesitated. Instantly, a vacuum zone formed around him. The stronger players exchanged glances. Since they could respawn, they could launch sneak attacks on Black Scythe without fear. Within a short while, the number of people in the vicinity had plummeted by 70 or 80. In just a brief moment, Black Scythe had amassed thousands of kill points. It was then that a certain player caught Black Scythe's attention. He was a man known as the Fire Dragon Dancer. He possessed an absorption rune. With the absorption rune, every time he killed an enemy, his own attributes would increase. This game was practically custom-made for this guy. Because of the absorption rune, the man's attributes were significantly the higher the level of the player killed, the greater the attribute bonus obtained. The man began to fantasize. If he could just kill Black Scythe, he would surely gain a massive boost to his stats. But he quickly crushed that thought, because his intuition warned him that he must never provoke Black Scythe. Then, the man resumed his relentless slaughter of other players. Seeing this, Black Scythe didn't act immediately. Instead, he stood his ground, watching coldly. Before long, the man had killed nearly 100 players. All the players were falling into despair. It was at this moment that Black Scythe slowly walked toward the man. Seeing him approach, the man became extremely cautious. But Black Scythe delivered only a simple strike. In a mere instant, the man realized he was being utterly crushed, a fate he never imagined even in his dreams. Faced with a chaotic melee of thousands, Williams single-handedly slaughtered thousands of people, forcefully reaching the top of the regional overall leaderboard. Just as the fourth round of the player war began, combat erupted on all fronts. Su, however, felt a deep inner dread at the thought of killing others. Facing in Shangji's comfort, Su insisted she was fine, and Shangye understood perfectly. As someone with a celebrity background, it was difficult for her to carry out a massacre. Suddenly, Shangji's expression stiffened. Someone grabbed Zhu's dagger and lunged downward with a vicious strike. Shunga parried the blow with lightning speed, then raised his longsword. The opponent was completely incapacitated. He then looked back at Su, and Shangye told her that if she wanted to survive, she had to kill. Su knew she had to overcome this hurdle. After a brief internal struggle, she grit her teeth and killed the man in front of her. If it weren't for my Tianalist orders, Shangye would have abandoned Su without hesitation. Shangye remarked, "Your previous summoning spell should have helped you. Kill over 50 people. You can take a break now." Inwardly, Shangye looked down on Su. She was like a fragile little white flower that he had to constantly look after, thinking his own score might not be high enough. He charged into the crowd at high speed. As Black Scythe cut down the enemy before him, the countdown notification chimed simultaneously. Yet Black Scythe showed no sign of stopping. He even began searching everywhere for different enemies to kill. Black Scythe understood perfectly the calculation rules of the leaderboard. The leaderboard rules were based on the number of unique individuals killed, not the total number of kills. It was like this. If a player killed another player 100 times, the calculation rules would only count it as one kill toward the ranking. So, what Black Scythe needed to do was not blind slaughter, but to find people he hadn't killed yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Yongmin was repeatedly killing players weaker than himself. Huang Yongmin tallied his kill count hundreds of times. Surely this time, he would secure a top ranking. By his calculations, his kill count was even higher than Black Scythe's. At that moment, Black Scythe was surrounded by a dark aura. He swung his scythe for a final strike, and the game over notification rang out at the same time. To ensure the accuracy of the tally, divine shields from the angels surrounded everyone. Black Scythe's fatigue vanished instantly. Beside him, an angel spoke. Now, let us take a look at your combat data. In the next moment, everyone who had died was instantly resurrected. One man looked at his resurrected self, then shouted Huang Yongmin's name in a rage. During this game, the man had actually died at Huang Yongmin's hands more than 40 times. Huang Yongmin was also extremely smug, mocking the man. At this point, the speaking angel felt its authority was being challenged. If you continue to be noisy, I will erase you right now. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent instantly. Before we see the leaderboard, let's first look at the hidden quest for this round. Then, the window changed. Hidden task: kill the regional representative within the time limit. Everyone looked at the quest in surprise. Was the task this simple this time? Black Scythe. It seemed the first person he killed was the regional representative. Did he somehow get a hint beforehand? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Huang Yongmin finally realized what had happened. The regional representative skill in his skill bar had disappeared. Recalling what Black Scythe had said about avoiding becoming a target for others, it turned out he had viewed me as his target all along. While everyone was still in shock, the angel announced the ranking rules. The moment they learned the rules, many players fell into despair. The angel didn't care about their despair. With a snap of its fingers, it revealed Black Scythe as the number 1 in the regional rankings. Even the angel had a massive question in its mind. Why was he always able to achieve the top rank in these games? The people around Black Scythe looked at him with ever-increasing fear, and the first thing Black Scythe wanted to do was claim his quest rewards. The angel was very curious, because Black Scythe acted as if he had known his ranking all along. But Black Scythe didn't pay the angel any mind, focusing solely on selecting his reward items. For Black Scythe, equipment that could increase his attack speed in 3 ways was a much higher priority. But the next choice was the most critical decision, because the hidden quest for the next game was extremely difficult. He had to be 100 prepared. Facing the rewards on the window, Black Scythe unhesitatingly chose the 50 attribute bonus. Seeing that Black Scythe was ignoring it, the angel proceeded to announce everyone's rankings. Everyone ranked below 521st was to be eliminated. In the next moment, the low-ranking players began to vanish. Countless cries and screams echoed throughout the area. Huang Yongmin looked at the surrounding crowd in a panic, then broke into a crazed smile, because his rank was exactly 521. The sounds of misery and wailing were unending. Even Black Scythe couldn't save these people. He silently swore he would destroy this angel game and save the future of humanity. Then, the notification showed the regional population was down to exactly 521. Everyone's souls were about to return to their bodies. The scene shifted. Having returned to reality, An Shengge hurried to Ma Tianlu's room. Ma Tianlu asked in confusion, "I don't believe I called for you." An Shengge apologized for his rudeness, because the 4th round of the game was just too difficult. Even though it was called a game, the sheer madness of it was heart-stopping. Ma Tianlu also understood. This game was incredibly draining. Even as a Dark Knight, he was exhausted. But the question Ma Tianlu cared about most was, what kind of person was Black Scythe? Even though he had known the game content in advance, he still couldn't catch up to Black Scythe's kill count. Such a person must never become an enemy. Ma Tianlu reconsidered. It seemed he needed to consult him about the Black Scythe issue. When he told me the content of the 4th round earlier, I couldn't believe it. But facts have proven that everything proceeded exactly according to his prophecy. Arrange another meeting with him for me. He is young, but do not underestimate him just because of his age. An Shengge understood perfectly. Such a prophet was simply too important. Black Scythe was already waiting at the supermarket entrance. Julie was very surprised. Despite such an intense battle, Black Scythe still looked full of energy. Black Scythe even jokingly claimed he was exhausted, because he had been missing her in his dreams. Julie clearly didn't expect Black Scythe to be so playful. He seemed different from the boy she knew before. Then she spoke to thank him. Because of the game information Black Scythe provided, she was able to survive the 4th round safely. But Black Scythe knew that even if he had done nothing, she would have survived the 4th round anyway. Afterwards, the two went to a 5-star restaurant for a meal. Clearly, Julie had no appetite. The scenes from the 4th round of the game were haunting her mind. This was her first time killing someone. She was trembling all over. Black Scythe told her it was all for survival. Julie understood that perfectly, but she still couldn't overcome the mental hurdle. Black Scythe scolded Julie for being too soft-hearted. Are you really going to give up on yourself? And make your family suffer? Think about your father. Could he handle losing you? Julie knew that if she died, her father would lose his will to live. Thank you. I will do my best to live on. For the sake of those I love and those who love me. Afterward, the two of them began a leisurely afternoon tea. Before long, Black Scythe spoke up. This meeting is to give you information about the 5th round. Julie was very surprised. You can already predict the information for the 5th round? Black Scythe explained that the 5th round would be harder than all the previous rounds. Furthermore, there would be a regional merger. All the separate regions would be merged into one. Julie was delighted, because it meant she could finally meet Black Scythe in the game. We will meet in the next round. Specifically, during the 5th round of the next session, the next round is extremely difficult. So you must follow my lead to achieve victory. In the next round, you must look for a man named Black Scythe. He is my friend. He will help you survive the next round unscathed. Julie learned from Black Scythe that the 5th round would be an ordeal of extreme difficulty. Even someone like Julie herself would find it hard to survive the 5th round. Julie was shocked by this news, but Black Scythe told her not to worry. In the future, I have seen. My friend Black Scythe will help you. Julie found it hard to believe. In her eyes, Black Scythe was a mysterious and powerful figure who had consistently held the #1 spot on the rankings. She whispered to herself, would someone that powerful really need me? Black Scythe reassured Julie, stating that because of her blessing abilities, he would be eager to collaborate with her. Then Julie touched Black Scythe's palm. Strands of green aura flowed into his hand, and his luck stat was boosted to the maximum. The scene shifts. Black Scythe returned home and eagerly took out the magic cards. These were the lowest tier magic cards. Everyone believed that these cards could only yield low-level mana stones, but only Black Scythe understood that. When luck is maximized to the extreme, there is a tiny probability of obtaining top-tier mana stones. He then crushed the cards in his hand, accompanied by a notification chime. 5 god-tier mana stones appeared before his eyes. Even for Black Scythe, this was a first. He was utterly stunned. Black Scythe muttered to himself, is this the luck of my 100th regression? He then opened the synthesis interface to combine the god-tier stones into saint tier. In his previous life, even when he was fully equipped with god-tier stones, he had still failed. In this life, he would refine everything to the absolute pinnacle. He proceeded to socket the stones into his equipment. Once all his gear was fully socketed, Black Scythe was very satisfied. His power had increased by more than 50. The next morning, Black Scythe received a banquet invitation from Ma Tianlu. He was already prepared. As Black Scythe was about to head out, An Shengge was already waiting at the door. Before long, they arrived at Ma Tianlu's private hotel. Ma Tianlu greeted Black Scythe. Let's head inside the room to have a proper chat. Right at that moment, Aling Su walked over. Ma Tianlu wanted to use Aling Su to win over Black Scythe, even if he was the prophet. He was still a man, but once everyone sat down at the table, the atmosphere became deathly silent. This was something Ma Tianlu never expected. He certainly didn't expect Aling Su to have so little tact. Aling Su, come out with me. I have something to say to you. Aling Su walked slowly behind Ma Tianlu. After a moment, he stopped. Aling Su happily remarked that the food today was delicious, but to Ma Tianlu's ears, this was incredibly insulting. He was fuming with rage. Do you think I called you here just for a meal? I need you to liven up the atmosphere. Do you really have no tact at all? Or are you doing this on purpose? Didn't An Shengge tell you about his identity? This man is the prophet. He knows everything about the angel game. I need you to give your all, even if you have to sacrifice everything. To capture him, I want to keep the prophet under my control. That way, I will become the strongest. Your job is to make him fall completely in love with you and make him serve me. Don't even think about refusing. You won't be able to pay off your debts in this lifetime. What you need to do now is capture his heart. I'm looking forward to your next performance. Got it? After Ma Tianlu finished his talk with Aling Su, the conclusion was clear. Ailing Su had to make Black Scythe fall for her. Just as Black Scythe finished the meal and was about to leave, Matian Lu gave a look, signaling Ailing Su to stop the two of them. At that moment, Black Scythe's younger brother spoke up. "Am a fan of Ms. Su?" He said he wanted to take a photo with Ailing Su. Matian Lu picked up his phone and sent instructions to Ailing Su, but the content of the message made Ailing Su's expression change. It seemed the brother would be an easier target. If she won over the brother, Matian Lu believed Black Scythe would also be at his disposal to help Ailing Su succeed faster. Matian Lu led everyone to the hotel's most high-end suite, stating they could sing and play as they pleased in the private room. Furthermore, all drinks and fruit were free. He even mentioned that for any other special requests, they could have Shungge make the arrangements. Black Scythe expressed his gratitude. "I actually do have one request. My brother is a fan of Ailing Su. I hope she can go out and take a photo with him." Shortly after, the two of them walked out. Watching their retreating figures, Black Scythe finally muttered, "Do you take me for a fool by doing this?" Matianla's face immediately became uneasy. Could it be that his little scheme had been discovered? "You'd better not try to be clever with me. Don't forget I am the prophet. Don't you dare target my brother, and I will not tolerate any secrets from me." Matianla's expression was complicated. Right now, he had no secrets at all before this man. He hastily explained to Black Scythe that he only wanted to secure his help. "I can help you, but I absolutely will not allow a repeat of what happened today. I shouldn't have done that. This will never happen again in the future. Now, I will discuss the details of the 5th round with you." Matian Lu knew that information about the angel game was top secret. He had Shungge lead the others to a side room. "I will tell you all the information about future games, but in exchange, you must trust me completely on the company's decisions. In the shortest time possible, I will help the company become the world's top player guild. It'll even make you the world's strongest player. But the condition is absolute obedience in every decision." Matian Lu naturally wouldn't refuse such terms, as there was absolutely no downside for him. But Black Scythe's next words terrified him. "Without my help, you would die in the 5th round. The 5th round is the most difficult one yet. But as long as you follow my arrangements, with your Dark Knight class, surviving won't be a problem. The task issued by the angel will be to kill 300 orcs. Most importantly, the regions will merge in the 5th round." Matianla's face lit up with joy. This meant he would finally be able to meet Black Scythe, but Black Scythe simply shook his head at this. "Even though regions are merging, you haven't been merged into the same area as Black Scythe." Matian Lu looked somewhat disappointed to hear this. He then asked if the prophet knew who Black Scythe actually was. "I don't know who Black Scythe is, but the prophecy says you two will meet very soon." Suddenly, Black Scythe changed the subject. "Are you currently tracking a certain man?" Matian Lu was stunned. He couldn't believe he even knew about the investigation into Huang Yongmin, because he once attempted to murder Shungu and Ailing Su. "I've been tracking him down." Black Scythe told him to stop the pursuit immediately. Matianla's face was filled with confusion. Black Scythe didn't explain his reasons. He simply said, "If you keep chasing him, you'll be the one to suffer." Matian Lu thought about it for a moment, because it was Black Scythe speaking. He always found himself giving the man unconditional trust. There was a reason Black Scythe wanted Huang Yongmin saved. He would be extremely useful in the later rounds of the game. Their conversation lasted for several hours. Realizing that the difficulty of round 5 would be extreme, he knew he needed to recover his strength as quickly as possible. The scene shifted to a dark, rainy night. A man was seen running for his life through the rain, with Matian Lu staring him down intently from behind. The man looked at Matian Lu with a desperate, pleading gaze. "I've already paid for my mistakes. Why? Won't you just let me go?" Matianla's expression remained unwavering. He raised his Dark Knight's longsword, and soon, strands of dark mana aura began to swirl around his body. Even the sword in his hand glowed slightly brighter. It turned out that Matian Lu needed to kill criminals on a regular basis. Only then could he replenish his dark-type mana. The sins these people committed were the best possible source of dark energy. Meanwhile, Black Scythe was staring blankly at his phone. A flood of news reports were coming in. Ever since the players appeared, the world had begun to change drastically. The angel game had caused a massive drop in the global population, and society was in a state of extreme upheaval. Players who had gained power were committing indiscriminate crimes, and some had even formed anti-government alliances online. The first thing Black Scythe did was to enter an interview for one of these alliances. Only by doing this could he obtain a brand new rune. Right at that moment, a fat man pushed open the door to the interview room. He reflexively scanned his surroundings. This must be the place for the interview. A robust man stood up and asked, "Are you also here for the player interview?" Upon receiving the fat man's confirmation, he asked, "What is your in-game username?" The fat man stated that his name was Black Fire Dragon. The interviewer then pointed to Little Turkey, who was also there for the interview. This guy looks so weak. Hayes so small and scrawny. Is he really a player? The fat man wanted to kill both of them on the spot. That way his own abilities would be enhanced. It turned out the man's rune was the absorption rune. Once he reached a certain kill count, he would receive random attribute points. This was precisely why he had desperately hunted other players during the 4th round. Consequently, the first thing the man did upon returning to reality was to kill every single one of his classmates. However, their levels were too low to meet his requirements, and the attribute increases were pitifully small. After searching extensively, he discovered that players had formed alliances. If he could hunt players within an alliance, his strength would grow much faster. "Are we the only two here for the interview? Can we get started?" The man replied, "We're still waiting on one more player." Before long, a man in a black suit appeared before them. "Are you also here for the player interview? May I ask what your username is?" In the next instant, the man's face lit up with fanatical excitement. You are Black Scythe," he fawningly said. "Please, have a seat. These two are also here for the interview." At this, the fat man became extremely restless. "Hayes Black Scythe, the man who killed me 5 times in the 4th round." The man in the suit acted with great arrogance. "I am Black Scythe." "Hello, I'm Little Turkey," Jin Shengshin replied. "I'm glad we can all take this interview together." The little fat man was trembling. He whispered, "In Black Fire Dragon," wishing he could just sink into the floor. However, the fat man noticed that Black Scythe had absolutely no reaction. It was as if he didn't recognize him at all. "He killed me 5 times. Am I not even worth his attention?" "I'm not actually that arrogant," Jin Shengxian thought. The man was impersonating another player. This guy was a total fraud. The man's real username was Zhang Shihong. In order to make money, he orchestrated all kinds of scams. Right now, he was very weak. But in the future, he would obtain the clone rune. He used that rune to commit various high-profile crimes. Meeting him now was all part of the plan. I will take the clone rune that was originally meant for him. Since everyone is here, I need your detailed information. My name is Jin Shenshan. I'm 20 years old, just graduated, and I'm currently unemployed. You're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct?" Everything Jin Shengshin said was the truth. Except, of course, for the Little Turkey username. Little Turkey was actually someone else. He was just masquerading as him. This was because the requirement for the clone rune is to hide one's true identity and commit a murder at the rune's hidden location. In other words, this guy was impersonating me, and by committing a murder, he would have obtained the clone rune. Now that everyone's information is registered, there is one last part you must complete personally. The man gave a sinister smile. "You just need to kill one person." Jin Shengshan feigned confusion. "Why do we have to do that?" "You've all surely seen the news. The government has begun to fear us. They are afraid of our power. We players will soon rule this world. We want to use facts to tell them that players are the masters. Players stand above the laws of the land. Now you all understand. That is the reason. Of course, you can choose to leave right now, but anyone who leaves will never receive any help from us in the future." One thing was very clear. They were simply doing this to bind everyone together. Players who had committed crimes couldn't easily leave the alliance. Since no one is leaving, they'll begin the final part of the interview. The man pretended to step out and called for the store owner. He asked the owner if she could help him by bringing his car from the parking lot to the entrance. When the car reached the door, the man gripped the woman's throat tightly. Before long, she had lost consciousness. The man then led the group to a warehouse. This was the final site for the interview. He threw the woman onto the floor. "Now, who wants to go first?" "Black Scythe. Your name is the most famous in every region. Would you like to start? Could you let me go first instead?" Turning toward the voice, The man was quite surprised. "Little turkey, you want to be the first to finish the task? I thought you'd be terrified. I didn't expect you to volunteer to go first." Jin Shankanen slowly walked past the man and whispered, "You'll be taking that clone rune." The man didn't understand what he meant. He just felt that something was a bit strange. However, in the very next move, Jin Shankanen already had both hands around the man's head. He twisted the man's neck several times in an instant. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the room. This sudden action sent a shock through the interviewer standing nearby. The man couldn't believe it even in his wildest dreams. "Why? Why did you kill Black Scythe?" Jin Shankshan's expression immediately became cold and stern. "You're being far too noisy," he said. The man froze in place. The aura radiating from Little Turkey made him seem like a completely different person. Just then, a voice rang from the void. "You have committed a murder while in disguise. Activation conditions met. Hidden rune discovered at current location, clone rune. Clone rune has been automatically integrated into the player's body." The interrogator was still questioning him incessantly. "Why did you kill Black Scythe?" Black Scythe ignored him and picked up the mask in his arms. "You're asking me why?" "Because he dared to impersonate me." "What do you mean impersonate you?" Black Scythe didn't say a word. He simply walked slowly toward the woman. He picked up a nearby bag. He couldn't let the woman see his face once she woke up. "What are you doing?" "You still haven't answered my question." In the next moment, he swapped to a long blade. The pressure Black Scythe exerted was terrifying. Black Scythe pointed his finger down and whispered, "Crimson Reaper's scythe." Instantly, the scythe appeared in Black Scythe's hands. "What's with this scythe?" The aura it emitted was suffocating. The man had never seen a player use a massive scythe as a primary weapon. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize something and was struck with horror. He cried out in panic, "A black, ominous scythe." Recalling how the man just said someone was impersonating him, the man looked at Black Scythe before him, losing all will to resist. You're Black Scythe." He never was. "Little Turkey, you're the real Black Scythe?" The man's voice was filled with sheer terror. He cowed out repeatedly, trembling uncontrollably, begging for mercy. However, before the man could finish his plea, he felt his body grow light. Black Scythe wasn't going to let this man go. Sparing him would only lead to more innocent victims in the future. That massive scythe. It's the same weapon from the 4th round. He really is the true Black Scythe. Such a presence is bone-chilling. I stand no chance against him. I couldn't even see the movement of his scythe. Now it's just the two of us. "Chubby, you should know what I'm about to do." "I won't beg for your mercy. But I want to know if we met before." "You want to know?" "Why I killed you 5 times in a row during the 4th round." "Yes. I don't understand why you were hunting me down." "The reason is simple. During the 4th round, you were the most skilled player among everyone there. I eliminate any player who poses a threat to me. I'm no threat to you now. Why do you still want to kill me?" "Because you're a murderer. You came here to take part in murdering this woman? But I haven't done anything yet. I'm just a bystander. As a bystander, I haven't committed any crime." Hearing this, Black Scythe said, "Then I'll give you a chance to live. As a condition for your life, hand over all your equipment and items." In the next moment, various items and gems appeared before him. Black Scythe inspected them carefully. "These things are probably worth about 2,000 gold coins. This is everything I have. I'm willing to give it all to you." Only the gems were of some use to him. "I'll take the gems. You can keep the rest. According to our agreement, you'll let me live then. Of course I won't lift a finger against you." The chubby man bowed repeatedly, relieved to have survived. Next was cleaning up the scene. The chubby man wanted to help, but Black Scythe didn't want him involved. Watching Black Scythe leave, the man felt he had cheated death. But then a thought crossed his mind. I didn't do anything. Why did he treat me like a villain? Why did I have to hand over my hard-earned items? Just like that? Right now, Black Scythe's guard is down. His back is completely turned to me. I could kill him in an instant. If I kill Black Scythe, my attributes will definitely skyrocket. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A long axe suddenly appeared in the man's hand. He hunched over and crept forward stealthily. He muttered to himself, "Just a little closer. Just a little closer will do." Abruptly, the axe swung toward the back of Black Scythe's head. The blow landed squarely on Black Scythe. I killed Black Scythe. I did it. He then let out a crazed laugh. Black Scythe died at my hands. Black Scythe. What's the point of having such a high level? You're nothing but a fool. You still ended up dying by my hand. Wait, why haven't I received the attribute boost notification? Why is this happening? Unless Black Scythe isn't dead. Black Scythe's voice echoed slowly. Why do you think you didn't get a notification? The man spun around in a panic. The fear on his face was uncontrollable. Black Scythe was standing behind him, completely unscathed. I clearly hit you. How are you still alive? The man was horrified as he looked at the corpse of Black Scythe before him. As it turned out, the corpse on the ground emitted a blue light. The one you hit was my clone. The clone rune created an exact duplicate of me. The clone rune can perfectly replicate oneself for 10 seconds. Although the clone has no combat power, it can still be very useful in certain situations. Now, do you understand what happened? In an instant, a lightning-fast strike pierced the man's body. He then incinerated the bodies, leaving no trace behind. Now that the cleanup was complete, how much longer are you going to pretend to be asleep? You can't fool me. I am a player with the mind-reading rune. The woman claimed she hadn't seen anything and knew nothing. Do you remember what we look like? The woman had only seen the face of a man in his 40s. She couldn't remember what anyone else looked like. With his rune, Black Scythe knew that the woman wasn't lying. I'm leaving now. Count to 60 before you take off the hood. When the countdown ended, the woman hurriedly pulled off the hood. It was just a dilapidated warehouse. What on earth had happened? After a busy day, Black Scythe returned to his room. He had finally obtained the clone rune. Looking at the time, the 5th round of the angel game was about to begin. The moment the clock struck midnight, everyone was once again teleported into the 5th round. Is the 5th round finally starting? This round is going to be very important. There were over 500 people left when the last round ended. The numbers are dwindling. At that moment, an angel descended from the sky. We meet again. Congratulations on reaching the 5th round. There were over 500 survivors from the last round. Why are there only 400 or so now? It seems that in the real world, you are still slaughtering one another. The total player count for this round is 440. The numbers have dropped too much. It makes the game far less entertaining. However, I've prepared a surprise for you this round. Please enjoy yourselves. Those with white wings aren't necessarily angels. They could also be agents of the devil. Faced with the angel's charming smile, Black Scythe attacked without a word. He even tore off the angel's wings and ripped out its heart. All of this was to undergo a class change, to become a divine agent of the Reaper. That was the fastest way to become stronger. Having become the Reaper's agent, Black Scythe had topped the regional rankings 4 times. Now came the 5th angel game, accompanied by the angel's voice. It was announced that the 5th round would merge the regions. The players around him looked puzzled. What do you mean, merge all regions? Hearing this, the angel spoke with a tone of disdain. It's exactly what it sounds like. Players from other regions will be merged with you. Calculations will be made separately. Your national region alone has 985 players. That many in our country alone? If you add the other countries, the numbers are unimaginable. No need to be so shocked. Compared to other countries, the number of regions in your nation is far lower. It seems every region is assigned its own angel. This game was created by tens of thousands of angels working in unison. The angel merely offered a faint smile in response to the question. What do you think? I don't believe that tens of thousands of angels would unite just to create a survival game. No sooner had he spoken than the angel instantly appeared right in front of him. This isn't a question for the likes of you to ask. Seeking the answer will only lead to your death. I am sorry. I shouldn't have asked such a foolish question. Lowly humans, you only need to follow the rules and complete your missions. That is all. From a distance, Black Scythe watched in silence. He knew that mentioning the Creator was strictly forbidden under the Angel's Code. These angels, appearing so powerful and holy, are nothing more than ants in the eyes of the Creator. The angel then spoke with indifference. The regional integration begins now. Moments later, the ground began to tremble violently. Beams of golden light surged forth. Countless regions began to merge and snap together like pieces of a puzzle. The barriers of light that once divided them gradually began to thin and vanish. As the glow faded, countless figures appeared before their eyes. Are those players from the other regions? The angel's voice rang out. Regional integration is complete. Look at their expressions. They look like total clowns. Everyone had braced themselves for this. But the sight of dozens of angels gathered in one place still left them utterly shocked before they could even process the shock. Due to the dwindling number of survivors, we have merged the regions together. Every 10 regions will now be consolidated into one. As of now, this region's population has reached approximately 5,000 players. This newly merged territory will henceforth be known as Region 7. Only Black Scythe understood the truth. These regional mergers were when the real battle for supremacy in the angel game truly began. Only the top 500 strongest players would be allowed to remain each time. Once the count dropped below 500, another merger would be triggered. Before long, the entire country would be whittled down to fewer than 500 of the ultimate elite. Once it reaches that point, we'll be forced to go to war with players from other nations. Before the 5th main mission is announced, we will hold a small celebration to commemorate this regional merger. Of the 10 regions that were just merged, each previously had its own regional representative. But now that the regions have unified, we must select a single new regional representative. Naturally, the rules are quite simple. The 10 representatives will fight one another. The last one standing will become the new regional representative. The representatives turned pale upon hearing this. The title of regional representative was a total hot potato. But only Black Scythe knew the secret. Before the 5th round, the role of representative was essentially useless. However, from this round onward, the significance of the position would change entirely. Do not worry, everyone. You will be resurrected once the game ends. You will not die in the real world. Furthermore, starting from this round, the regional representative will be granted ruler status. With this status, you can exercise absolute control over anyone at a lower level than you. Regardless of their class, if their level is lower than yours, they are yours to command. Of course, this control is limited to 10 uses. You can make players do anything you desire, even become your personal playthings. Hearing this, many players broke into wicked smiles. What an intoxicating privilege. It seems you're all ready. The game will begin shortly. Since the regions have been unified, we 10 angels also need to select a regional representative among ourselves. Being a regional representative isn't exactly a desirable job for us. I doubt any of us actually want to take on the role. Since none of us want the position, well then, let's decide this in a more entertaining way. Since the players are about to fight, to decide their own representative, let them represent us as well. Every angel raised their hand in agreement. It was then that the angel from Black Scythe's region made a proposal. The angel whose human representative survives to the very end shall be crowned queen, with the power to command the other regional angels. Another angel asked in confusion, "You mean the queen can actually command other angels?" In that moment, the angels reached a consensus. This was a highly entertaining wager. The angel from the Depla region spoke up. "You seem very confident in your representative. My region's rep is incredibly powerful. Hay's been ranked first in his region since the very beginning." "Oh, is that so?" Black Scythe's angel gave a meaningful smile. "Since you're so confident, how about you take me up on my offer?" Hearing this, all the surrounding angels clamored to join in. This was far too interesting a bet to pass up. The regional representatives were then assembled. "Next, you shall fight. Now, dance upon this stage." The ground began to shake violently once more. A blinding light erupted. When the group came to their senses, they were in the middle of an arena. Instantly, the crowd fell into a panic. Do not panic. This is the arena I have prepared for you. If you die outside this arena, then you will die for real. Hearing this, everyone warily scanned their surroundings. They summoned their weapons one by one. They had to watch not only the enemies in front, but also guard against a backstab from behind. The man in front of Black Scythe looked around. To become a regional representative means everyone here has exceptional combat skills, but I don't think anyone here is stronger than me. I possess the decomposition rune. As long as my attack connects with the rune's power, my opponent will be automatically dismantled. It's thanks to this rune that I managed to secure the top spot in my region 4 times. The man began to move. He believed that he needed to make his strength known to everyone around him. That way, they would be too terrified to even consider him as prey. He wore a look of immense smugness. The title of regional representative is as good as mine? Hearing this, Black Scythe slowly stepped forward. He didn't have time to play house with these people. Their levels weren't even at 20 yet. The man was delighted, thinking that he finally had a sacrifice to establish his dominance. But it was also his first time seeing someone who used a scythe as their primary weapon. With such a small build, can you even handle a scythe that big? But as soon as he saw the name, Black Scythe, his face twisted in terror. Your Black Scythe. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was Black Scythe, the man who had topped the total region rankings 4 times. His level was already over 30. The man knew all too well that against Black Scythe, he stood absolutely no chance. Outside the arena, the angels noticed something was off. Why did that man suddenly lower his weapon? One of the angels asked Depla, "Is that the representative from your region?" Depla was equally confused. What on earth is that foolish human doing? Why is he just standing there? Haze shaking? Black Scythe's angel let out a soft chuckle. You think this is funny? Depla snapped irritably. I already knew how this fight would end. I just didn't expect it to be this entertaining. Do you know why Haze acting that way? It's because Haze seen my representative. Depla looked down at the arena. That man with the scythe is yours? Your representative? But I find it hard to believe my representative would be afraid of him. The angel from Black Scythe's region spoke slowly. Do you know what Haze actually terrified of? Depla had no idea what kind of horror he was witnessing, but he is a man who took first place in his region 4 times. Your regional representative only took first place in his own area. But my representative is the #1 player across all regions. As the situation grew tense, the angel finally focused its attention on Black Scythe. This man is Black Scythe. I see him at the very top of the leaderboard every single time. Depla understood perfectly well the massive gap between being first in one region and being first in the world. Shortly after, Black Scythe made short work of the man. The man had completely lost his fighting spirit. He couldn't even summon the will to lift a finger. At this moment, the other regional representatives also realized what was happening. They began to cry out in panic. I'm only level 13. How could I possibly win? Every step he took made the men feel suffocated, as if the Grim Reaper himself were closing in on them. I have no intention of being your enemy. The man tried desperately to explain himself. Having completely abandoned any thought of fighting, in putting my weapons away, we surrender. We all surrender. For the angel, this was the first time it had ever witnessed such a scene. Dozens of regional representatives were all surrendering at once. The angel did not want to lose so pathetically. If you choose to surrender, we will obliterate your very existence. Now the crowd fell into utter despair. No matter what they chose, it felt like a death sentence. If we die by Black Scythe's hand, we can still respawn. I certainly don't want to be erased by an angel. Hearing this, the crowd forced themselves to face Black Scythe, even if we fail. At least we'll still be alive. You've made the right choice. But even if you unite, you're still nothing but a pack of ants. Facing the charging crowd, Black Scythe remained calm and composed. He drew his pitch-black scythe. A scorching aura slowly enveloped the entire blade. In the next instant, Black Scythe's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of them. Before they could even draw their weapons, Black Scythe's slash had already finished. Confused voices broke out. What happened? We didn't get hurt at all. However, a split second later, everyone felt their consciousness slipping away. They collapsed in a daze. The angel looked on in disbelief. Shocked into silence? We knew the battle would end quickly, but we never expected Black Scythe to end it in such a dominating fashion. According to our rules, Black Scythe is now the new representative of this region. Furthermore, the angel of this region is now the queen. Depla questioned him indignantly. You knew all along that you were going to win, didn't you? I only made the proposal because I was confident. Depla was bitter. She had thought her becoming queen was a foregone conclusion. She never imagined she would actually lose. Since the match is over, we must abide by the rules. Besides, we are angels. We shouldn't act like fools in front of humans. The angel then announced the results of the match. Black Scythe would become the sole representative of this region. He obtained the temporary skill Dominator. It allows him to command players to do anything. However, it is ineffective against players of a higher level than him. As expected, Black Scythe became the regional representative. Next, the other regional representatives who died were about to respawn, Depla stated begrudgingly. From now on, the regional representative is Black Scythe. The 5th round of the game is about to begin. For the 5th round's mission, we have increased the difficulty. Kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. In most people's minds, orcs weren't particularly powerful monsters. However, the angel added, we've added a little twist for you this time. The players began to whisper among themselves. To them, hunting orcs seemed like something they could easily handle. Depla didn't bother to explain further, simply leaving them with, you'll understand soon enough. Another player began to inquire. This subtask is to collect balance stones. Why is the reward listed as unknown? The subtask rewards for this round are all hidden. You'll find out once someone successfully completes it. But Black Scythe remembered clearly that the subtask reward for this round was the balance rune. Furthermore, the difficulty of the subtask in this stage would far exceed that of the main quest. Even if someone completed the subtask, it was extremely difficult to meet the criteria for obtaining the balance rune. He also learned from the angel's words that there were only 4 balance stones in the entire region. This meant that only one person in the region could complete this task, even if one attempted the task. It wasn't guaranteed that all 4 stones would go to the same person. Of course, you can kill other players to take their balance stones. Now, the game officially begins. From this point on, if you die, there is no more respawning. With that, the angel vanished into the sky. The first thing Black Scythe had to do was complete the mission to kill 300 orcs. The players behind him decided to follow Black Scythe. Since the angel said, the difficulty of this task has been increased, he just became the regional representative. Do you want to be his slave? We all know how powerful Black Scythe is. He'll be able to complete the task quickly. We can learn from his experience. That way, we can avoid a lot of danger. The scene shifted. The crowd followed Black Scythe to an orc village. The orcs obviously spotted Black Scythe and charged toward him. In just an instant, the orcs were cut down. The number of orcs in this village isn't that large, Black Scythe muttered to himself. At a rough estimate, there are about 50 or 60 of them. Seeing a stranger appear, the orcs quickly scrambled to their feet. They swung massive stone axes at Black Scythe. Again, in just a flash, 3 orcs were already dead. After that, Black Scythe began an indiscriminate slaughter throughout the village. Not a single orc dwelling was spared. Seeing Black Scythe defeat all the orcs so effortlessly, the crowd thought, these orcs look pretty weak. We should be able to complete the task easily as well. With that, the group prepared to find an orc village together to complete their mission. Before long, they discovered a larger-scale village. The group remarked, this village is about 3 times the size of the one Black Scythe was just in. At the same time, the orc spotted the players. A massive horn sounded. The orcs inside the village charged out with incredible speed. In no time, they had completely surrounded the players. Why do these orcs feel so dangerous? And their numbers are absolutely insane. Don't panic, everyone. They probably just have a few more people than usual. Looking at the incoming orcs, they charged forward without hesitation. They must be weak. The sound of clashing weapons erupted. Sure enough, the orcs' attack rhythm was heavy and clumsy. Excitement began to grow in everyone's eyes. Their movements are so slow. Then, they stabbed their weapons into the orcs without hesitation. A man grinned with joy. Defeating orcs is a piece of cake. But in the next moment, the man's expression turned to one of pure terror. Why? Why won't my weapon come out of the orc's body? Before the man could react, a violent blow struck him. The other players nearby also realized something was wrong. Screams filled the village. Meanwhile, the speeding Black Scythe whispered to himself, the people who were tailing me are all gone. With 20 or 30 players following him, it was impossible for Black Scythe not to notice. If they had just done what I did, and attacked small or medium villages, they wouldn't be in danger. Large villages with horns are extremely dangerous. In large villages like that, there are usually around 300 orcs. Living together, the orcs in the 5th round are built differently than the ones before. So, you have to aim for the neck to kill them effectively. The structure is different from the previous ones. Therefore, aim for the orc's neck for the kill as much as possible. That's the only way to complete the quest faster and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. With Black Scythe's final strike, the quest to take down 300 half-orcs was finally complete. It had taken him just 1 hour to finish the task. Even with nearly 5,000 players participating, Black Scythe was still the first one to finish. Since the main quest is done, I should head over and help him now. A random party nearby was currently fighting orcs, complaining incessantly. These orcs are way stronger than the ones we met before. The party was giving it their all, but they had only managed to kill 50 in an hour. The captain fell into deep thought. At this rate, we won't be able to finish the quest. We have to finish it, because if we don't, we're dead. I'd prefer to play it safe too, but we have to find a larger orc tribe. If we face more than 3 orcs at once, we'll start losing ground. Shouldn't we stick to smaller tribes for now? They continued to discuss it slowly. You're not wrong. But at this speed, we're definitely going to fail. We have no choice. We have to risk taking on a bigger tribe. Shortly after, a teammate led the group to the location of a large tribe. This tribe had been discovered by accident, because there were sentries posted. They had left the area back then. We should try to sneak in. The party members felt something was a bit off about the tribe. Why is such a large tribe completely empty inside? Maybe they're all inside their huts. The captain pondered for a moment. If every hut has 5 orcs, we could probably wrap this up in 5 minutes. A short while later, they arrived at the entrance of one of the huts, waiting for the command to burst in and check it out. A teammate nearby pushed the door open with force, and everyone instantly rushed inside. But the scene before them made the whole party panic. In a hut that clearly wasn't that large, there were actually 9 orcs present. The orcs were now glaring intently at the party. They couldn't fight 9 orcs at the same time. If they left the hut, they'd wake up even more orcs. They had no choice but to brace themselves and charge at the orcs. A giant axe swung with a heavy whistling sound. The party members scrambled to block, while the captain seized an opportunity to get close to an orc's abdomen. However, the captain didn't strike the stomach. Instead, he went for the orc's ankle. The orc lost its footing and collapsed, and a third teammate stepped up at that exact moment to easily finish it off. It all happened in the blink of an eye. But before they could celebrate, this act completely enraged the surrounding orcs. This orc's aura was significantly more intense than the previous ones. Its presence was suffocating. Before the teammate could react, the orc's attack had already landed on them. The captain's reaction was lightning fast. Seizing the chance to stab the orc in the neck, the burly orcs were now all furious. Their comrade had been killed by human insects. We didn't have the numbers to begin with, and now our teammate is injured. We have to retreat. We can't take on this many orcs at once. Without a moment's hesitation, they all fled outside. Seeing this, the orcs chased after them, clearly not intending to let them go, but the teammate in the lead suddenly stopped, a look of pure despair on his face. Dozens of orcs were already waiting outside, surrounding them. They were really going to die here this time. Fear spread across everyone's faces. With nearly 20 orcs in total, they were all ready to give up. Just then, the captain suddenly shouted for them to fight. "Captain, there's no point in fighting this many orcs. We don't stand a single chance of winning. I know we can't win, but look at the orcs around us. Their faces are full of mockery. Why haven't they attacked us yet? It's because they're treating us like playthings in their game. We can die in battle, but we won't let them toy with us like rats. Even if we die, we won't be toys for these orcs. At least we won't die in humiliation. We're going to go out like warriors." Hearing this, everyone summoned the courage to resist, grabbing their weapons for a final stand. Right at that moment, the orcs seemed to sense some kind of signal. The orcs that were surrounding them all turned and ran back. The group didn't understand why the orcs were leaving. What on earth was happening? Snapping out of it. There are still 7 left, the ones from the hut earlier. We still have a chance to survive. Lads, let's give it everything we've got. Led by the man, they charged at the remaining orcs. After a fierce battle, although everyone was injured to some degree, they had survived. "Captain, if it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead." It wasn't just me. It was a victory for everyone who fought. I'm in a lot of pain right now, but I'm still curious. Where did all those orcs go? I'll go scout the situation. The rest of you stay here and protect him. He then walked in the direction the orcs had fled, looking around cautiously. Why don't I see a single orc? But the moment the man turned his head, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Countless orc corpses lay scattered on the ground. What happened here? By a rough estimate, there were over 100 orc bodies. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the field of corpses. It was Black Scythe. Black Scythe turned to look. I didn't expect anyone else to be in this tribe. Black Scythe looked at the man before him. The man was named Xiao Yonghao. Is this the mercenary king from my past life? Mercenary is a very special class. Like warriors, they are a melee type, charging the front lines just like them. There's only one difference. They must sign mercenary contracts with others to gain greater power. By signing a contract with the mercenary king, that power can be maximized. Black Scythe looked at the man, who was indeed the mercenary king, Xiao Yonghao. The man squeezed out a nervous smile. Black Scythe. Hello, Black Scythe was surprised. You know me? Xiao Yonghao replied that the person ranked first is known by everyone. Inwardly, the man was actually very excited. I can actually shake his hand. Would that annoy Black Scythe, though? With the mind-reading rune, Black Scythe saw right through him. This man doesn't look like the type to betray his comrades. That must be why he became the mercenary king. The man then couldn't help but ask, Did you kill all these orcs by yourself? He received an affirmative nod from Black Scythe. Even though he already knew the answer, he was still incredibly shocked. Thank you for saving us. Black Scythe replied, I didn't even know you were here, even if you didn't do it on purpose. The fact remains that we're alive because of you. I won't forget this debt. Whatever you say, the orcs in this tribe have all been cleared out. You all don't need to worry. Why did you say you all? How did you know I was with a team? Black Scythe simply gestured for him to look behind him. Xiao Yonghao quickly said, Didn't I tell you guys to wait while I scouted? We couldn't let you do something so dangerous alone. Hearing this, a touched expression appeared on the man's face. So these are the mercenaries contracted to Xiao Yonghao. He is a leader who possesses true team spirit and is worth trusting. The group got closer, only to realize it was actually Black Scythe. Don't worry about it. I just came here to have some fun. You'd better leave soon. All the orcs here are dead. The chief will be respawning soon. It will be very dangerous if you stay. As you command, Lord Black Scythe, we are all huge fans of yours. The man expressed his gratitude once more and prepared to leave. Did you hear that? What is that sound? It was a bone-chilling low growl. Black Scythe spoke with a serious tone. Leave now, quickly. The chief appeared. Is this the orc chief? A crimson moon suddenly emerged. Under the dark and deep red light, a snarling orc appeared before them. Is this really an orc? It makes my skin crawl. Just its roar is deafening. The orc chief showed up after all. If I kill this thing, I can get a balanced stone. Once I take down this one, and the other 3 tribal chiefs, you'll be able to complete the mission and obtain the balance rune. At this moment, the chief's pace began to slow. It was itching to tear the human invaders apart. This guy looks absolutely furious. This was the first time Xiao Yonghao had felt this from such close range. His legs had gone completely numb to the bone. Fear had completely taken over his body. The chief let out another roar and raised its weapon, striking down fiercely at the man, witnessing an attack that carried the stench of death. Xiao Yonghao kept muttering to himself, Move, move, damn it. With just a simple swing, the entire ground shattered. At the final second, he finally overcame his fear and barely managed to move. Is this really a chief we can actually fight? We're going to die here. Black Scythe didn't care what he was thinking. He threw him aside in an instant. Are you daydreaming? Leave the rest to me. Get away from the center of the fight. It's too dangerous for you to be here. We understand. The man understood. They would only be a hindrance to Black Scythe if they stayed. Watching the orc chief approach step by step, Black Scythe didn't hesitate at all. The Reaper's scythe in his hand sliced through the night to attack. But his target this time wasn't the neck. It was the chief's ankle. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of attacks landed on the ankle. The chief couldn't stand being treated like this by a mere human ant. It slammed its hunting blade down with terrifying speed. But Black Scythe simply leaped backward to evade. Although you're huge, you're much more agile than I expected. If I take even one hit, even I would have a hard time. But no matter how high your damage is, it's useless if you can't hit me. Black Scythe kept flashing around. The next moment, his silhouette became a blur and vanished. Black Scythe's figure reappeared. He was already at the chief's flank. The Reaper's scythe, trailing a deep crimson glow, pierced through the chief's arm. The orc chief barely managed to parry, using its long blade to block most of the damage. Otherwise, its entire arm would have been cut off. Since his strike didn't finish it, Black Scythe gathered power again the moment he landed. He launched another backhanded strike from behind. No matter how strong the chief was, in a real fight, Black Scythe's techniques were far more experienced. On the orc chief's shoulder, a gruesome, bloody gash appeared. This completely pushed the orc chief over the edge. It tried to kill Black Scythe as he was landing, but Black Scythe was incredibly nimble. He cleared the area the second his feet touched the ground. He kept dodging, never giving the chief a single opening. At this point, Black Scythe also realized that he couldn't keep this up forever. Neither of his attacks had dealt any real decisive damage. As the orc chief lunged to hit Black Scythe again, Black Scythe saw his chance and charged. The Reaper's scythe suddenly locked onto the orc chief's neck. Having hit the shoulders twice, the orc's weapon swings had finally slowed down. The Reaper's scythe in his hand began to accumulate power. Black Scythe stepped onto the orc's body, and using that momentum, he growled Reaper's primal dance. It was as if thousands of scythes were shredding the orc's neck, spinning relentlessly. With flashes of crimson light and a sharp final crack, the orc's head slowly fell. The orc chief's massive body collapsed where it stood. Under the light of the red moon, Black Scythe looked just like the Grim Reaper in the night. A string of crisp system notifications rang in his ears. Defeated orc warrior, experience increased. Obtained ring pommel sword. Obtained orc heart. As expected, the boss rewards are incredibly rich. Opening the inventory. Epic grade ring pommel sword. Increases attack speed by 5 per hit. Stacks up to 10 times. Orc heart. Most people would see such a disgusting item and choose to toss it. Most would think it's just a regular organ. But Black Scythe knew its hidden use. It could be used as a material to upgrade the Reaper's Lotus. Xiao Yonghao's team ran toward Black Scythe. They thanked Black Scythe for killing the chief. He was my target anyway. With that, Black Scythe got ready to head out. Even if Black Scythe hadn't intended to save them, the fact that he did was undeniable. The team all declared that they would become as strong as Black Scythe one day. But the teammate behind them suddenly panicked. The heavily wounded teammate couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Xiao Yonghao was horrified. Why? What's happening? You looked so much better just now. I didn't want everyone to worry, so I was just pretending. But I don't think I can make it anymore. We have to stay strong. If you can just last until the game ends, you'll be okay. You don't have to lie to me. Even if I make it to the end, I won't be able to finish the mission. I'm sure we'll find a way. We'll help you finish it, I promise. The commotion behind him caught Black Scythe's attention. Black Scythe was surprised. To think that the future cold-blooded mercenary king would have such a soft side. Their bond was even deeper than he had thought. It reminded Black Scythe of how he lived only for his brother. Black Scythe could understand how they felt. You guys look like you need some help. He took a fatal hit in the last battle. Is there any way to save him? His wounds are quite severe, but I can heal him. Activating healing art. Pure energy began to mend the man's body. Before long, the man was fully restored. To his original state, everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but ask how he did it. It's just a basic spell. Anyone can buy healing art from the shop. I think I've seen that skill before. It costs 20,000 gold coins, but I had no idea it was this powerful. They were definitely misunderstanding something. A normal healing art wouldn't have such a potent effect. Usually, it can only fix minor scrapes. Healing art belongs to the Holy Blessing category, and it's because I possess the Radiant Rune that it produces such an effect. The man cheered in excitement. His injuries were actually gone. The spell healed you. But your arm is essentially like that of a newborn right now. Try to avoid any heavy strain on it. Though hunting regular orcs shouldn't be a problem, the team was beyond grateful to Black Scythe. He had saved their lives 3 times in just an hour. If you ever need anything from us, just let us know. They even brought out their own items as a token of thanks. 2 Black Scythe. Seeing this, everyone brought out their most prized possessions. They hoped Black Scythe would accept them as a token of their gratitude. Black Scythe, however, had no intention of taking anything from them. If you don't accept these, we will all feel uneasy. Black Scythe looked on, slightly bewildered. Although these items weren't incredibly rare, they still held significant value. If gained something better than items, he thought, and that is a favor from the mercenary king. I've done him a favor today, and I will surely collect on that debt in the future. Originally, he had to come here to kill the orc boss anyway. Now, he had conveniently earned their gratitude as well. Shortly after, he departed from the orc tribe. Meanwhile, a young woman was pacing restlessly. She had been waiting here for an hour already. Is it really okay for me not to work on my quest, she wondered? Looking at the quest countdown, she realized her progress was still at 0. It's all my fault. It was because I was paralyzed by fear that I lost track of Black Scythe. It turned out that Jin Shengshan had told Julie to seek out the player, Black Scythe, during the 5th round. He told her that Black Scythe was his friend and would help her survive the round. Black Scythe was a candidate for the regional representative in round 5. Julie should have been able to find him easily, but witnessing Black Scythe slaughter the other candidates had terrified her. Black Scythe's performance on the platform had completely exceeded Julie's understanding. In Julie's eyes, Black Scythe was like the Reaper itself, even while watching from below the stage. Julie could feel that solemn, murderous aura. When Black Scythe finished the representative selection trials, Julie knew she should have approached him. She kept chanting to herself, "Black Scythe won't hurt me." She tried to encourage herself not to be afraid. After several minutes, she finally calmed her nerves. But by the time Julie snapped out of it, Black Scythe had already disappeared. Julie had missed her chance to meet him. Panic began to set in. She recalled Jin Shengshan's instructions. If you can't find Black Scythe, wait for 1 hour before taking action. An hour had passed now. She had no idea when she would see Black Scythe again. The next time we meet might be when the round ends. I can't just keep waiting for Black Scythe here. I have to go look for him elsewhere. At last, they meet. This is Black Scythe's first encounter with his girlfriend in the game. But the first thing he does, upon meeting her, is force her to kill an orc with her own hands. Julie decided to take the initiative and search for Black Scythe. Before long, she stumbled upon an orc tribe. This tribe was much larger than Julie had imagined. She figured the closer she got to the orcs, the easier it would be to find Black Scythe. But a moment later, she dismissed the idea of going inside. It was far too dangerous for someone like her. She didn't realize that an orc had already appeared behind her. Julie was startled. She was quite far from the tribe. How had she been spotted? I don't want to fight these orcs, but it seems I have no choice now. Blessing power, all stats increased by 50. As the orc lunged at her, Julie was relieved there was only one. She knew the orc's weaknesses well, but she wasn't experienced in combat. She worried whether her attack would land accurately. There wasn't much time to think. She had to strike. As long as I can pierce his neck, I can win this. The orc anticipated Julie's intent. He used his arm to block her strike. Julie was surprised. The orcs in round 5 were just as the angels described. They were much stronger. Luckily, her weapon hadn't gone in deep, and she managed to pull it back. Enraged by the attack, the orc unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Julie. Julie could barely manage to dodge each one. I can't just keep dodging. I have to go on the offensive to survive. Spotting an opening, she lunged for the orc's neck again. Hit in its weak spot, the orc began to panic, desperately trying to protect its throat. Seeing this, Julie seized the moment. While the orc was in a state of disarray, she drove her blade through its neck. She had finally killed an orc. It was her first time winning a one-yon fight against an orc. A look of joy spread across Julie's face. Just then, she heard footsteps behind her. Why is Black Scythe here? Julie rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? She blinked again. It really was Black Scythe. I couldn't find him anywhere. Did he come looking for me? Black Scythe simply walked past her. I can't miss this chance. To team up with him? She turned and cried out, Wait, Mr. Black Scythe. Looking at his girlfriend, who was so flustered she was speechless, he felt a secret sense of amusement. He pretended not to know her, coldly asking what she wanted. Julie spoke up, saying she wanted to party with him, and asked for his help. Why should I help you? What's in it for me? I'm a blessing mage. I can provide you with powerful buffs. To prove her point, she offered a demonstration. She opened her palm, whispering a blessing. A faint glow immediately surrounded Black Scythe. His stats began to show a massive increase. Julie explained that this was her blessing skill. It could boost all attributes by 54 3 hours. Black Scythe opened his status window to check. Indeed, his stats had jumped by 50. My blessing will definitely be useful to you, so please, let me join your party. Black Scythe spoke up. If I want this buff, I suppose I have to agree to let you join. But tell me, have you forgotten? I am a regional representative. I could simply use my authority to command you. Julie gasped. It seemed Black Scythe really could do that. Seeing the nervous look on her face, he relented. As long as you don't betray me, I will allow you to join the party. Julie thought, is it really that simple? She quickly promised she would never betray him. I am Black Scythe, level 32, Reaper class. I am Julie, level 13, Blessing Mage. His tone shifted slightly. The way you handled that orc just now wasn't bad, Julie replied awkwardly. That was actually my first kill. We don't have much time. Let's finish the quest quickly. He led Julie deeper into the area, urging her to stay close to him. That's the only way I can protect you. Hearing this, Julie began to wonder. Black Scythe doesn't seem as cold as he looks on the surface. Just as she thought that, 3 orcs appeared in front of them. Julie was panicked. Seeing 3 orcs appear at once, Black Scythe told Julie to wait. In the next instant, he charged toward the monsters. The orcs were instantly paralyzed with fear, simply because Black Scythe's aura was so overwhelming. He could have killed them with a single strike, but he didn't. Instead, he only incapacitated the orcs. He swung his great scythe repeatedly, almost as if he were torturing them. While Julie was shocked by his power, she didn't understand why he was doing this. With a cold expression, Black Scythe said, "Come here. Kill them. This is the only way it will count toward your quest progress." In just half an hour, she had already finished a third of her quest. This was a speed Julie had never even dared to imagine. To any other player, this pace would be terrifying. But for Black Scythe, it was still too slow. Large tribes are too dangerous for Julie. If more than 50 orcs surround us, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. I'll have to find an orc shaman instead, Julie said excitedly. I'll be able to finish my quest in 3 hours. I'll have it done for you within 1 hour, he replied. Julie was shocked. An hour? Are you serious? We only need to find 1 orc shaman. A shaman can summon orcs, and I know where the shaman is hiding. Julie was very curious. How do you know the shaman's location? I've been to this place alone before. This place is extremely dangerous, so you must stay close to me when the time comes. Julie was stunned to hear this. Black Scythe wasn't as cold as she had imagined. He was actually very gentle with her, even better than she had envisioned. After spending some time together, the two arrived at a small village. Julie asked, "Will such a small tribe really have an orc shaman?" Only Black Scythe knew. This village was actually a trap set by the shaman. The shaman hides the players he has killed, to create the illusion of a weak tribe. Once a player enters the shaman's room and triggers the trap, they will be surrounded and killed by a horde of orcs. In reality, there was only 1 orc in the entire tribe, the orc shaman inside this house. Every time the shaman summons 8 to 12 orcs to fight. As long as you follow my orders, you can complete the quest very easily, Black Scythe told Julie. How to deal with the shaman? Julie said she would definitely do it. Black Scythe had always been the one protecting her. This time, she wanted to handle it herself. Black Scythe thought to himself, "This is just a very simple task. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll wait for you outside. The shaman is inside this house." Julie pushed open the door to the room. What met her eyes was a long corridor. She walked forward with a sense of trepidation. In the next moment, her expression grew tense. This was the trap Black Scythe had mentioned. She had to stay extremely alert. She only needed to walk to the edge of the red carpet, then quickly return outside. Although it was a simple thing to do, Julie was still incredibly nervous. She then arrived in front of the red carpet. The next moment, the shaman appeared in the seat ahead without warning. Julie didn't dare to slack off. She immediately ran back outside. Once out, She breathed a sigh of relief. She told Black Scythe she had done as he said. But will the shaman really send orcs out to investigate? Just as she finished speaking, the door burst open. Dozens of orcs rushed out. They were met by Black Scythe's attack. In just a single encounter, dozens of them were completely incapacitated. Looking at Julie, who was hiding some distance away, "You can come and finish them off now." After Julie ended the orcs' lives, Black Scythe told her to go back in, repeat the same steps. But Julie was doubtful. Will he really fall for it again? Black Scythe smiled and said, "He might be a cunning shaman, but his memory is like a goldfish's. It only lasts 7 seconds. Knowing this information, Julie happily resumed the operation. Under Black Scythe's guidance, Julie successfully completed the quest to kill 300 orcs. Julie could hardly believe it. She really finished the quest in less than an hour. Her level had even reached level 19. Black Scythe said, "Once you reach level 20, you'll gain brand new skills, and your current skills will be enhanced. It'll continue to help you level up." Julie was stunned by his words. She couldn't help but think to herself, Black Scythe is truly a considerate person. Julie then said, "Can I always team up with you from now on?" But mid-sentence, she was interrupted by a noise from behind. The two of them looked toward the sound. A group of random players looked at the orc corpses littering the ground, and then at Black Scythe standing ahead. Did Black Scythe kill all of these? Then, a member of the party apologized. "We just wanted to hunt some orcs. We didn't know someone was already here." Other members of the party were still in disbelief. Could those two really have hunted hundreds of orcs on their own? And how could such a small tribe accommodate hundreds of orcs? Who is that woman? Is she Black Scythe's teammate? The fat guy was surprised. Black Scythe actually teamed up with someone to hunt orcs. Meanwhile, the skinny guy next to him gave a lewd look, eyeing Julie from head to toe. That woman's figure is seriously incredible. With a loud boom, Black Scythe spoke. "You are not welcome here. You'll give you 1 minute. Get out of here." Everyone has the right to their own thoughts. But they had already crossed Black Scythe's line. The sturdy skinny guy shouted, "This is our first time meeting. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" Julie was shocked. Someone actually dared to oppose Black Scythe's words. Black Scythe showed no mercy. With a horizontal sweep, the skinny guy's hair accessory was split in two. "You have 20 seconds left." Snapping back to reality, they immediately fled outside. Are we really just going to leave like this? Damn that Black Scythe. With the mind-reading rune, Black Scythe understood their thoughts perfectly. To him, they were just ants. And Black Scythe didn't care about them at all. He then said, "Let's continue leveling up." The fleeing party kept looking back. It seemed Black Scythe wasn't chasing them. Going back to spy on them. Curious. Where did all those orcs come from? That small tribe couldn't possibly hold so many. If we hide far away, Black Scythe won't be able to find us. Just then, several orcs appeared again. They looked around and spotted Black Scythe in front of them. They were eager to tear Black Scythe to shreds. But Black Scythe simply clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch at the orcs. An orc was instantly sent flying backward and crashed into its companions behind it. Even the orcs behind it were blown away by the impact. Before the orcs could even hit the ground, Black Scythe's lightning-fast strike was already upon them. In the next instant, several orcs were completely incapacitated. The watching party couldn't help but marvel. So this is the strength of the #1 ranked man. Why is Black Scythe so strong? Yet he doesn't kill them? Under their gaze, Julie stepped forward to deliver the finishing blows. Only then did they realize Black Scythe was protecting this woman, letting her level up safely. The party members were filled with envy and jealousy. She's getting all that orc XP for herself. Julie then entered the house again. She came out a short while later. Seeing this, they noticed a pattern. Every time the woman entered the house, a few orcs would follow her out. In the time they had been watching, Black Scythe had already killed 50 of them. Such a small house couldn't possibly hold that many orcs, unless there's something inside that can spawn orcs infinitely. We just need to wait for them to finish. Then we can use the same method ourselves. At this moment, Julie looked delighted. I've finally reached level 20. She had also awakened a new ability. Her blessing ability had also increased to 60. I want to try using my blessing on you. Black Scythe was happy to test. Julie's new skill, a blessing light glowed from her palms. Black Scythe, felt his attributes begin to rise significantly. A notification sounded. All attributes increased by 60. This was the enhanced power of the blessing. Next is the new ability I just got. The breath of wind enveloped Julie's body. The next moment, Black Scythe's body was also covered in wind elemental energy. He felt his body become as light as a feather. A crisp notification sound rang out. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60. Duration, 30 minutes. Black Scythe was thrilled as he checked his attribute panel. He had a boost to all stats, plus a 60 attack speed bonus. If he activated the Night Hunt skill, his combat power would reach its absolute peak. Now, it's time to deal with those little bugs watching us. Julie let out a small, secret giggle. They seem to think we haven't noticed them. I'm going to enter the room and lure the orcs out. I want to see how they handle it. Following that, Black Scythe entered the building. A moment later, cracks appeared in the wooden door. Black Scythe came sprinting out of the doorway. With more than 10 orcs hot on his heels, Julie watched with concern. With so many orcs lured out at once, could Black Scythe really manage them all? Seeing this, the stalking player team was also confused. How is it possible for Black Scythe to be chased by orcs? Right at that moment, a shaman chased him out of the doorway. Although they didn't know what Black Scythe had done, he had clearly enraged the orcs. The great shaman muttered something and waved its staff. A surge of energy from behind instantly materialized in front of Black Scythe. More orcs instantly formed. Now, Black Scythe had nowhere to run. He was completely surrounded. What's up with that masked orc? It looks different from the others. It looks more like an orc leader. I get it now. That masked orc, just now, summoned the other orcs. In other words, this leader can summon an infinite amount. Julie was now in a state of shock. Black Scythe is surrounded. I have to find a way to help him. But a moment later, Julie looked puzzled. Even though he was surrounded by a swarm of orcs, there wasn't a hint of panic on Black Scythe's face. The orc shaman continued to summon more, hoping to kill Black Scythe through sheer numbers. But no matter how the orcs attacked, Black Scythe remained completely composed. In fact, while fighting, he was even keeping an eye on the team outside. That leader looks quite fragile. It seems to be a maga-type monster that relies on summons. Right now, Black Scythe is tied up by the other orcs. We can sneak in and kill the leader ourselves. If Black Scythe notices us, we'll just use the excuse that we're helping him fight. Besides, even for someone like Black Scythe, dealing with that many orcs will take quite a while. The team members then began to sneak around the back to reach the leader's flank. Julie, watching from the side, saw everything. They're trying to steal Black Scythe's prey. I have to find a way to stop them. I can't let them snatch this leader away. Earlier, Julie had felt guilty because Black Scythe was giving all the orc kills to her. But Black Scythe told her his own quest was already done, telling Julie there was no need for guilt. Besides, his current goal was the orc leader. Since he had already obtained one balanced stone, his future objectives would all be focused on leaders. Therefore, he absolutely could not let them steal the kill. Just as the team members were about to strike, a low, deep voice rang out. Deathly night, a wave of pure terror washed over everyone. What is happening? Within the range of deathly night, they lost almost all of their vision. All the bystander team could do was try to stay as quiet as possible, hoping the shaman wouldn't discover them. The team members were too terrified to even speak. As it turned out, the shaman had noticed them long ago. Runes began to glow along its staff. Dozens of orcs instantly surrounded the group. In their blinded state, the team members had no idea where the orcs would attack from. In just a few minutes, every single member of the team was killed. At this point, Black Scythe had finished off the orcs surrounding him as well. I didn't expect them to try and kill the leader right under my nose. They severely overestimated their own strength. Now it's time for our real battle. The shaman summoned more orcs to attack. But this time, Black Scythe didn't plan on wasting any more time. In a single breath, he slaughtered all the orcs. He currently had both swiftness and all attribute blessing buffs, active simultaneously. Furthermore, he possessed the Reaper's exclusive rune. When using the Death Scythe, his attack power was increased by 100. If he activated the Deathly Night skill, his attack speed would increase by another 50. With this series of buffs, his speed and attack power had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, the death scythe was already at the shaman's throat. Instantly, the orc shaman was decapitated. Just as the man finished off the orc shaman, a series of crisp notification sounds rang out. Orc shaman killed. Experience increased. Obtained a large amount of gold. Obtained equipment, eternal sleep stone. Obtained mysterious totem. Obtained balance stone. Looking at the eternal sleep stone in front of him, Black Scythe was very satisfied with this piece of equipment. Although the necklace provided no direct attribute bonuses, it had a very special effect. Every monster kill adds 1 attribute point. As a trade-off, its durability also decreases by 1 point. The necklace's attributes were similar to the Black Dragon's rune effect. However, the moment the necklace's durability reaches 0, it completely loses its effect. But he knew that during the angel round of the 8th round, he could obtain a durability rune. By then, he could find a master blacksmith to restore the necklace's durability. That way, he could infinitely increase his attributes. Nearby, Julie was looking for Black Scythe. But due to the Deathly Knight skill, Julie had lost all sense of direction. Before I deactivate Deathly Knight, I should deal with these bodies first. With a command from Black Scythe, the corpses were instantly incinerated by deep green flames. Shortly after, he deactivated Deathly Knight. Once her senses returned, Julie was confused. Why was it pitch black one moment, and then back to normal the next? She looked around. And after finding Black Scythe, she couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Did you see those other people? I saw some people trying to sneak a kill on the shaman. Black Scythe didn't want Julie to know about such a cruel event. He simply claimed he didn't know what happened either. Julie was still thinking about it. She was certain she had heard screams. Black Scythe didn't want Julie to see those corpses. He only wanted to protect her properly in this life. Let's not dwell on what happened here. Let's go deal with the boss in the next area together. Before long, another orc tribe had been subjugated. At this moment, Black Scythe was fighting a new orc leader. Without any surprises, Black Scythe used his extreme speed to close in and slay the leader. Simultaneously, the reward notifications rang out again. Experience and gold increased. Obtained equipment, orc archer boots. Obtained rusty arrowhead. Obtained balance stone. Balance stone progress. 3. Looking at the new items in his inventory, the agility bonus on the boots was perfect for his class. He was currently wearing very low-level gear. He happened to have some attribute gems in his bag, which he socketed into the boots. To gain an extra boost, he had already killed the 3 easiest leaders. Only the strongest leader remained. There was a time limit for the battle against the final leader. The faster the kill, the richer the rewards. In his past lives, his fastest kill time was 43 seconds. This time he was determined to break his own record. He then told Julie to continue leveling up with him. For the remaining time, Black Scythe went on a frantic slaughter of orcs. When the last large tribe was finally wiped out, a notification sounded. Only 30 minutes remained until the end of the game. His level had reached 39, but there wasn't enough time left to reach level 40. The durability of the sleep stone was also very close to 0. This meant he had already gained 900 attribute points. Next, I'm going to take down the final leader. We'll need to separate for a short while. I can't take you with me for this part. It's too dangerous. From Black Scythe's words, Julie also learned that the final boss was extremely powerful. Following him would only make her a burden. I can't go with you, she said, but I can at least buff your stats first. With these stat bonuses, I believe they'll be useful in your fight against the boss. Julie continued, you've helped me so much, and I have nothing to repay you with, so please take this gem. Black Scythe said he would be fine on his own, but Julie felt this round was very difficult for her. If it hadn't been for Black Scythe's help, she likely would have died here. Besides, she had 2 gems. She wanted to save the other one for her boyfriend. Hearing this, Black Scythe didn't refuse further and accepted Julie's gem. He was clearly happy that Julie was constantly thinking of him. With a smile, he said, I'm heading out. See you next time. Julie felt a wave of reluctance in her heart. She whispered to herself, when will next time be? Before long, the tracking magic moved through the forest, notifying him that the boss's location was confirmed. He followed the prompts from the tracking necklace. There were 1,121 meters remaining to the boss. Since he could still track the boss, It meant it hadn't been killed yet. Compared to the final boss, the previous 3 chiefs were only mediocre. For ordinary players to defeat it, they would need to assemble 300 players over level 20, just to have a chance. Throughout his 100 regressions, he had been killed by it 4 times himself. Thus he had accumulated a wealth of experience, even setting a kill record of 43 seconds. Before long, Black Scythe reached the target location, but the scene before him was hard to believe. He never expected that players only in their teens would actually team up against it. It was pure suicide. It turned out a random party was currently fighting the final boss, though calling it a fight was an overstatement. They were being ruthlessly crushed. Just a few hours earlier, to complete the mission more safely, players had formed a temporary party. Initially, they only teamed up for the quest, but they developed better chemistry while fighting the orcs. Each member fulfilled their role, and through battle after battle, their levels rose rapidly. Not only did they reach level 20, but they also completed the orc-killing mission. Having reached level 20, they obtained more powerful skills. The orcs they once struggled against became fragile and weak before them. As they grew stronger, they also became more arrogant, declaring they would seek out even stronger tribes to challenge. It was at this moment that the orc chief appeared in their sight. It was the first time they had seen such a massive monster. Immediately, they decided to subjugate it together. Their leader smiled and said that once the kill was done, the reward items would be distributed randomly. But as they approached the chief, it sensed their hostility. With just a single roar, their bodies began to tremble with subconscious fear. They thought they had become strong. But the moment they saw the chief, they realized they had been too arrogant. In a single breath, the chief was already in front of them. Before they could even react, it had already killed one of their teammates. It continued its attack like it was crushing ants. In the blink of an eye, 2 party members had already perished. The archer nearby was so terrified he couldn't move, caught in the chief's grip. The man fell into despair. This isn't a monster we can fight. The chief grabbed a 4th player and smashed them into a crater several meters deep. When the chief looked at the man, he was in complete disbelief. "Am I going to die here?" He cried out in a breakdown. "Am going to die?" Just as the orc raised its arm to kill him, Black Scythe leaped out from behind, a lightning-fast slash cleave downward. The Onsemity orc chief collapsed instantly, before the man could even register it. The invincible orc was dead. Is that Black Scythe? He couldn't help but mutter the name Black Scythe. Hadn't expected either that this sneak attack would directly slay the boss. A notification rang. You have slain the High Orc. Level up? You have reached level 40. Rank title, upgraded from common to expert. Negotiation features successfully unlocked. Skill, Death Seal, improved to 100. Skill, Night of Death, range increased to 1,000 yards. New skill unlocked, Moonlight Destruction. Moonlight Destruction is a unique Reaper skill. It deals 1,200 bonus damage to enemies in range, and the damage is a combination of physical and magical. Next time he faced a mob of monsters, a single skill would be enough. Another string of notifications rang. Obtained High Orc Gauntlets. Obtained Orc Teeth. Obtained Balance Stone. Balance Stone progress, 44. Subtask, Balance Stones completed. The Balance rune appeared in Black Scythe's hand, with a prompt automatically merging into body. Balance rune. If the gap between your attributes does not exceed 10, your points can be doubled. Black Scythe had been preparing for this day for a long time. The attribute points he gained from leveling up had always been kept within a gap of 10. Now let's see what kind of change the Balance rune will bring. In the next moment, Black Scythe was stunned. He knew they would increase, but he didn't expect them to double. So many extra attribute points. Black Scythe was in shock. He hadn't expected to gain so many points. Even with his luck bonus, a notification rang. You killed the High Orc in 1 second. Criteria for the kill challenge met. Congratulations on killing the orc within 10 seconds. Obtained Shirwen Gold. In his past life, Black Scythe took 43 seconds to kill it, and only received around 20,000 gold. For breaking the record, your performance will be recorded permanently. As a reward, you will receive a unique item. Since his regression, this was the first time Black Scythe encountered a different outcome. Across all 100 of his cycles, This was the first time he obtained a record-breaking reward. The notification stated that he could choose one unique item. With a nervous heart, he opened the reward interface. Choose one of the following options. He could actually choose special equipment. He didn't need a special weapon, because he had already gathered all the materials to upgrade his Reaper's Scythe. What he needed to choose was a helmet. While Black Scythe was immersed in the surprise of choosing his reward, the man beside him was full of shock. Black Scythe had actually killed this orc in a single hit before the man could speak. Black Scythe was already walking away. At that moment, the angel spoke to everyone. Has everyone completed their missions? Looking at the number of people around, it seemed that in just 10 hours, quite a few players had died. Though the orcs were strengthened, you could still win easily through cooperation. Now let's look at the results of this round. The rank 1 player in this region is Black Scythe, and the rank 1 player overall is also Black Scythe. Everyone was stunned. Black Scythe had actually reached level 40. It was hard to believe. He had killed 300 orcs in just 1 hour. But right now, Black Scythe only cared about his rewards. Ding, you have taken first place in the region. Ding, you have taken first place overall. Regional rank 1, Epic Necklace Selection Box. Overall rank 1, Special Reward Box. You have participated in 5 rounds. Obtained Special Title. Achievement unlocked, how remarkable. Obtained the unique, surpassing the masses title. This was exactly the reward he wanted. Taking first place for 5 consecutive rounds, granted a permanent 50 experience bonus. The Epic Necklace selection from the regional reward had 3 types for him to choose from. Most people would just choose one at random. Black Scythe knew exactly what their effects were. Without a second thought, he chose the Pearl Necklace. Although the attribute bonuses from the Pearl Necklace were negligible, it provided a massive 35 boost to magic resistance in the battles to come. Magic resistance would prove to be absolutely vital. In the future, resistance jewelry of this kind would be sold for astronomical prices. As the number 1 player in this region, you may select from the following rewards. 2 Black Scythe. The only truly useful option was the experience bonus. Just then, the angel interrupted the announcement of the rankings. You should have all finished checking by now. Only 1,585 people completed the mission this round. Everyone else must face the fate of erasure. The air was filled with endless, agonizing screams. In the eyes of the angel, those people were nothing more than insects begging for their lives. The battle-hardened Black Scythe couldn't help but sneer. Even these so-called angels were just ants controlled by others. The angel spoke with a smirk. None of you even managed to finish the side mission. But before he could finish his sentence, he realized that the side mission had long since been completed by Black Scythe. Clearly, just 10 minutes ago, the mission was still incomplete. How on earth did Black Scythe pull it off? The angel didn't want to overthink it, simply announcing that those who survived could now return to reality. Back in the real world, Black Scythe let out a long stretch. Now he could finally begin upgrading his weapon, using the Reaper's Scythe as the base material. He added the orc heart, the mysterious totem, the rusted arrowhead, and orc teeth to perform the upgrade. By using these materials, the Reaper's Scythe would receive a massive power boost. He then initiated the upgrade. Pitch black all over, and shimmering with a faint golden light, the scythe appeared before his eyes. The level of the Death Scythe had become a unique, oneo-fakened existence. Furthermore, it possessed bonus damage attributes. When paired with the Reaper class, its effects would be even more devastating. At this point, Black Scythe couldn't help but chuckle. He was already far stronger than he had been in his previous life. By killing the half-orc, he had earned a reward of 100,000 gold coins. He'll use this to learn some practical common skills. Perimeter Search. This ability allowed him to scout the surrounding area, enhanced dynamic vision. This let him track his prey's movements much faster. Finally, resistance training boosted all his resistances by 15. I still have 14,000 energy points left. He'll save them for the rare items that will appear in the shop in a few days. Next, he activated his tracking skill to find Huang Yongmin's whereabouts. Since the tracking skill is working, it means Hei's still alive. I still need him to be my pawn for the next round, though of course, that will be the last time I use him. The day after the round ended, Black Scythe invited Julie to meet him. With her heart racing, Julie wondered why he was so eager to see her. Her mind began to wander, imagining all sorts of things. Before she shook her head frantically, I can't be having these wild thoughts in broad daylight. Just then, Black Scythe arrived at the meeting spot. Seeing Julie's flustered state, he couldn't help but tease her. You seem pretty eager to see me. Looking at Julie's blushing face, Black Scythe's smile didn't fade for a second. He then asked her how she did in the 5th round. Thanks to Black Scythe, I managed to rank 2nd. I even got an Ultimate Eater necklace. That necklace looks like it would suit you perfectly. But Julie felt that, since it was thanks to his help that she could team up with Black Scythe, she wanted to give it to him instead. Black Scythe quickly refused. This necklace increases agility for the fortune teller class, so it doesn't fit my current build. Besides, I'm only level 19 right now, so I don't even meet the level requirements yet. Julie thought about it and realized he was right. A fortune teller isn't exactly a combat-oriented class. By the way, how does a fortune teller actually fight? Black Scythe replied that he only had a few minor, simple skills. It's too embarrassing, so I'm not going to tell you. Since you refused my necklace, please don't turn this down. These are gems I got while leveling up. They can boost your attributes. Looking at the sweet girl before him, who always kept him in her thoughts, he didn't refuse this time. He took the gems directly and told her he was very happy. You're welcome to keep thinking of me like that. He then added, I have something for you too. Hearing this, Julie's face turned beet red. Could it be the thing I was just imagining? But a moment later, when she heard what he wanted to give her, was information about the 6th round, she froze in place. With an awkward smile, she said, Oh, info on the 6th round. That's great. After hearing the details, Julie asked, Should I keep teaming up with Black Scythe in the next round? Black Scythe won't turn you down, because in the 5th round, you prove just how powerful your buffs are. Was Black Scythe not good to you in the game? No, he was very good to me. It's just that Hayes a bit different from what I expected. Since Hayes the top player in the world, I always thought he'd be incredibly arrogant and full of himself. But as it turns out, Hayes a powerful yet very gentle man, and I can feel that Black Scythe seems to be able to read people's minds. Black Scythe thought to himself, That's because I have the mind-reading rune, but am not nearly as perfect as Julie thinks. I failed the angel game 99 times. It took 99 failures to finally get to this point. This is my very last chance. What are you thinking about? Julie's voice snapped him back to reality. She asked in a worried tone, Are you worried about the situation in the 6th round? If our regions merge together, then I'll be able to help you. Julie really was incredibly kind. Black Scythe was secretly beaming with joy. I'll work hard to get stronger, so that when the next regional merger happens, I can help you when we meet in the game. Let me be the one to protect you. I wonder what her face will look like. If she ever finds out that I am Black Scythe, the scene shifts. As evening fell, Black Scythe arrived at Matianlu's corporate headquarters. Matianlu greeted him, saying he'd been waiting for a long time. Thanks to your information, I was able to breeze through the 5th round's mission. I'm here today because there are 2 things I need to tell you. Is it information about the 6th round? After the intel from the previous round, Matianlu had developed absolute trust in him. Aside from the 6th round info, I have something even more important to tell you. We need to call a shareholders meeting. According to my prophecy, you need to change the company's name and its business direction. If you want to achieve true success, what do I need to do? I'll cooperate in any way I can. I will propose these changes at the shareholders meeting. You just need to agree with me during the session. If the other shareholders object, you'll just have to convince them. As more and more skilled players emerge in the angel game, we need to build a community exclusively for players. Before the ultimate secrets were revealed, Black Scythe needed Matianlu to establish a trading website. Tianlu didn't quite understand. Is it really necessary to shift our focus to a top-player trading site? Do players with that kind of power really still need money? Of course they do. In my prophecy, players will need massive amounts of gold in the future. Even players at level 40 in the prophecy were still using gold for their transactions. Plus, the trading function itself only unlocks at level 40. We just need to create a safe, reliable trading platform. We'll ensure the security of the trades and collect a transaction fee. It's true that now is the perfect time to start laying the groundwork for a trading site. But once the site is established, Will players actually use it? The items we get in the game can't be sold to NPCs or stores, and after 5 rounds of accumulation, everyone will have a mountain of items they'll want to sell. Players who reach level 20 will undoubtedly begin to explore the deeper functions of game items. Once everyone reaches level 40, the number of people needing to trade materials will also rise exponentially. After careful consideration, Ma Tianlu also agreed that this was a fantastic opportunity. Ma Tianlu thought to himself, perhaps an auction feature will even appear in the future. He now completely believes everything I say. This is also a brilliant opportunity for me. I can monopolize items whose uses others aren't aware of yet. Possessing these items allows for the creation of unique, legendary, or even mythicrate equipment. Since we've decided to establish a trading site, as the company's largest shareholder, you should decide on the name. Since it's a platform for players, let's call it Players World. This should ideally be completed before the 6th round ends. Speaking of the 6th round, please tell us what it's like? After a moment of silence, Ma Tianlu pondered. It seems group cooperation will still be necessary in the 6th round. Thank you so much for telling me about the 6th round's mechanics. As expected, being friends with him provides me with immense benefits. I'll push for the shareholders' meeting as soon as possible. We'll need you to provide the explanation then? Black Scythe indicated that wouldn't be a problem. A few days later, Black Scythe kept checking the time on his phone. The moment it struck midnight, he immediately opened the shop to refresh it. It was a piece of tattered clothing, yet it cost a staggering 20,000 gold coins. Only a madman would spend that much on it. However, Black Scythe bought it without hesitation. Only he knew that this seemingly worthless rag had a hidden use. Only those who obtain the crafting blueprints can know the true utility of various items. By purchasing the necessary components, one can easily craft high-day equipment. I must also rely on these items to amass a large fortune. That being said, what I need to do now is convince everyone at tomorrow's shareholders' meeting. The next day, all the shareholders arrived at the scene. When Black Scythe raised the topic, everyone assumed that players, having gained superpowers, would no longer have any need for money. They opposed the creation of the website, but through Black Scythe's explanations, all concerns were addressed, and the proposal was finally passed. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Leave the details of setting up the website to me. Of course, I have other things to attend to now. Next, he only had one goal in mind: to make use of Huang Yongmin. Meanwhile, a secret meeting of PCW was taking place elsewhere. PCW is the Player Anti-Nation Alliance, composed of rogue players. Previously, in order to obtain the clone rune, Black Scythe had made contact with them under a hidden identity. This regular meeting was called a few days earlier than usual. A woman wondered what had happened, while a man looked on with a grim expression. The personnel sent to recruit players have lost contact. Even now that the 5th round is over, there is still no word from them. In other words, they are likely dead. A notification chimed. The leader, the chairman, entered the room. Fewer people are attending the meeting today. I'm glad you all are still alive. Our recruitment team has gone missing. The players who applied to join the Alliance are all dead. Currently, only Black Scythe is still alive. I've seen the results of the 5th round. But what's very strange is, why did Black Scythe apply to join us and then leave immediately? I investigated the matter. Last time, someone was impersonating Black Scythe, and he eventually died under mysterious circumstances. So, someone was indeed using the name Black Scythe. Another manager suddenly spoke up. It had to be an imposter. Otherwise, how could someone like Black Scythe ever join an organization like ours? What do you mean by that? What do you mean an organization like ours? The man suddenly realized he had misspoken. I just meant that, since Black Scythe is ranked first, he must be incredibly arrogant. You don't need to explain further? This shows your dissatisfaction with the Alliance. As of today, you are relieved of all your duties within PCW. I cannot tolerate any behavior that disparages the Alliance. In the next moment, the man was kicked out of the meeting channel. That was just a minor distraction. Let us continue with the meeting. Although many were dissatisfied with the Alliance, they didn't dare to voice it. Suddenly, a man exclaimed, "Someone is using the name Black Scythe to add me." Everyone nearby was stunned. This time, he claims he really is Black Scythe, but the site shows his real name is Huang Yongmin. Approve his request to join the Alliance. We aren't certain if he's the real Black Scythe. But at the very least, we need to meet him in person. If this is just a prank, I will kill him. Meanwhile, Black Scythe sat in front of his computer. Since someone had exposed the name Black Scythe again, PCW would certainly not ignore it. They will definitely send someone to Hwang Youngmin's house to verify it. Now, it's time for me to act. PCW's methods are entirely wrong. To join, one must kill a civilian. By doing this, they only worsen the conflict between players and civilians, which will lead to a total societal collapse. I must eliminate the high-level leadership of this alliance, and then take control of them myself. It'll make them change their chairman, and bring the alliance under my control. Simultaneously, inside a convenience store somewhere, a man was committing a robbery. Old man, if you don't want to die, hand over all the money? I'm not joking around with you. He'll give you 1 minute. Trembling, the old man took out all the cash. I don't want to kill anyone, so don't even think about calling the police. If you report this, I won't let you off, no matter what. He then ran out the door. He looked around, then pulled off his mask. It was none other than Hwang Youngmin. He thought to himself, what a haul. I won't have to worry about money for a month. As a player, he could live recklessly in the real world. But could he really keep surviving? The angel game. That damn Black Scythe crippled my stats and cost me all my friends. If I ever see him in the real world, you'll kill him for sure. A moment later, he finally arrived home. But Hwang Youngmin immediately noticed someone standing right in front of his door. He asked warily, "Who are you? Why are you at my house?" "You must be Hwang Youngmin." At those words, Hwang Youngmin grew nervous. "Who are you exactly? Are you a cop?" Hearing this, the man chuckled. "You're quite jumpy. Are you using your player status to commit crimes?" "I'm a manager for the PCW Player Alliance. I received your application to join this morning." Hwang Youngmin was utterly confused. "What application? I don't know what you're talking about." The man was taken aback for a moment. Thinking that Hwang Youngmin wasn't Black Scythe after all, he said, "I'll leave now. It seems I've made a mistake." Hwang Youngmin shouted, "At least tell me what the hell is going on? Someone used your name to pose as Black Scythe and sent an application to us." Hwang Youngmin yelled, "Who the hell dares to impersonate me?" But before Hwang Youngmin could finish, a whisper sounded from beside him. "I am the one impersonating you." Hwang Youngmin asked, "Why are you using my name? Do you even know me?" Black Scythe replied, "Of course I know you. In fact, we're quite well acquainted." He then summoned his Reaper's Scythe and said, "This should help you recognize who I am. A massive scythe." This was the first time I'd seen a player using a scythe as a weapon in the real world. Is he really Black Scythe? He doesn't look particularly strong. However, Hwang Youngmin was already so terrified he couldn't move. It was a fear carved into his very bones. Hwang Youngmin understood clearly. It's him. It's Black Scythe. Why would he come looking for me? The PCW executive stared at Hwang Youngmin. He was paralyzed with fear. This was the executive's first time meeting Black Scythe. He couldn't grasp the depth of the terror Hwang Youngmin was feeling. "I've never had any conflict with Black Scythe. He shouldn't have any reason to attack me. You're the PCW high-ranking official, right? Tell the ones hiding in the back to come out. You didn't come here alone." The man was startled. "How does he know? How does he know I brought other players?" At those words, the players upstairs raised their hands and came down. They wondered how Black Scythe knew they were there. "Stay exactly where you are. Take one more step, and I'll kill you. You look like you're only about 175 centimeters tall. How could you be Black Scythe? You look so scrawny." "Are you really Black Scythe?" Black Scythe replied, "Once you see this scythe, you ought to understand. We've all heard that Black Scythe's weapon is a scythe, but we've never seen it in person." Black Scythe asked, "Then why did you ask if I was him?" "I just wanted to hear it from your own mouth. Then I'll tell you. I am Black Scythe." Shock washed over the man's face, because his truth rune indicated that the other man was telling the truth. My truth rune is telling me that Hayes telling the truth. That means the person in front of me really is Black Scythe, the absolute strongest player in the world. The man who had just spoken finally began to feel the weight of terror. "I really didn't mean to offend you. I just thought someone else was impersonating you again. You just wanted to confirm my identity." Before deciding whether or not to kill me, the man's face grew paler with fright. he thought to himself. How could he possibly know what I'm thinking? I am truly sorry, the man said, trembling. Mr. Black Scythe. Black Scythe replied. You don't need to confirm my identity any further, Mr. Black Scythe. I have already confirmed who you are. I possess the truth rune. In other words, you've verified the honesty of my words. But to atone for your insolence, survive one of my attacks, and I'll spare you. If you can forgive me, I am willing to take one hit. Before he could even finish his sentence, a single strike cut the man down. The terror among the others reached a fever pitch.
What just
happened? I didn't even see him swing that scythe. So this is the man at the top of the world. At this range, I didn't even sense a move. The PCW executive screamed through his fear. Black Scythe, what are you doing? They'd intended to invite him to PCW, but now it was clear. He was in an entirely different league. Inviting him was nothing but a joke. The man opposite used his telepathy rune. To speak to the executive, Black Scythe cannot be our ally. We have to kill him. Hayes already level 40. We stand no chance in a fair fight. We should pretend to surrender, and then ambush him. Black Scythe, with his mind-reading rune, smiled and said, So you're planning to fake a surrender? Just to backstab me? The man panicked. Mr. Black Scythe, how could we possibly do that? In 100 certain that was your plan? Surrender, and then strike from behind. Am I right? And one more thing. Do you know why I used Hwang Youngmin's identity? Because I wanted to use him to find you. And now I want every single one of you dead. The man didn't expect Black Scythe to be so blunt. He really intended to slaughter them. I have to find a way to calm him down. But in the next moment, the man's face contorted in absolute despair. In the blink of an eye, the PCW high-ranking members were dead on the floor. Why did he lure us here? We shouldn't have had anything to do with him. Why are you killing me? This is the first time we've ever met. It is our first time meeting. But I know everything your alliance has done. You made it a rule that anyone joining the alliance must kill a civilian. To reach the executive level like you, your hands must be stained with the blood of dozens. That is why I'm killing you. The man feebly tried to argue, but we're players. They have no respect for us at all. Shouldn't these civilians bow before the strong? The weak should obey the powerful. Acting like this only fuels the fire between commoners and players. It will lead to the collapse of society. That's why you have no right to exist. He swung his scythe without a moment's hesitation. What a bunch of self-centered trash this alliance is. Black Scythe turned toward the cowering Hwang Youngmin, who was shaking uncontrollably. Am I going to die? Here, Black Scythe whispered slowly. Don't be afraid. It'll take you to see your friend soon. He removed his mask, and the sight of his face shocked the man, because the identity behind that mask was someone he never would have guessed. Is he the real Black Scythe? Hwang Youngmin was in total disbelief. The man he used to walk all over at school was actually the legendary Black Scythe. He remembered his first encounter with Black Scythe. Is that why he kept targeting me in the game? Black Scythe said. I know this is hard for you to swallow, but I am indeed Black Scythe. If you were this powerful all along, why did you let us bully you? Because I was giving you chances. But you just used those chances to hurt me even more. As soon as the words left his lips, he severed Hwang Youngmin's shoulder. I was so naive in my past life, actually holding on to a shred of hope for you. Since we were classmates, it'll make your end quick and painless. He then used healing art to mend Hwang Youngmin's shoulder, staring at the man who was both familiar and a stranger. Hwang Youngmin asked, Are you really Jin Shengxin? I am no longer the person you knew. I am the Black Scythe known to the world, the avatar of death. Jin Shengxin, please let me go. I know I've done terrible things. Let me make it up to you, okay? There's no point in atonement now. I'll be your slave. I'll follow every order you give. Just say the word and I'll do anything. I swear. He looked down at Hwang Youngmin. I have no use for you. You'd only betray me again. Hwang Youngmin was stunned. How does he know what I'm thinking? Don't kill me. I promise I won't betray you. Before he could say another word, a single blow ended his life. At that moment, Black Scythe spoke softly. I gave you a chance once before. Just one. Back then, I didn't have the mind-reading rune. I couldn't see who you truly were, and you ended up backstabbing me in an angel game. So this time, I am never giving you another chance. From this day forward, you'll never have to look at your pathetic face again." He whispered, "Erase traces." The remains on the floor vanished instantly. Now he had more important business to attend to. A short while later, the leader entered the room. "What is it you wanted this early in the morning?" The woman replied, "Look at the time. Everyone sent to find Black Scythe should have returned by now. I just received some news. They all died during the meeting. Every single one of them is dead. Who on earth would do such a thing? Could it be Black Scythe? It's definitely Black Scythe. Based on our current intelligence analysis, Black Scythe is actively hunting down players from our alliance. We've barely had any contact with him. He has no reason to target the PCW. I don't understand it either. Why would Black Scythe have a grudge against me? Maybe he simply doesn't like us. Our alliance does have a pretty bad reputation. Just because he doesn't like us, he's going to massacre us. Fellow alliance members, we must unite to kill Black Scythe. At first, I thought if Black Scythe joined us, the alliance would become even more powerful. But now it's clear that Black Scythe is nothing but a lunatic. Black Scythe is an enemy to our entire alliance. We must avenge our fallen players. But I have one question. How can we be sure the player at that meeting was the real Black Scythe? Because there was a witness this time. He saw everything that happened with his own eyes. A PCW executive informed them that Black Scythe was hunting down alliance members. Both the chairman and the woman said they would be careful. Afterward, the chairman left the chat room. You're truly lucky to have escaped from Black Scythe's clutches. Please, get some well-deserved rest. The PCW executive said had been through something horrific today, and truly did need to rest. Once the woman left the chat room, it seemed they didn't notice me at all. Whispers. Disguise deactivated. It was Black Scythe, disguised as the PCW executive. Black Scythe chuckled to himself. It seems I'm quite the actor. When the 5th round of the Angel game ended, I specifically chose the Outlaw reward. This item allows me to perfectly mimic anyone I've killed. It's practically flawless. Black Scythe had actually wanted to kill the chairman, then take his place. That way he could control the entire alliance. But the funny thing is, the chairman of this player alliance isn't even a player. He'll stay undercover for now and monitor all the alliance's movements. Right now, the priority is increasing my strength. Restoring the durability of the Eternal Sleep Stone will help me level up much faster. It's time to go abroad and find that man. Meanwhile, in a forest in England, a man was frantically forging a weapon. It was finished in a short amount of time, but the man's face was full of worry. Such a perfect weapon, yet no one is willing to pay for it. I've spent my entire fortune just to keep going. He told himself he had to go out and earn money, and then keep trying. A man must have ambition. He cheered himself up. Although I'm not good at combat, I gained a new skill in the 5th round. A skill that can increase weapon durability and weapon damage. Just as the man was lost in thought, Black Scythe arrived at his door. Hearing a sound outside, the man turned around. He was shocked to see Black Scythe there. This was deep in the heart of the forest. He asked with confusion, "Who are you? Are you lost in the woods?" "Am not lost." "You're the famous blacksmith, Daniel, right? How do you know my name? Have we met before?" "This is our first time meeting, but I've known of your name for a long time. I am a prophet. I've seen you more than once in my prophetic dreams." "A prophet? That's hard to believe. Your name is Daniel. You are a blacksmith. You were in Beginner Village No. 8 Yukio Area C during the Angel game?" The man was stunned. "I've never heard of the existence of a prophet," he said. "The very existence of a prophet is truly incredible to me. It's natural for you to feel surprised. That's only normal, because I am the only prophet. If your class is so rare, what brings you to my workshop?" Black Scythe replied. "I'm here for your help, of course. I want you to repair something for me. In exchange, he'll give you information about round 6. You're offering info on round 6? If I knew about round 6 in advance, I could definitely take the initiative. I'll restore the durability of one item for you. In exchange for that information, that seems like too simple of an exchange. The reason I'm giving you all the info on round 6 is because I want us to be friends?" Daniel didn't quite understand what he meant. "In my prophecy, you will become a high-level blacksmith in the future. Your forging skills will be unmatched. but you eventually die in round 15. So, I want to be your friend. I will help you become stronger, so you can escape your destined death. You've told me so much information. What do you want from me in return? I just want us to be comrades, so we can help each other out. Black Scythe had tracked down Daniel, stating he only wanted a partnership. Black Scythe knew very well that Daniel was the only high-level blacksmith to survive until round 15 in the Angel game. Establishing a partnership with Daniel would be a massive help for his future. But Daniel still seemed to have some reservations. Black Scythe said, "You have nothing to worry about. I only need you to repair my gear occasionally. In return, he'll give you info on the next round every single time. That way, you can get stronger faster and minimize your risks as much as possible." Daniel knew he had no reason to refuse, but could he really trust the man standing before him? Daniel said, "I'm grateful for the high praise, but I want to wait until round 6 is over before deciding whether to partner with you. Of course, I can repair your item for you this time as a start." Black Scythe brought out the eternal sleep stone he wanted fixed. Its durability was currently down to 1. "I hope you can repair this item for me." Next, the man invoked his unique class skill. Blazing fire elements surged into the eternal sleep stone. At the same time, behind the man, a hammer, symbol of fire and metal, manifested. After a short while, Daniel announced the repair was finished. Black Scythe was internally shocked. That symbol was the mark of the forging god's legacy. No wonder it was repaired in an instant. "With this item, my stats will increase rapidly in the next round." Daniel looked at Black Scythe's satisfied expression. He didn't know the necklace's stats, but it clearly held immense value to him. Black Scythe looked at Daniel. He realized Daniel didn't know the stats of the item. As a blacksmith, he probably didn't want to pry into his customer's business. "Thank you for the repair. I'll tell you about round 6 now." A moment later, Daniel was lost in thought. If the monsters are really that strong, he'll need to find some teammates. While Daniel was deep in thought, Black Scythe said, "I'd like to buy something from you. You have some black steel powder that you don't know the use for yet." Daniel was utterly stunned. How did he know exactly what items I had? Black Scythe said calmly. "Blacksmithing is an extremely expensive profession in the early stages. I assume you're quite short on cash right now." Daniel stood there, frozen in shock. He even predicted my financial situation. Daniel said, "Mr. Black Scythe, I am so sorry. Just a moment ago, I actually doubted that you were telling the truth." Black Scythe replied, "That's a natural concern for anyone to have. Mr. Daniel, I have no ill intentions toward you. Ever since the Angel game began, everyone has been cautious about protecting themselves." Daniel said, "I'll give you this black steel powder for free. I feel like you've already shared so much information with me." Black Scythe was surprised to hear this. A small black cloth box then appeared before his eyes. The item description was very brief. A dark powder that emits a faint ripple of magical energy. Black Scythe was still in shock. Is he really just giving this to me? Black steel powder is an incredibly rare and precious material in the mid to late game. This specific material won't show its true potential until round 11. Black Scythe thought to himself. I've received such a valuable item from Daniel. Are you sure you want to give all of this to me? Daniel replied that he didn't know what it was used for. Right now, only a prophet like you would know. He clearly wanted this item, so it must be a very precious material. But I've already received so much help from him. I can't be greedy. Hearing Daniel's inner thoughts, Black Scythe broke into a happy smile. He then told Daniel to open his hand. These are all yours. In the next moment, Daniel stood there frozen. A full 1 million pounds. He had never seen so much money in his life. Black Scythe said, "This should solve your material shortage problem. With money, you can focus entirely on honing your craft." Daniel looked at Black Scythe with deep gratitude. By the way, I have one more suggestion. While you're using this money for materials, you should use a portion of it to buy stocks. A player's world stock will appear soon. Buy as much of it as you possibly can. Of course, you're not forcing you. But if you buy the stock, you'll never have to worry about money ever again. I will follow your advice. Since you gave me all this money for free," he then expressed hope that they could work well together in the future. Daniel took down Black Scythe's contact information. After the next round of the game ends, we'll meet again. A few days later, the Angel game began once more. After being summoned, Black Scythe looked around. It was a vast desert area. Other players were being summoned one after another. Everyone looked a bit uneasy. I wonder what the mission for this angel game will be. Black Scythe noted that he needed to find some people to cooperate with. Naturally, Julie was his first choice. Besides Julie, he needed 3 more people. Just as Black Scythe was thinking, a voice came from behind. Mr. Black Scythe. Julie walked toward him. Julie said happily, I found you right after. Being summoned, Mr. Black Scythe. Please take care of me this round as well. At that moment, Julie was completely oblivious to the gazes of everyone around them. The crowd whispered, wondering who he was. To be so close to Black Scythe, everyone cast looks of envy and jealousy. Mr. Black Scythe. Did you defeat the final boss in the last round? Black Scythe gave her a firm nod. Julie was incredibly curious. How did you manage to kill it in such a short time? Hearing this, Black Scythe smiled and spoke. I'm not going to tell you how I killed the boss, nor will I tell you what rewards I received. Julie clenched her small fists and looked at Black Scythe poutingly. Julie said, I haven't even asked yet, and you already know what I was going to say. It's like you can read my mind. Black Scythe was startled inwardly. A woman's sixth sense really is terrifyingly accurate. After speaking, Julie suddenly blushed. How could she talk to Black Scythe like that? It sounded like she was implying that Black Scythe was paying very close attention to her. Julie blushed and apologized repeatedly, saying she shouldn't have spoken so recklessly. Black Scythe was in a great mood. He said, I'll take that as a compliment to my observation skills. At this point, Julie felt very relieved. She hadn't expected Black Scythe to be such a kind and gentle person. Nearby, another woman was watching Black Scythe. Aling Su was very confused. Who is that girl next to Mr. Black Scythe? She then walked over to Black Scythe and greeted him. Black Scythe looked at the two of them, his expression turning cold again. He asked them what they wanted. Is this girl part of your team? Hearing this, Black Scythe's expression became even colder. He then spoke up, stating, I have no obligation to answer your questions, Aling Su thought to herself. He was just smiling so gently at that girl. Why is he suddenly so cold to me? Black Scythe said, we have no mission to cooperate on. In reality, Black Scythe knew that they appeared before him because they wanted to invite him to team up. Beside her, An Shungge said, Mr. Black Scythe, we really want to join your team. Why should I let you join my team? What benefit do I get from having you join? Actually, we already have information regarding round 6. If we team up, I can share all of it with you. Black Scythe looked at An Shungge, pretending to think very seriously. An Shungge was very nervous. He didn't know if Black Scythe would agree. Since he made this request, I must test him. Black Scythe then stated that he didn't need information on round 6. This left An Shungge in shock. Gaining priority information on the game should be of great help to you. I don't know where you got your information, so I can't judge its authenticity. I'll fight in my own way, but if you tell me who gave you your information, I'll consider letting you join. He then spoke again. As long as you tell me, I'll agree. It's a fair trade. After thinking it over, An Shungge said, it's a secret. I absolutely cannot reveal it. I'm very sorry. Hearing this, Black Scythe thought to himself, it seems An Shungge understands how to keep a secret. He won't spread word about the prophet. Just as a disappointed An Shungge was about to leave, Black Scythe said, I agree to let you join my team. An Shungge froze in his tracks. I appreciate those who can keep a secret. People like that often make reliable teammates. Coming to his senses, An Shungge felt very fortunate. He hadn't revealed anything. We will work hard for you and do our best not to hold you back. Black Scythe introduced Julie as his exclusive support member. Hello, I'm Aling Su. Julie was stunned. Julie asked, did you change your appearance? You look exactly like a superstar. Aling Su replied, I am that superstar you're thinking of. Hearing this, Julie jumped for joy. An Shungge then asked Mr. Black Scythe, do you really not need the information for round 6? I don't. I can handle anything that comes my way. I intended to use that information to get on Black Scythe's good side, but it seems he isn't interested. He then asked Julie. Mr. Black Scythe said, you are an exclusive support specialist. What does that mean? Julie explained that she could boost a player's stats Once the angel game officially begins, it'll let you experience it for yourselves. Aling Su mentioned that she could also apply buffs. What kind of buffs can you apply? Ailing Su explained it was just a shield ability. And Shangyi realized that Black Scythe really liked this girl. He then introduced himself to Julie. Julie remarked, "It seems like you and Black Scythe have known each other for a while." Looking at Black Scythe nearby, and Shangyi said, "He saved our lives." Hearing this, Julie was even happier. She was glad her judgment was correct. Black Scythe was a gentle man at heart, and at that very moment, the angel descends. "I'm glad to meet you all again." It then looked around at the crowd. This time, there are 1,100 players participating in the game. Here's the content for this round. You simply need to kill one boss within 6 hours. In the end, only 505 people will survive. At this moment, whispers came from the players standing near Black Scythe. There's only one boss target in this round. It looks like the boss is going to be incredibly strong. The angel stated that no matter how strong a player was, they would be unable to defeat the boss alone. This round is a team competition that we have carefully prepared. You need to form a 5% squad for the battle. Players who form a squad cannot attack each other. Teammates. Of course, this applies only to members of your own squad. You can still attack members of other squads. No matter who in the squad lands the killing blow on the boss, everyone will receive gold and items based on their damage output and their contribution level. However, if you are too far away from your squad, you will not receive any rewards. The reward distribution mechanism is an equal split. A player raised a question. Of course, it's not a perfectly equal split. It's distributed according to the percentage of damage output. But if your luck is good enough, you can still get items even if your damage is low. Me. So does that mean even if I only deal one of the damage? As long as I'm lucky enough, I can still get items? The angel gave an affirmative answer. That's exactly right. Support players will also be given contribution points, based on the status buffs they apply. Those are the rules for item distribution. If you can't find teammates to form a squad, then only death awaits you. In other words, as long as the squad defeats one boss, all 5 of us can survive this round. A total of 101 bosses will spawn this time. That's all the information for the 6th round. I'll leave the rest to you now. Black Scythe looked at the angel. The angel made it sound so easy, but only Black Scythe knew that this round wouldn't be so simple to complete. In the next instant, the notification for the start of the countdown rang in everyone's ears, and Shanga knew very well. This was just as the prophet had said. A 5% squad was required to carry out the mission. I'm so glad I joined Black Scythe's squad. I'll definitely survive this round. And Shangyi said, "We have 4 players now." Black Scythe said he already had someone in mind for the 5th member. Everyone was quite surprised. "You've already decided on a teammate so quickly?" Black Scythe smiled faintly. He should be around here somewhere. If that person was nearby, he could pretend to run into him by chance and get him to join the squad. The people around also began to scramble. They had to form a 5% squad. Otherwise, they couldn't even attempt the raid mission. They hurriedly sent out team requests to those around them, fearing they wouldn't find strong teammates if they waited too long. Some even shouted that as long as someone took them along, they didn't want any items or rewards. At the same time, most people had their eyes on Black Scythe. Since this mission required a squad to proceed, they all had a chance to work with Black Scythe. After a while, some people couldn't hold back and walked toward Black Scythe. "Mr. Black Scythe, we don't need any items or loot. Could you please let us join your squad?" But before the other person could finish, Black Scythe stated that he wasn't interested. The two could only walk back awkwardly, worrying if they would be able to survive this round. Black Scythe had originally intended to pick just any teammates to finish the task, but now he wanted to find 5 teammates who could grow alongside him. A large number of players were still staring at Black Scythe. One after another, people came to ask to join, only to be met with a cold refusal. Everyone around was very envious. Looking at the players already standing beside Black Scythe, under Black Scythe's protection this round, they would definitely survive. And Shangyi was also very curious as to who Black Scythe would choose as the final teammate. If Mr. Mattia Nu were here, I would definitely recommend him to Black Scythe. Julie was also thinking that if Jin Shengshan were here, he would definitely be in this squad. While everyone was lost in thought, footsteps were heard from behind. Mr. Black Scythe, it's been a long time. Everyone turned to look toward the voice. I'm glad to see you in the 6th round, Black Scythe joked. I thought you were eaten by those orcs in the 5th round. Xiao Yunghao laughed. I received help from Mr. Black Scythe after all. Our squad in the 5th round also finished the mission quickly. Thank you so much for saving my brother. He then called out to his teammate behind him. The man said, if it weren't for Mr. Black Scythe, I would have died in the 5th round. You were able to finish the mission, despite your shoulder injury? You did a great job. Xiao Yunghao said, is Mr. Black Scythe looking for a teammate? Of course, Mr. Black Scythe. Don't misunderstand. I didn't come here to join your squad. I've already formed my own. Black Scythe was aware that Xiao Yunghao didn't intend to join the squad because the golden chain displayed on his arm meant he was already in a squad. I came over to express my gratitude. At the same time, I have a proposal. I want our squads to form an alliance. I also want to be able to help you. Everyone in our squad wishes to repay. Mr. Black Scythe. Black Scythe pondered for a moment. I really appreciate your kindness. But right now, I don't need any help. Hearing this, Xiao Yunghao said, I don't need any items. I just want to repay your kindness. Black Scythe said, I just don't want to make a simple mission. Too complicated. I really want to repay you for saving my life. Hearing this, Black Scythe stopped refusing. If I really need help, he'll definitely let you know. Xiao Yunghao looked satisfied. Call me anytime if you need anything. He then bid farewell to Black Scythe. Before leaving, he bowed deeply again in gratitude. Seeing them walk away, Ans Changge asked, have you decided on the 5th person? Of course, I've already decided on the 5th player. Black Scythe pointed his finger to the left. At this, everyone turned to look. That player named Ivy? Yes, I'm talking about you. Hearing this, the man walked toward Black Scythe nervously. I noticed you watching me from the side for a while. Why are you staring at me? Ivy said, I want to join your squad. I'm level 23. My class is Dark Mage. Black Scythe said, he is our 5th teammate. Unbelievable. It was that simple. He just let me join the squad. The people around were equally shocked. Right there, Black Scythe had rejected many powerful players, only to choose this weak-looking player. While no one else understood, only Black Scythe knew. In the future, he would be the founder of the Reaper cult. He is also my fanatical follower. Since he was a fanatical follower, building a friendship early on was a good choice. Then he had everyone gather together. As their palms stacked together, a golden light flickered. The golden chains representing a successful squad appeared on everyone's arms. Ivy still couldn't believe it. Mr. Black Scythe actually let me join him. I will definitely give my life for him. When Black Scythe invited Ivy to form a squad, the fanatical Ivy stated that he would definitely give his life for Black Scythe. In the past, Ivy had always been an ignored, ordinary person. Since the start of high school, he had suffered bullying from his classmates every day. They even joked that they were his friends, though of course being their friend came with a price tag. His parents had died in an accident when he was young, so he lived with his elderly grandmother. He didn't have a penny to his name, but his classmates wouldn't let him off that easily. Instead, they told him, we only care about the money. Whether you have to steal it or rob someone, we don't care. They even threatened that if he didn't pay up, they might send his grandmother to her grave early. His grandmother was his only support system. He was willing to risk his life to protect his only family, but he had absolutely no power. Every time he fought back, he was met with endless beatings and even more vicious bullying. More than once, he wanted to end it all, but logic told him that if he died, there would be no one left to take care of her. And so, his high school life continued like this. Enduring it for 3 long years, he thought that once he got into college, his life would finally improve, but he never expected the angels to suddenly descend, announcing the start of the apocalypse. He worried that if he died, what would happen to his grandmother? Fortunately, he managed to survive until the 3rd round. Then, one day, the moment he stepped through his front door, he saw his only family member had been murdered. The killers were the same 3 bastards who had bullied him in high school. Ivy couldn't understand why they would do this to him. All he ever wanted was to live a normal life. A surge of rage and grief overwhelmed him. In the next instant, 3 arrows shrouded in black flames pierced right through the group before him. The moment those black arrows made contact, they completely corroded the life out of his enemies. From that day forward, the man began to spiral into madness. The angel game can grant any wish in the end. I must become the strongest. He'll bring my grandmother back to me. With that determination, he threw himself into battle. He ranked first in his region every single time, but it wasn't until the third round that he realized the top spot in the overall rankings was always occupied by a player named Black Scythe. The first time he saw Black Scythe, the man had actually defeated 9 regional representatives all by himself, and he made it look effortless. In that moment, he understood that was the power he sought. What did he have to do to become as strong as Black Scythe? If I were that strong, I could definitely win this game and bring my family back. When Black Scythe invited him to join the team, he could hardly believe it. He had actually become a member of Black Scythe's squad. He introduced himself as a level 23 Dark Mage. His skills were Dark Swordsman and Dark Chains. Looking at Black Scythe, he silently prayed he wouldn't be seen as a burden. Black Scythe's expression didn't change at all. "Let's move out," he said. "Wait a moment," Julie called out. She then cast a blessing on everyone. Notification, all stats, increased by 60. Duration, 3 hours. Next, she cast a haste skill. Notification, attack, and movement speed increased by 60. Duration, 30 minutes. This display left everyone standing there in total shock. Ailing Su was in a daze. Such incredible support abilities. Is this the reason she's allowed to stay by Black Scythe's side? Pulling herself together, Ailing Su spoke up. She promised to do her best to help everyone as well. She summoned her spirit bird. The bird was adorable, making Julie itch to pet it. Ailing Su explained that as a summoner, her spirit bird could provide protective shields. Then she activated another skill. The air began to coalesce. Rocks started appearing from all directions, piling up in the empty space. This is my level 20 skill, Rock Golem. It doesn't have much offensive power, but it can draw the aggro of nearby monsters. "All right, let's head out together now," Black Scythe said. The mission begins. Ivy was feeling extremely pumped. This was Black Scythe's team. Their support and utility were incredibly powerful. In a short while, they arrived at a certain desert. Ivy heard the sound of a fierce battle nearby. He leaped onto a sand dune. Then he peered over to the side. He saw a Thream Turtle Centaur warrior, roaring incessantly. The players surrounding it seemed very excited. They hadn't expected to find the first treasure so easily. Without any hesitation, they charged at the Centaur warrior. But the Centaur's strength was unexpected. Upon the first clash, a man's longsword was knocked right out of his hand. The man scrambled back. He pulled out a spare weapon. "We can't take it hidden," he yelled. "We need to split up and wear it down." "What do we do?" a woman screamed. "What's the plan?" Every time it attacks, the man shouted, "Well, strike from its rear." Black Scythe watched from a distance. Their coordination isn't bad, he noted, but their strategy is all wrong. A moment later, the man trying to ambush from behind was sent flying by a sudden kick of the hooves. Black Scythe watched coldly. The hind legs are a horse's most powerful weapon. Although the Centaur warrior was incredibly strong, and its speed was alarming, the archer and the sword-wielding woman both utilized long-range attacks. After a long period of attrition, the Centaur warrior's health finally hit rock bottom. It eventually collapsed before the random team. Ivy was taken aback. They killed the boss already? Are they the first to finish the round? The random team was ecstatic. This was the first time they had completed a mission so quickly. "They killed the boss," Ivy noted. "Are we just going to keep waiting here?" Ivy hadn't expected the battle to end so fast. He couldn't help but worry. Mr. Black Scythe must be disappointed too. Ivy was surprised. Why did Black Scythe seem so calm? Suddenly, the team that had killed the monster grew panicked. "Did any of you get the mission completion notification?" "I didn't get any message at all." "What's going on?" "We clearly killed the Centaur warrior." "Have they finally figured it out?" In reality, Black Scythe knew the truth. The Centaur they just killed wasn't the boss. The real boss was a berserk minotaur. A minotaur was far more powerful than an average player. It usually took over 20 players at level 20 to defeat it, which meant it would take at least 4 teams to succeed. This was the trap set by the angels. By forming 5-man squads, it led everyone to believe that 5 people were enough to kill the boss. There was another trap as well. If a full team of 5 killed a centaur together, they would all be immobilized on the spot, meaning they wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. Black Scythe looked quietly at Ivy. Then he scanned the reactions of those around him. It looks like everyone is trying their best to gather intel. He cleared his throat. I'm going to start implementing my strategy. This brought everyone back to their senses. Black Scythe spoke up. Judging by that team's reactions, what they killed wasn't the boss. For now, we should focus on the centaur warriors. We'll kill them to level up. This decision left everyone stunned. As long as all 5 of us don't attack the centaur at once, the stasis effect won't trigger. Just stay close to me. Stay within a 100-meter radius to leech the experience points. Il Solo, the centaur warriors, myself. If we all kill a centaur together too early, well, just be stuck in place, while waiting for the actual boss to arrive. That would be a waste of leveling time this round. Inshanga was in utter disbelief. Black Scythe. How could he, in such a short time, analyze the rules for this round? Ivy remarked that if they carried out the mission this way, first place for this round would likely be snatched by someone else. Black Scythe stated that even if first place was taken, they could still use this round to gain a massive level boost. Furthermore, rankings in this round might not be determined solely by who kills the boss first. And Shunge stood there in shock, unable to believe that Black Scythe knew the ranking might not follow the chronological order of kills. Julie spoke up. Facing the centaurs alone is far too dangerous. Do you really not need our help? You just need to keep up with me. Leave everything else to me. Aling Su found it hard to believe. A centaur that a 5-man team barely managed to kill just now. Can Black Scythe really slay it on his own? Ivy, on the contrary, believed that whatever Mr. Black Scythe said was absolutely fine. You don't need to do a thing. Just enjoy the experience points I provide. In exchange, all items dropped by the monsters belong to me, Ivy declared. We will follow all of Mr. Black Scythe's arrangements. Well, stay right behind you. This move surprised everyone a little. Ivy was perhaps being a bit too enthusiastic toward Black Scythe. Then Black Scythe said, You better keep up with me now. Get ready to set off. In the next moment, everyone stood there in a daze. They couldn't believe how he could be so fast. In just a flash, Black Scythe had already sprinted dozens of meters away. While the others were still dazed, stop daydreaming. Let's hurry and catch up with Black Scythe. Black Scythe's figure was like it was flying across the desert. Only an afterimage remained as he blurred past. Behind him, the others could only chase after him exhaustedly. Julie couldn't help but marvel. Just how high is Mr. Black Scythe's agility stat? How can he be so fast? Although Ivy was a dark mage, because of his class traits, he had always thought he was fast. But he didn't expect Black Scythe's speed to be even more terrifying. In the next moment, Ivy froze and shouted, Mr. Black Scythe, watch out. A centaur is ambushing from the left. Black Scythe seemed not to hear Ivy's warning. His speed didn't slow down at all as he charged toward the centaur. In the blink of an eye, Black Scythe vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the centaur, and in less than a second, the centaur was slain. By the time the others reached him, they only saw the centaur's corpse lying on the ground. Their faces were filled with shock and awe. What on earth just happened? Is this the true power of the #1 player, Black Scythe? We couldn't even see what happened. One centaur after another appeared on the desert sands. The pitch-black scythe in Black Scythe's hand swung continuously. The monsters blocking his path died one after another. At this moment, Black Scythe was like a tireless machine. With every single slash, another centaur fell. Centaur corpses littered the ground. The system's notification sound also rang out. 3x EXP boost activated. Title EXP bonus 150. Kill count has reached 172. Slaughter rune effect activated. All stats increased by 100. Black Scythe frowned slightly. Only 172 kills in 30 minutes. In this entire region, 2,000 centaurs have been deployed. At this rate, I can finish them all off in 6 hours. Though other teams will kill some of them too. Right at that moment, the sound of panting came from behind. The others finally caught up too. Black Scythe their faces showing signs of extreme exhaustion. It looked like he needed to stop and let them rest. He then announced a 10-minute break. Julie said, "It's a struggle just to keep up with your pace." Everyone collapsed onto the ground. They were truly astonished this time. Just staying within 100 meters of Mr. Blackscythe was already exhausting. Julie's face was full of admiration. "Mr. Blackscythe, your speed is just too incredible. You can even kill centaurs with such ease." Looking at Julie's flushed cheeks, Blackscythe gave her a doting look. "Should I slow down a little?" Before Julie could answer, Ivy spoke up. "Mr. Blackscythe, you are the most terrifying person I have ever met." No sooner had he spoken than a series of footsteps approached from behind. Dozens of players were grouped together, walking toward Blackscythe's group. Everyone immediately went on high alert. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Blackscythe's expression turned icy. A large group of players approached Blackscythe. Just as the tension reached its peak, a man with a fawning smile said, "It is truly an honor to find you here." Blackscythe's expression remained cold. "What do you want from me?" "I've come to seek your cooperation." Before the man could finish, Blackscythe spoke up, "I don't need help from anyone." The man was startled. "Mr. Blackscythe, your strength is beyond doubt, but this round's boss is also unbelievably powerful. Look over there." He then pointed toward a nearby sand dune. "That minotaur is the boss of round 6. It's as massive as a hill. It's not something a single team can face. A random team just took a glance as they passed, and they were all killed by the minotaur within a minute. That's when I realized that a boss like this is impossible for a 5-man team like ours to defeat." With a cold face, Blackscythe spoke, "I have no interest in participating in your boss raid." The man grew nervous upon hearing this. "We don't need any items," he stated. "We can even give you the final blow on the boss." Blackscythe's gaze turned sharp and cold. "I don't like repeating my answers 3 times. Seeing this, the man hurriedly retreated, shouting apologies. "I'm sorry to have bothered you." Back with his team, the man looked embarrassed. He said that no matter how he invited him, Blackscythe refused everything. The others couldn't understand. Blackscythe has to kill the boss too. Does he really think he can do it alone? Everyone looked at the minotaur in the distance. Despite their fear, they knew they had to take down this minotaur together. With that, they headed toward the minotaur. With heavy hearts, they were spotted once they were within 20 meters. The minotaur looked back with a murderous glare. The entire 20-man team didn't expect the minotaur to be so alert. The minotaur charged rapidly toward the team. The team members were shocked. This monster is actually charging at us. After a brief moment of panic, the team members quickly took up combat stances. They began to surround the minotaur. Blackscythe leaped onto a sand dune at that moment. He was curious to see how long it would take 20 people to finish this. In Blackscythe's eyes, the minotaur wasn't a particularly difficult boss. Its attack power and defense were terrifying, but its speed was much lower than most monsters. Experienced players could easily dodge its attacks while launching counterattacks, even though the minotaur's defense was immense. As long as everyone maintained a concentrated assault, they could force the minotaur into a defensive position. When raw damage is insufficient, attack frequency can compensate for it. Finally, one player charged a skill into his great axe. This strike consumed more than half of his mana. It slammed into the minotaur's chest with a howling wind. After a full 10 minutes or so, it took 20 people to finally break through the minotaur's defense. Seeing this, everyone grew excited. They all charged toward the minotaur. A barrage of attacks rained down upon its chest. One player tried to seize the moment to deal more damage, but because of that one greedy extra strike, he was instantly snatched up by the minotaur. A moment later, he was crushed to death in its grip. As the final fireball spell landed, the minotaur let out an indignant roar. Its mountain-like body finally collapsed. At the same time, one player was instantly enveloped by a light barrier. Following that, 4 other players were also protected. We finally killed the boss. It seemed that once the quest was completed, a light barrier would appear. To provide protection, those inside the barrier were puzzled. Did they have to wait like this until the game ended? It looked like the others had to continue forming teams to go find a new boss. A man couldn't help but look back. He wondered if he should try inviting Blackscythe one more time, but a moment later, he turned and left. He figured someone like Blackscythe definitely wouldn't participate. Later, Black Scythe agreed with our assessment. If we clear the boss too early, it'll be a waste of time. We need to pick up the pace of the quest. Make sure you all keep up with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Black Scythe dashed out at an incredible speed. Time flew by. More and more players were being shielded by light barriers. Many sighed in relief, glad to have survived this round. Just then, a player gasped, "Is that Black Scythe?" They saw Black Scythe charging toward a centaur, with just a casual swing of his blade. He actually one-shotted the centaur. Everyone nearby was in disbelief. You have to realize, it takes at least a 5-man party to defeat a centaur. The group of bystanders found it even harder to comprehend Black Scythe's power. He should have been able to finish the quest long ago, right? Finishing it now won't allow him to get a higher ranking? I thought he would keep taking first place. But no one can stay at the top forever. Just then, the last centaur was slain. A notification appeared stating the centaurs could no longer be located. In this entire region, out of 2,000 centaurs, he had personally killed 1,920 of them. There were only 20 minutes of game time left. "I've killed almost every single centaur," Julie said while gasping for breath. "Can we take a break? It's so hard to keep up with Mr. Black Scythe. The centaur hunt is officially over. Now we can take our time and find the boss." Julie asked between breaths. "Are you saying we don't need to hunt centaurs anymore?" According to my tracking skill, currently, in this entire area, every centaur has been wiped out. And Shangyi subconsciously checked his own stats. He let out an incredulous shout. "Everyone check your level status." The group stood frozen in place. Their levels had increased significantly. Black Scythe asked, "What's your current level?" "I was level 20 point, now I'm 34. "I'm level 34 too," Ailing Su added. While Julie had reached level 35, Ivy couldn't believe he was already level 36. Even without any EXP buffs, they had all jumped 13 to 14 levels. As for Black Scythe, with his 4x EXP bonus, he had also gained 14 levels. He was now level 54. He had obtained 19 manas, 9 pieces of common equipment, and various other items. Furthermore, he had acquired a god-year crafting material, the Shining Ponytail. He could feel a faint ripple of magical energy from it. Not only did my level go up, but I also got so much gold. Everyone had received roughly 110,000 gold coins, and Shangji's face was full of joy. This was the first time he had ever owned so much money. Regarding the gold, Black Scythe advised, "It's best to use that gold at the shop. Essential skills like tracking, visual enhancement, and interference skills are all necessary." Hearing this, Ivy didn't hesitate. He bought every skill Black Scythe mentioned. He spent 60,000 gold in one go. Since everyone is ready, next, we should go kill the Minotaur leader. Black Scythe activated his tracking skill, and then dashed toward the north. A moment later, Black Scythe stopped in his tracks. A large number of players had already gathered there. A few players noticed Black Scythe's arrival. "Mr. Black Scythe, are you here to kill the Minotaur as well? Please join our team and fight with us. I have no intention of cooperating with anyone. I will kill the Minotaur leader alone." Hearing this, the crowd broke into a chatter. I know Black Scythe is strong, but even for him, facing it alone should be impossible, right? "Mr. Black Scythe, to kill a Minotaur leader, it takes a party of at least 20 people. And you want to kill it solo?" "Mr. Black Scythe, you're being too arrogant." Black Scythe spoke coldly. "You say I'm being arrogant? Don't you dare lump me in with the likes of you. I didn't mean it like that. I just thought if we acted together, the success rate would be higher. In my eyes, there's no difference between one person and 20. It's like the difference between one ant and 20 ants. It's all the same." He then gripped his death scythe and slowly walked toward the leader. Julie called out in worry, "Mr. Black Scythe, will it really be okay?" Black Scythe replied, "He'll be back shortly." Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Black Scythe approached the boss. Even the players who had already finished their quests were watching Black Scythe's every move. Can he really do it alone? He glanced around. At least 100 people were watching him. This is my chance to prove my strength to them. If I can kill the Minotaur leader in the shortest time possible, they will fear and respect me even more. Looking at the wandering Minotaur leader, Black Scythe began to activate his skills. At the same time, The Minotaur leader sensed a dangerous aura. It turned its gaze toward Black Scythe. Black Scythe dropped into a crouch to charge up his power. The death scythe in his hand began to crackle and hum. Seeing this, the crowd realized. Black Scythe seemed to be preparing some kind of skill. He was calculating the attack distance. The moment the Minotaur stepped into the danger zone, Black Scythe would unleash his skill without hesitation. The Minotaur leader roared repeatedly. Before charging at Black Scythe, it made a move to crush him. Black Scythe took a light step back with his right foot. Just as the Minotaur leader was only a meter away, the Knight of Death skill was activated. The Minotaur leader's perception instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the energy in Black Scythe's death scythe was fully charged. Moonlight destruction / several half-moon-shaped shockwaves burst forth. By the time the attack reached the Minotaur leader, the boss hadn't even sensed it. In a mere instant, the moonlight destruction / sliced clean through its neck. The Minotaur leader didn't even have time to let out a cry. Its head and body were already separated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone around began to shout, gasping in shock. How was this possible? Black Scythe actually one-shotted the Minotaur leader. The spectating players were in total disbelief. The Minotaur was killed just like that? Their faces were filled with shock. They hadn't even seen how Black Scythe did it. Yet Black Scythe's expression didn't change in the slightest. Everything had gone exactly as he expected. A notification sounded. You have defeated the Minotaur leader. Obtained item 1x high-grade cowhide. Obtained Minotaur armor design blueprint. Cowhide was a necessary material for crafting high-level equipment. The Minotaur armor blueprint was also a rare item. He contemplated whether to sell these two items together. The Minotaur armor design blueprints are also rare items. Thinking about selling these two together, it'll definitely fetch a good price. What's with you guys? The sound of Black Scythe's voice snapped everyone back to reality from their shock. Ivy's face was full of worship. Mr. Black Scythe, you are literally my god. The way Ivy looked at him made Black Scythe feel incredibly uneasy. He thought to himself, look, I'm not into guys. At that same moment, a beam of light enveloped Black Scythe. The angel's voice echoed slowly from the sky. Any team that failed the mission will be eliminated. Muttering, trash should be disposed of. Right, with that, the angel wiped out the players who hadn't finished. Now for the pleasant part, the ranking reveal. First place in the overall region, Black Scythe. First place in this local region, also Black Scythe. The moment the rankings appeared, the nearby players cried out, but we were the very first team to kill the Minotaur boss? So what if you were the first to kill it? I never said that the rankings were based on kill speed this time. Looking at the confused crowd, the angel explained, this round was actually calculated by the slowest kill speed. The test was about time management. The last player to kill the boss within the limit is the winner. For Black Scythe to kill the boss in 1 minute is quite impressive. Hearing this, a player spoke up. It doesn't look like Black Scythe took a minute. The angel looked puzzled. Was it not 1 minute? The angel instinctively looked at the leaderboard. It was actually 1 second. The angel was so stunned it couldn't speak. How is that even possible? After a moment, the angel hurriedly composed its flustered expression. How could it show such a face? In front of these humans, with a slightly tense tone, it said, it seems this boss wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, Black Scythe looked at his notification panel. Reward: 1 epic helmet selection voucher and 1 overall region special chest. Black Scythe clicked the voucher without hesitation. The prompt showed 3 items to choose from. Black Scythe decisively chose the Hermes helmet, simply because the Hermes helmet had a special skill. Invisibility, it had a 30-minute cooldown. This would be a massive help to him. Although it couldn't mask sound, when paired with his stealth rune, he could become completely silent and invisible. Then, he opened the overall region first place chest. He went straight for the material reward. He knew exactly how to use every single material. At this stage, he had to choose the gold powder. This was a mandatory material for crafting guide wire equipment. Angel's gold powder. Powder derived from an angel's hair. The notification sounded. Rewards claimed. Round over. Ma Tianlu had just returned from the angel game. Before Ma Tianlu could catch his breath, In Shangyi's voice came from outside the door. What are you doing here? I just got back from the game. Your level must have gone up quite a bit. After all, you were with Black Scythe's team for 6 hours. I'm curious to see exactly how many levels you gained. To make you come and report to me so excitedly?" An Shang-ah stated he had jumped from level 20 to level 34. Matia Lu froze for a long while. "Did you say level 34? Your level gain even caught me off guard. I'm just as surprised. Just trying to keep up with Black Scythe was exhausting. His power is beyond belief. I never even dreamed that I'd gain so many levels. I didn't expect that your level would actually surpass mine. I'm only level 29. Hearing this, An Shang-jae went quiet. "Don't be so tense. It seems my level isn't just lower than yours. It's probably lower than Allingzeus as well. Continue? Was Black Scythe really that fast?" Black Scythe killed the Minotaur boss in just 1 second. Matian Lu had seen the leaderboard too, but he still found it hard to believe. An Shang-jae added, "Black Scythe used a skill I've never seen before. His speed was just a blur." Matian's expression became incredibly solemn. Was this the gap between himself and Black Scythe? The Dark Knight class was undeniably powerful, but it still couldn't keep pace with Black Scythe. I have to speed up my leveling. I need to replenish my dark mana more quickly lately. Black Scythe is putting a lot of pressure on me. Right. Go find the prophet. Ask him when I can arrange a meeting. Mr. Ma, do you think the prophet managed to survive this round? That's for you to confirm. Don't ask me. Matian Lu stared out the window, lost in thought. He muttered under his breath, "Black Scythe, I will definitely surpass you." Meanwhile, Ivy was lying in bed, unable to calm down. Black Scythe's overwhelming power was burned into his memory. In Ivy's eyes, Black Scythe was an almighty god. He felt frustrated with himself. I was completely useless in the game. I couldn't help Mr. Black Scythe at all. I really want to be of use to him. Mr. Black Scythe is a god. So what does a god need? A god needs followers. Black Scythe, who had just returned, couldn't stop shivering. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? Just then, his phone started ringing. He picked it up and saw an international number. Daniel's voice came through the line. Daniel excitedly expressed his gratitude. If it wasn't for your warning, I'd be dead. He had already booked a flight and would be by Black Scythe's side soon. Black Scythe was surprised. This development hadn't happened in his past life. He told Daniel he was welcome any time. The next day, Daniel and Black Scythe met again. "You sounded pretty excited over the phone," Black Scythe noted. "Of course, but first let's sit down and talk." Looking at the delicious spread of food, Daniel realized it had been a long time since Head had such a fragrant meal. Black Scythe told him to eat as much as he wanted. Daniel insisted, "Let me treat you. You saved my life, after all. If you want to repay me, then help me restore my gear's durability." Daniel didn't hesitate. He instantly capped the durability of Black Scythe's equipment. Black Scythe asked, "You said I saved your life. What exactly happened?" "I followed your advice. I spent 6 hours leveling up. In the end, I barely managed to kill the Minotaur at the cost of nearly dying. If I hadn't listened to you, I'd be a dead man. I'm glad I could help. I still can't believe that I'm currently the highest level blacksmith in the game. So I'm here to join your team." Black Scythe welcomed him. This would also help Daniel become the world's best blacksmith faster. "By the way, did you take my advice and invest in that company?" Daniel said had put 70 of his money into it. "I didn't know what the company did, but I trusted your judgment." They arrived at the company's skyscraper. "I'm glad you trust me so much, but I should tell you what this company actually does. It's a company tailored for players. In the future, it will become a massive trading platform. This company will eventually be the #1 player platform in the world. The company is so huge. Are you sure we can just walk in?" Black Scythe explained. "I might not be the CEO, but I own the controlling interest. It used to be an international trade firm, but I've pivoted it into a player platform. I'm just a simple man. I don't understand all that business stuff. I'll just trust you completely. Let's head to the office and talk." The moment Black Scythe appeared, the receptionist's expression became noticeably strained, and Shanggu happened to be guarding the office door. He asked with some surprise, "Mr. Black Scythe, what brings you here? I don't understand these matters. I just need to trust you completely. Let's go to the office and have a proper talk." At the very moment Black Lotus appeared, the receptionist's expression was clearly unnatural. And Shungay happened to be guarding the office door? He asked Mr. Black Lotus in slight surprise. What are you doing here? Black Scythe mentioned that he had some business with Ma Tianlu. This is my friend. I want to introduce him to Mr. Ma Tianlu. Mr. Ma is currently meeting a guest in the office. He sounded a bit hesitant as he spoke. Seeing this, Black Scythe understood that Ma Tianlu must have ordered him to stand guard outside and not let anyone intrude. And Shangji's loyalty was 100. So, who exactly was Ma Tianlu meeting? And Shangye was grumbling internally. Why? Why did Black Scythe have to show up just when Ma Tianlu's fiancé arrived? Possessing the mind-reading rune, Black Scythe was startled. Ma Tianlu's fiancé? So, that woman is here. A moment later, Ma Tianlu hurried out to ask why Black Scythe had come over. Your question is a bit strange. Am I not allowed to come to my own company? Ma Tianlu said that wasn't what he meant. Actually, Black Scythe understood. In Ma Tianlu's eyes, he was merely a human with utility value. Deep down, Ma looked down on him. At this moment, Ma Tianlu could only keep apologizing. You are welcome at the company any time. It's just that, usually, you would notify me in advance. Her name is Christine. She is a friend of mine. Black Scythe knew. Christine's class was the hidden profession, priest. She possessed relatively average healing abilities. In his past life, she was also the only player who, along with Julie, managed to reach round 15 of the angel game. Although a priest's healing power is generally average, once they reach level 60, they gain a powerful skill called life regression. It can resurrect players who have been dead for less than 10 minutes. I really didn't expect to run into Christine here. Black Scythe thought that he must bring her through to round 20. Hearing Ma Tianlu introduce her as just a friend, Black Scythe asked, Is she really just a friend? Hello, Christine. I am Mr. Ma Tianlu's business partner, Christine stated. That it was her first time hearing that Ma Tianlu had a business partner. Black Scythe replied that it was also his first time learning that Mr. Ma's fiancée was so beautiful. Ma Tianlu was shocked to hear this. The prophet even knows that she is my fiancée. Ma Tianlu spoke up somewhat nervously. You even know about Christine? I am very sorry. I really didn't mean to keep this from you. I understand your desire to keep it hidden, but as partners, I don't want you lying to me. Ma Tianlu felt deeply regretful. How could he have acted so foolishly? Christine was also quite surprised. It was her first time seeing Ma Tianlu act so humble. This left Christine astonished. Ignoring the woman's surprised expression, Black Scythe addressed Daniel. Please wait a moment. In a bit, I'm going to share the information for round 7 with everyone. Ma Tianlu finally snapped out of it. He said to Christine, The man before you is my business partner. He is a partner in the company, and also the one who decides the company's direction. He then looked to Black Scythe for approval. Seeing Black Scythe's consenting nod, he stated that Black Scythe was also a prophet. Christine looked confused. Are you joking? How could there be a prophet? There's no need to be surprised. Just as Mr. Ma said, I possess a unique prophetic ability. I can tell you how to win the game. She urgently asked Ma Tianlu if he was joking. Ma Tianlu stated that Mr. Black Scythe's prophecies have always been perfectly accurate. Why are you telling me your secret is a prophet? Black Scythe replied, Because next, I'm going to tell you the secret to passing round 7. Of course, I don't ask for anything in return for the round 7 info. Christine was in total disbelief. Black Scythe understood that if he didn't show real results, this woman would never believe him. The information for round 7 is very simple. Do not be misled by temptation. As soon as he finished speaking, even Ma Tianlu looked amazed. Is that all there is to it this time? You must engrave these words into your mind, like a mantra. Simply do not be misled by temptation. Christine, there's another prophecy that I need to tell you privately. Actually, my main goal in coming to the company was to meet you. The power of prophecy led me to find you at the company, and in the prophecy I have seen. You will die in round 11. Will I die in round 11 of the game? Does that mean I only have 1 year left to live? You understand correctly, but I can change the course of your life. I can help you survive. A while later on the plane, Christine kept reflecting on what Black Scythe had said. My life will come to an end. Can his words really be trusted? It's a good thing Father isn't with me. Otherwise, he would certainly scold me for worrying about groundless superstitions. But the prophet also said he would save me in round 11. Yet when I asked him how, he said he didn't know yet. The content of the prophecy is too vague. He doesn't even know how to save me. He knows nothing. Yet he claims he will save me. Before long, the plane landed. Jeffrey, why are you picking me up at the airport? Christine, did you have a pleasant trip? Someone asked me to come pick you up, and also to bring you to see Father. At the U.S. Congressional Hall, I just got off the plane. Why is Father in such a hurry to see me? Someone knocked on the door. Father, Christine has returned. Krista, are you satisfied with this trip? How was Matianla's behavior this time? Matianla's behavior was the same as ever. Christine seemed to hesitate, leaving words unsaid. Father asked, did he do something impolite? You are my charming daughter. Even he should find it hard to resist your charm. His originally serious expression became quite excited. Seeing this, Christine quickly denied it. It's not what you think, Father. You've been dating for 6 months now. Is there still no progress? Hearing this, Christine said a bit awkwardly, we don't have an emotional foundation. How could the dating go that smoothly? Christine, Father is doing this for your own good. Ma Tianla's family and the Owens Company have immense influence internationally. Marrying him will bring you many benefits, Christine said. That she understood everything her father was saying. But I always feel like Ma Tianlu is hiding things from me. He seems to have more secrets kept from me. What exactly has Ma Tianlu been doing lately? Hei's preparing some work projects. Even after becoming a player, Hei's still preparing projects to make money. Daughter, you are one of God's chosen ones. You've been given the divine power to heal all things. Hearing this, Christine looked at the energy slowly releasing from her hands. Is this power really a gift from God? Is it meant for humans to have? I believe it must be a blessing. Bestowed by God, Christine. You are truly God's favored child. Father, I've told you more than once that the angels in the game are not what you imagine. They are demons with wings. Clearly, Christine's father didn't believe her. He asked whether Ma Tianlu could flexibly use the power bestowed by God. He has already reached level 29. Even at level 29, he is working with someone else to build a player's social platform. Even the arrogant him has a business partner. I don't remember his partner's name, but his partner is a prophet. He told me how to pass round 7, and also said some things that can't be verified for now. In this day and age, the power of prophecy is an extremely precious force. Why didn't you try to get closer to this man? Because he said I might face a life or death crisis. As soon as she finished speaking, Christine's father was shocked. Seeing her father's tense expression, Christine said, don't worry, it's just a prophecy that may or may not be true. In today's world, anyone can pose as a prophet. So, as for his words, I remain skeptical, the man said. Christine, you need to find more companions. I don't need to look for companions at all. Father, have you forgotten? I am a regional representative. The vast majority of players will protect me. Christine, even so, you must stay sharp regarding this matter. I understand, Father. He'll be more careful. Jeffrey watched his sister leave. A moment later, Christine's father whispered, Jeffrey, Ma Tianla's partner is a prophet. His claim that my daughter will die has made me very unhappy. Jeffrey, go spy on this prophet. If you find out Hei is a fraud, then send him to hell. Christine's father ordered his son to monitor Black Scythe. Once he was proven to be a fake prophet, he was to be eliminated immediately. Meanwhile, PCW was preparing for a meeting. A man spoke with a smile. You're early, Miss Yami. Just then, a notification signaled the chairman's arrival. Following that, the man said, you two are right on time. The agenda for this meeting is selecting players to join PCW. Yark, do you have any suggestions? This time, I've selected 30 players who applied to join. Ranked from highest level to lowest, these 30 need to be tested. Ultimately, we will select the 5 most qualified to join our management. The next item on the agenda is the U.S. Congress is looking for new candidates. The candidate the U.S. chooses will restrict PCW's expansion. We need to figure out how to deal with him. Those are the 2 items I needed to inform you about. The next morning, Black Scythe never expected that the player's world trading site would be so popular in just one night. Tens of thousands of people had registered, putting items up for sale on the platform. Looking at the various special materials available, The way he would acquire materials to craft gear in the future had become much easier. There was enough to craft 3 pieces of unique quality equipment. He then picked out the items he needed. Magic stones were currently priced at only 200,000 each. Without a moment's hesitation, he bought everything he required. 2 days later, Black Scythe's younger brother muttered about how busy his brother seemed lately. The moment he opened the front door, he was stunned. Why were there so many packages? Seeing this, Black Scythe said, "Don't make such a big deal out of it. As a player, I need these." His brother was in disbelief. "Do you really need this many?" Soon, piles of gems filled the living room. Black Scythe thought to himself, "This should be enough for synthesis." Every 15 low-level stones could be synthesized into 1 top-tier stone. Shortly after, all the stones began to emit a glow. A notification chime followed. "Synthesis successful." Success notifications rang out continuously. He had now synthesized every type of gem to the highest tier. Now, all that was left was to socket them into his gear. He socketed the red gems into his weapon. Damage increased by 16. Socketing successful. Hermes' helmet strength increased by 32. Armor luck increased by 43. In a short while, all the gems were socketed. His visible attributes were all around 200. If he factored in rune bonuses and Julie's buffs, he could reach a total bonus of around 2,000. As he equipped the final piece, the gauntlets, a notification sounded. 7 types of top-tier gems equipped. Rainbow effect activated. Hidden attribute. Rainbow aura, all status resistance, increased by 50. Black Scythe gave a slight smile. With all his resistances combined, he had reached 82 total resistance. This meant he had an 82 chance. To negate status ailments, it was hard to imagine that he had monopolized all the gems. On the entire trading platform, he remembered clearly that in the later stages, gems would be hyped to 20 million each. He had to take advantage of the early stages to fill all his gear with gems. He looked at the requirements for the remaining items. He'd sort through them once he reached level 60. Since he had such a massive advantage with the trading platform, he needed to keep a close eye on special materials. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on Black Scythe's face. The Immortal's skin. This was a mandatory item for upgrading to legendary gear. In the Angel game, equipment was categorized into normal, rare, and epic. Above those were unique and legendary. The highest tier was God tier equipment. Equipment above the epic level could only be obtained through upgrades. Average players could only buy up to epic rank at most. The higher the tier of the material, the stronger the monster required to drop it. He couldn't help but wonder, at this stage, could anyone really have obtained a legendary grade material? He proceeded to purchase it with skepticism. The Immortal's skin? This item dropped in the 5th round, from the half-orc leader, but the drop rate was pitifully low. Did someone actually kill the half-orc and get this item? Then, Black Scythe seemed to recall something. Could it be that man? His skill level was high enough to kill a half-orc. He had an attribute specifically for identifying items. If that person was really the one who posted the item, this was very likely a trap. The guy's condition was an in-person trade. 9 times out of 10, it was a trap. But he had to get that material. He sent a message to the other party, requesting a meeting place. Once the meeting was set, Black Scythe gave a wry smile. This guy really treats everyone else like prey. He used high-value items to lure other players, eventually killing them to steal their loot. I need to go see him before he hurts any more players. Meanwhile, the man who received the trade request was speechless. My asking price was 1 million, and he actually wants me to lower it? Doesn't he know what tier the item he's looking at is? I only got this by killing the boss of round 5. At the time, he thought he was going to die at the boss's hands. Although the item's grade was exceptionally rare, its specific function remained unknown. The buyer should know. Once I meet him, I'm going to give him a slow, painful death. At that moment, another player who had come to trade was groveling on the ground, begging for mercy. The man said with disdain, I didn't realize you were so poor. Out of all the items you offered, this weapon is the only thing barely worth a glance. Without any hesitation, he plunged a dagger deep into the man in front of him. What a buzzkill. A complete waste of my time. I hope the player coming to trade later will be more interesting. Ever since he was a child, the man had found life incredibly dull. Nothing could pique his interest. He once tried to focus on his studies, but it was always so easy for him to become the top student in class. Eventually, he gave up on studying. However, the drop in his grades brought a furious scolding from his parents. Since that day, the man found his true passion. In the middle of his parents' tirade, the man killed his father. That twisted sense of excitement drove him into a frenzy because he was so young when he killed his parents. He eventually escaped legal punishment. But the man didn't change his ways. Instead, he became a psychopathic serial killer. Right up until the Angel game began. Instead, he became a perverted serial killer. Until the Angel game descended, this man had become obsessed with the thrill of killing. He was a man who possessed a drop rune. Because of it, he had acquired a massive amount of high-value items. But what drove him even further into madness was the slaughter between players during the 4th round of the game. It caused him to sink into total depravity. He became utterly addicted to the pleasure of taking a life. The man wanted to turn the real world into a battlefield as well. He began luring and killing players in reality. The man before him was the 7th player he had murdered. He picked up the corpse from the ground. I need to get ready to meet my 8th victim. He then dragged the body toward a nearby trash can. He chuckled to himself. As soon as the player I'm trading with comes near this trash can, I'll activate the corpse explosion skill. That'll blow him sky high. Even if he somehow survives the blast, I can use Fear Curse to subdue him. The man was incredibly excited. Before I kill him, I'm going to have some real fun playing with him. Just then, low footsteps echoed from behind. Seeing this, the man grew ecstatic. Finally, you're here. The moment you get close to that trash can, I'm going to blow you to pieces. A moment later, Black Scythe, disguised as someone else, appeared before him. The man watched, unconsciously muttering, just one more step. Yes, that's it. Just 5 more steps. But in the next instant, Black Scythe stopped in his tracks. The man complained inwardly about why he had stopped halfway. The disguised Black Scythe spoke up. Are you the one selling the items? The man gritted his teeth. If he just takes 2 more steps, I can trigger my skill. What are you doing over there? Don't you want to sell the immortal skin? Standing his ground, the man smiled. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. He thought to himself that if he moved closer, he would be caught in the blast radius of his own skill. I could use Fear Curse to take him down, but that would be too boring. Don't you want to trade? Am already here? Why haven't you come over to finish the deal? The man replied, my leg is hurting a bit. Can you come over here so we can trade? Hearing this, Black Scythe spoke. Do you have any idea how far I walked for this trade? Do you want to trade or not? Or were you lying about having the immortal skin? The man suppressed his temper. He insisted his leg just happened to be hurting. Is your leg really hurting? We agreed to meet and trade. Now you're stalling. Are you trying to lure me over to rob me? Looks like you're just a scammer. You don't even have the immortal skin, do you? What bad luck running into a con artist like you. People like you should just drop dead. The man trembled with rage after being insulted by Black Scythe. The next moment he screamed, look here. This is the real deal, the immortal skin. Black Scythe let out a sinister smile. So it really is. The man's heart tightened. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he smiling all of a sudden? Suddenly, a slash descended from the void. The man's arm was instantly severed and hit the ground. Feeling the searing pain, the man began to scream. He couldn't understand what had happened. The person was clearly still standing far away. Without making a single move, in the next moment, a whisper echoed. Near his ear, are you looking for me? The man didn't understand why there were 2 identical people. Black Scythe gave a mocking smile. Game over. The man was trapped in total confusion. Why were there 2 of the same person? Black Scythe sneered, there's only ever been one of me. As soon as he spoke, the Black Scythe in front of him vanished into thin air. The Black Scythe behind him reached down to pick up the immortal skin. At the same time, he said, I'm under no obligation to explain anything to you. Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. He had never been so disregarded in his life. He immediately activated his Fear Curse skill. The curse required maintaining eye contact with the target. Its success rate and duration were determined by the target's resistance. Black Scythe didn't even flinch. He simply stared back as if looking at an idiot. Notification target has resisted Fear Curse. The The skill has failed. The man's expression turned to one of utter disbelief. This was the first time his skill had ever failed. While the man was still in shock, Black Scythe launched a ferocious assault. The man never expected that with his stats. He would be completely unable to block the attack. He couldn't even track Black Scythe's movements. In moments, he was beaten down like a stray dog. As he was sent flying, the man's body wouldn't stop shaking. Am I really going to die here? However, in the next second, Black Scythe cast a healing spell. Shimmering particles of light swirled around the man's body. His eyes widened in shock. My wounds, they've all healed. Black Scythe spoke coldly. Who gave you permission to zone out? You've not finished having my fun yet? This was followed by another brutal, caring beating. Every time the man was on the brink of death, Black Scythe would cast a healing spell on him. The man endured the agony of the repeated beatings. The previous failure of my fear curse. It must have just been bad luck. This time, it'll make you regret playing with me. The moment the cooldown ended, he tried to use it again, but before the skill could activate, Black Scythe pierced both of his eyes. Black Scythe said coldly, "Did I say you were allowed to fight back?" The man was consumed by rage. This was the first time anyone had toyed with him like this. Blinded, the man could only swing his longsword frantically in front of him, hoping to land a hit on Black Scythe. Black Scythe didn't hesitate. He parried with his sword and kicked the man away. The force of the blow sent him tumbling several meters back. The man staggered, trying to half-stand. He was blind, and his arm had been severed. If this continued, he would certainly die. Suddenly, he remembered the corpse bomb near the trash can. A manic grin spread across his face. "Even if I have to die here today, I'm taking you with me?" he roared. Corpse explosion. Simultaneously, the entire alley was swallowed by violent energy. The blast caught the attention of people nearby. Looking at the wreckage in the alley, "Was that an explosion?" a police officer on duty remarked. It was probably just a gas leak. At that moment, in a small building nearby, Black Scythe stood quietly. I almost let that guy die in his own explosion. This man's name was Ju Chengtai. In the overall rankings of the Angel game, he had always hovered around rank 2 or 3. His game ID was The Fools. I need to make use of him. He has an incredibly practical drop rune. The drop rune increases the drop rate of items. But if I let him go like this, hell definitely keep killing people. After some thought, Black Scythe used his healing magic again. He healed the man's blindness, but he had no intention of restoring his limbs. As long as Hay's alive, he can still enter the Angel game with his soul. But without his limbs in the real world, he poses much less of a threat. A while later, the man woke up in a daze. He looked around. He had detonated the corpse bomb. Seeing his severed arm and his missing right leg, he screamed, "Come out! What do you want from me?" At that moment, he noticed a note nearby. It read, "You are of no use. Now that you've lost your limbs, I have no desire to even kill you. In other words, you're just worthless trash." The man crumpled the note in his hand. He was shaking with uncontrollable rage. His remaining arm wouldn't stop trembling. Not only did that person survive the explosion, but he insulted me, saying I'm not even worth getting his hands dirty. Just how much does he look down on me? He'll make you pay for this. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hotel, Julie remarked that this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. I'm glad you like it. Let me stay with you a bit longer today. Julie looked slightly surprised by his words. This is the first time you've ever said you wanted to stay with me longer. Actually, I've wanted to spend time with you like this for a while. Julie spoke with a hint of resentment. You've already postponed our dates several times. Lately, you've been getting busier and busier. Black Scythe thought to himself. He really had been too busy lately, between the PCW meetings and the website's shareholder meetings. But the reason he had postponed his dates with Julie was for an even more important reason. Someone had been watching him lately. Black Scythe knew exactly who it was. It was Jeffrey, a level 28 assassin. And the person who ordered him to monitor me must be Craig, Christine's father. At first, he hadn't noticed he was being followed. He only discovered it by chance after using detection magic. However, he couldn't see any trace of anyone with his naked eye. That meant the opponent was either an assassin or possessed a stealth skill. He thought I wouldn't notice his presence, so he had completely let his guard down. From the day I discovered him, I began to counterstalk him. The moment he deactivated his stealth, I recognized his identity. I even eavesdropped on his calls. From those conversations, I learned that Christine's father was concerned about my prophecy regarding his daughter. That's why he ordered Jeffrey to keep me under constant surveillance, to determine if I really was the prophet. At that moment, Black Scythe was on a date with Julie. Julie looked a bit surprised. She asked about information regarding round 7. So as long as we aren't tempted, we'll be fine. Exactly, you just have to resist temptation. Round 7 South Quest is extremely difficult for ordinary people. It is a round with a very high elimination rate. I need to protect these people until round 20. I have to keep them alive as much as possible, until we reach the final stage. Looking at Julie in front of him, Black Scythe spoke very seriously. Let's survive until the very last round together. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Julie's face. She gave a soft mm in response. A few days later, the angel game descended once again. Everyone was extremely tense. They stood in place with uneasy hearts. An angel announced that there were only 400-odd players left in this region. The decrease in players makes the game no fun at all. Let's merge the regions once more. As soon as the words were spoken, the ground began to vibrate violently. Regions from all directions were pieced together. Eventually, they formed a much larger area. A notification indicated the regional merger was complete. Total player count, 4,992. Then the angel spoke. Now this can be called a Stage 4 winners. Since the regional merger is done, you should also select a new regional representative. As the words fell, several beams of divine light appeared in the sky. Black Scythe understood. This was the angels discussing the selection rules for the new round's regional representative. He needed to become the regional representative again. That way, he could obtain the usage rights for the regional representative's equipment. Furthermore, the side quest for this round offered a mental barrier rune. This was an essential rune. The mental barrier rune could perfectly counter the skill of that woman from PCW. He had to secure these 2 items. At that moment, the angels were discussing the rules for the representative. I heard during your last regional merger, you played an interesting game. A battle between the regional representatives? Black Scythe's regional administrator gave an awkward smile. His region had lost back then, which is why he was forced to host the game. He then laughed. This time, we can continue to decide through combat. Another angel shook their head. Your region has Black Scythe. He is the only warrior class player in the entire game. Hearing this, Black Scythe's regional administrator asked, then what do you suggest? Black Scythe is too strong. We definitely want to allow combat. To determine the regional representative, this round's task has nothing to do with strength. The first one to clear the game will become this region's representative. What do you think? Priscilla, the administrator of Black Scythe's region, was helpless. She had no choice but to agree. Fine, let's do it that way. A moment later, Priscilla announced, we have decided on a new selection method for the regional representative. The first player to complete the quest will be the representative. Shortly after, the sound of the game starting rang in everyone's ears. The main quest panel appeared instantly. Everyone was in disbelief. Why are all the main quests hidden? Is there a bug in the game? The angel stated. This is not a mistake. Round 7 is meant to be a hidden round. Everyone shouted. Without quest info, how are we supposed to complete it? How you complete it is not my problem. In short, the information for this round has been distributed. The game begins. The next second, the countdown started. Many players were talking amongst themselves. These angels really do treat us like toys. They're getting more and more capricious. Though everyone was dissatisfied, they had no choice but to start searching for clues. Mr. Black Scythe. Long time no see. How have you been? Black Scythe looked at the group. How did you all end up together? Anne Shangu replied. We just happened to run into each other. Mr. Black Scythe. Do you know the specific details of this round's quest? Why are you asking me that? As of now, I only know this round is a mystery. Mr. Black Scythe. I actually have information about round 7. Black Scythe asked coldly. How would you know? An Shangay didn't notice the change in Black Scythe's tone. He said he learned it from the prophet. Hearing this, Black Scythe's expression turned completely cold. He had helped him keep it a secret in the previous round. Black Scythe already realized that Shangay couldn't be trusted. Just then, Anyangay finally noticed that Black Scythe's expression was off. Black Scythe said, So there really is a prophet? Thinking Black Scythe didn't believe him. Anshangu hurriedly added that Ailing Su had also met this prophet. Black Scythe thought to himself, another person who can't be trusted. Tell me, what did the prophet say? The prophet told me in round 7, do not be tempted. Julie thought to herself, is the prophet and Shunge is talking about actually Black Scythe? What does do not be tempted mean? Julie asked quickly. Actually, am not sure what it means specifically. He only gave me those vague words. Beside them, Black Scythe sighed inwardly. Fortunately, they didn't know that I am the prophet they're talking about. I appreciate you sharing that game info with me. The meaning of those words is still unclear. We should split up to gather information. An Xiangge was taken aback. Are we splitting up this time? We don't have enough info on the quest. Splitting up is the best decision. Beside him, Julie spoke with a hint of nervousness. Do I have to split up from you too? After receiving an affirmative answer from Black Scythe, Julie responded despondently. Then Julie walked toward the forest. Black Scythe shook his head helplessly. He had to clear this round as quickly as possible. To secure the rune? Right at that moment, a scream from Julie came from the forest. Black Scythe rushed toward the forest immediately. In less than 10 seconds, he reached the edge of the woods. But the scene before him made Black Scythe freeze in his tracks. Bloodstains were everywhere on the ground. Julie lay weak and limp under a tree. Her abdomen had been viciously pierced. Black Scythe realized Julie had been ambushed. He fell into a state of panic. How could this happen? Julie spoke in pain. Black Scythe, please help me. Black Scythe stood there in a daze. You knew who I really was. You've been so good to me. I've known you were Jin Shengshan for a long time, and you are my first love. How could I not recognize you, even if you tried to hide it? I was just pretending from the very beginning that I hadn't figured out your identity. Black Scythe cried out in despair. Who exactly did this to you? He immediately began using healing spells to treat her. Julie, thank goodness I got here in time. Any later and I wouldn't have been able to save you. Julie was stunned. She didn't expect the healing to be so incredibly effective. Rest for a moment. Tell me who ambushed you. When he heard the answer, Black Scythe's face contorted in utter disbelief. Mr. Black Scythe, were you looking for me? I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. You two bastards. How dare you betray me? Now don't be so angry, Mr. Black Scythe. Or perhaps I should call you Mr. Prophet. I ambushed this woman just to test you. Your actions in the previous round made me suspicious of your true identity. It seems this woman really is your weak spot. Julie apologized through her tears, feeling that she was nothing but a burden to him. At this moment, Black Scythe's rage reached its boiling point. He glared at An Xiangge with murderous intent. Don't look at me like that. I was actually quite shocked myself when I confirmed that Black Scythe is the prophet. You ambushed Julie just to test me? Was there no other reason? She seems to be very close to you. I figured she'd have some utility as a pawn. Who would have thought that the legendary Black Scythe's Achilles' heel would be such a weak little support mage? It'll make you pay for this. He then summoned the Reaper's Scythe. An Xianggu spoke up quickly. You'd better hold on a second. If you take another step toward me, it'll detonate the bomb inside Julie. Black Scythe's heart sank. He actually planted a skill bomb inside her. Of course, Hay's the one who helped me plant it. Black Scythe was in total shock. Why did Ivy betray me too? Mr. Black Scythe, I'm truly sorry for hurting you. But why? Why have you both turned against me? Upon reaching level 40, Ivy learned the Black Seed skill. Black seeds can be planted anywhere and detonated at any moment. When they explode, they summon a demonic creature. Black Scythe was filled with despair. You actually planted a black seed inside Julie's body. You were my idol. The goal I strived for to become stronger? If you admired me so much, then why did you betray me? I didn't just admire you. In my eyes, you were practically a god. But a god should be omnipotent. A god should possess power that is beyond all constraints. Right now, you look so pathetically helpless. I have no reason to worship a man who has reached a dead end, Black Scythe asked. What exactly do you want? I really didn't realize this woman meant this much to you. That's right. She is the person I rely on most. The woman I love. As long as you don't hurt her, I'll do whatever you want. Hearing this, An Xiangge laughed triumphantly. What do you want? The locations of the hidden treasures. Information about the next round? I can give it all to you. I won't allow anyone to deceive Mr. Ma. Nor will I allow anyone to try and control him. Leaving you alive is simply too much of a threat. End your own life, right now. Julie spoke with a trembling voice. Don't do it, Black Scythe said calmly. If it means letting Julie go, then I am willing to end my life. Just make sure you keep your promise. He then took the Reaper's scythe and slashed it across his own throat. Beside him, Julie let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to stop him. In the next moment, Black Scythe's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. In his final moments, he thought to himself, as long as Julie is safe, I'm satisfied. I will never forget the faces of these traitors. System notification, hidden subquest discovered, followed by hidden subquest completed. Sacrifice your own life. Black Scythe has broken free from the illusion. Main quest. Break free from the illusion within 2 hours. At this moment, Black Scythe still hadn't fully snapped out of it. He just stood there, dazed. Julie's injury, the betrayal of his teammates, was it all just an illusion? A moment later, Black Scythe slowly came back to his senses. He remembered everything now. The primary objective of Round 7 was to break free from an illusion. But if one knows the details of the task beforehand, it becomes nearly impossible to escape the illusion's control. That's why before Round 7 started, I used my regional representative authority to restrict myself. I set a specific command for my own consciousness. Only after the Round 7 subquest was completed would I regain my erased memories. Even before entering the game, I had placed an even stronger command on myself. No matter the cost, I must protect Julie. Julie is the person I love most in this world. For other players, the illusion might just be a dream. But for me, with my memories wiped, I just experienced a real soul-crushing betrayal. It's a good thing I erased my memories beforehand and gave myself the order to prioritize Julie above all else. This forced the illusion to trigger the quest centered around her. Everything went exactly as I had predicted. Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Mr. Black Scythe, did you break free from the illusion as well? It seems you made it out too. Aling Su said she struggled quite a bit to escape. Then Aling Su noted that the others hadn't broken free yet. She spoke shyly. Mr. Black Scythe, this might be sudden, but I've liked you since the first time we met. Black Scythe didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. Instead, he summoned the Reaper's scythe. Seeing this, Aling Su was terrified. Mr. Black Scythe, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her down. With a heavy thud, Aling Su's body fell to the ground. Black Scythe muttered to himself, the illusion. Daring to try and trigger again at a time like this. The notification rang out. Main quest completed.